Good evening, everybody. We're here to discuss the case of Anthony Robert Bass Jr., who was 18 years old when he went missing from Atwater, California on August 28, 1995, right?
Correct.
Okay, we're here with one of Anthony's best friend. Her name is Tara, and also his sister Dolores. They're going to share some insight on as the day that Robert went missing. Anthony. Anthony went missing. So Tara, you were one of Anthony's friends, right?
Yes, for a very long time.
Okay, so can you tell us the events leading up to him going missing, like what happened, and then what happened?
So what I know of what happened, I wasn't there that day, but I had a friend of mine, Angel. Her boyfriend was the one that was supposed to go with him as well. Okay. And from his story was that they were supposed to go fishing. That kid, he got left behind. We don't know what that reason was for. And they were supposed to go fishing. Well, later that evening, and this came from Anthony's girlfriend at the time, what she had told Cindy and myself when we went over there trying to get answers, that Anthony went fishing with Joel Wedge, and he never came home. She'd seen Joel Wedge that evening, and he acted very suspicious. She did say that he was in the backyard. He had thrown up in the backyard because they weren't neighbors. Anthony and them lived right above him. So you could see down into his backyard, or his little fenced-in backyard off the apartments there. And when he asked her, when Anthony's girlfriend asked him at the time, where was Anthony, he told her that he had dropped him off in Chowchilla. Well, everyone knows Anthony. Anthony was born and raised there, and no one's seen him. He was not dropped off in Chowchilla. You know, he would have went to his grandma's house, his cousin Roger's house. He would have showed up somewhere. And everybody knew and loved Anthony there. So that's what he told. The cops were called. Cindy made a report of her son missing, but again, it hadn't been 24 hours yet. So there was really nothing they would do. Then later on, when they did take the missing persons report, you know, Cindy done a bunch of flyers, and they were being posted everywhere. It had the license plate number with a picture of the Jeep that they left in, it was like a little SUV type Jeep style thing, more like a little Ford Ranger or something to that effect. It's been a lot of years, you know, I can't remember the 100% details of the vehicle. But DJ, do you have any of those flyers left by any chance?
I do. I was going through some of my mom's stuff and I found them. So I can find them and send them.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was the Jeep and everything. And Atwater didn't even run the plates of it, knowing that was the last vehicle he was in. Later on, it was probably about a month, Stanislaus County, some officer just saw the flyer and decided, I don't know why, but they ran the plates and it decided they'd come back. It was a stolen vehicle. Joel then did go to jail for that stolen vehicle. And supposedly they asked him, and he told the police the same thing that he had told Anthony's girlfriend, that he dropped him off on the park on 15th Street, which if Anthony was gonna get dropped off at the park in Chowchilla, it'd have been at Downtown Park on 6th and Robinson, not 15th Street. We didn't hang out there, you know, that wasn't the hangout. So there was a lot of fishy stuff. I did try to get to him before they released him from Sandy Mush for doing the time out at Sandy Mush. It's a road camp out there in Merced County. Mm-hmm. And I had people there. They were going to find out where Anthony was, but he told the county, the police, that he was afraid for his life from the Bass family. So they let him out early.
Wow. So he basically just got out early, and after this, nothing happened. Were there any kind of investigation? Did they look for Anthony? Nothing?
So I went and I got the police report, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, and I talked to the sheriff, and he wasn't not the sheriff, like the head guy at Atwater Police. And he said that it was a dead end, that they did do their investigation, but there was people from different towns in the mountains that said that they spotted my brother here, they spotted my brother there, and they never did follow-ups. And so I remember I was 5 at the time. I was so young. I just remember my childhood was really just taken from me, because I just remember going on marches in Sacramento and in the mountains with my mom and Tara and my whole family looking for my brother. And
we picketed the Atwater Police Department for weeks.
And they didn't do, I remember my mom was devastated because they didn't do anything. My mom rented a helicopter to look for my brother, like out of pocket. It was my whole childhood just looking for my brother, even to this day. Like, you know, we don't have answers.
Know what happened.
Right. Okay. And so I mean, have there any been have the family did any other searches besides that? I mean, I know you're gonna multiple searches.
There wasn't. I guarantee you, there wasn't a place from probably Fresno to Sacramento that Cindy Sandlin did not search for her son.
Right. Yeah, I was reading some of her story. And when did she pass away?
She passed away September 11th of 2021.
2021, yeah. Because I know I was searching a couple years ago to try to get a story, but I think I was already too late. Yeah, like I said, Anthony's story is just a story that is like others that just stood out with me, and I posted it so many times. And at the time, like I said before, I talked to you guys, there's only a little bit of information, at the time. So this updated information is, pretty good to have. And I know we talked about the DNA test. That's another thing too. I'm surprised that they never came forward and, got your DNA.
They never even really asked Cindy questions. Nobody, they didn't even pull an Angel's boyfriend who was supposed to go with him. So with those two, there was a third person. They never even questioned him, just to see what because they were all going to go fishing. I wish I could remember his name, but I can't save my life. I've tried for days to remember this guy's name. They was supposed to go with him, and they never asked him any questions. You think the last person to see Anthony besides Joel, they would have wanted to speak to, right?
Yes.
And then they left. Anthony and Joel, for some reason, took off without him. They were supposed to go over and pick him up because he was getting his toolbox and fishing pole.
Yeah, I heard about this other guy that was supposed to be going, and then you said somehow he got ditched. You don't know why he got ditched.
Yeah, I still this day, when I talked to him last, he didn't know either.
Wow.
I've heard a lot of different stories of, what happened. And so like, you don't really know what to believe, like, I just know that my brother would never just leave. Like,
right.
From all the stories
Anthony wouldn't have left.
My brother would never just up and leave. He had a son on the way. He knew that, he was so excited to be a dad. He loved me as his sister.
Oh, he loved you, DJ. No, he loved you. You were his person. No, he didn't leave. He did not go nowhere willingly to think he was not coming back.
I don't think he did either. From reading the story, I've always read the story. I've always thought that. And and there's another question I have. You said I heard there was another person that went missing around Joel.
Yes, her name is okay. So the story. This is I heard this. Well, I didn't hear. I knew the lady very well. She worked with my mom. They bartended at Farnese. She was the cocktail server. Her name was Lisa Trabucco. Okay, her first husband, brother, was supposedly a roommate with Joel shortly after Anthony's disappearance, and when he got out of jail and stuff, and they kind of lived up in the foothills, to my understanding, like LaGrange, and that, I don't know if it was LaGrange, but there's like a Corsco LaGrange, there's that center of California right there, and it was in one of those areas up above Merced, and he went missing, or it was her husband's brother. So her brother-in-law went missing and was living with Joel at the time. They did end up finding him like a year later, and he was dead on the side of a ravine up there by the property they lived at, rolled up in a rug that supposedly came out of the house. That's what Lisa Trabucco told me.
And he was never charged for that, nothing like that?
No.
And they didn't look at him? I mean, you would think that if he went missing, he went missing around him, and this also happened to Anthony, you would have thought they would have did some kind of investigation, check Joel out or something. So nothing, huh?
I would think so too, but not to my knowledge did that ever happen.
I remember going to court for Joel when Joel got arrested. I remember going in the courtroom with Aunt Dawn and my mom. I do remember that, but it's like flashbacks, little bits and pieces.
Yeah, you were young.
I was so little. I just know my mom, she never stopped searching. She never, ever. She had the poster of my brother on her truck, on her car, no matter where it was. She had it. We had shirts made. They went on they seen a couple or one of those
psychics and everything.
Psychic and everything. And she told my mom that my brother wasn't here, but they were looking in the wrong places. I heard that he got killed because he was black and he was dating a white girl.
I was just about to ask you a question. Just about to ask you, do you think the color of his skin is the reason why his case wasn't investigated?
Yes.
Okay,
so.
I want to let you know in on this too. Okay. So Anthony's girlfriend at the time's dad was he was like an Arab or something of that.
Russian, no? Something.
No, not Russian.
No.
He was someone that I almost didn't wonder if the dad to that girl didn't have something done too. That always crossed my mind.
I heard that too. And I did talk to Sarah's brother, Marty. Remember Marty? He was my age, a little bit older than me. I talked to him not too long ago. And come to find out, their dad did drive truck long haul.
Yeah, he did not like Anthony and her together at all.
Yes. And so I did hear that. And I also heard that some people have been telling me that my brother's not in the state. He's not here, but he's not in the state. And so I'm wondering if maybe he went out of state, and who knows, they were in on it and they got rid of him. But I know Sarah won't talk to me to this day.
So
she won't
stop talking to you.
No. She will not answer me, my messages. I friend requested her. I friend requested Anthony. I've talked to Marty. Marty told me that he found out that she told Anthony not to talk to me, nothing. So I'm wondering if she was in on it too.
That right there, that's a sign of guilt to me right there, by not talking to you, by not answering you. So that's why
you would think she'd want her son to know what's left of her dad's family.
Yeah. So it's like
or her baby's dad's family.
I mean,
so that came up early on. In that, that was a question. Did Joel deliver him to her dad? Do you know what I mean? So it's all been, But then you saw that message I sent you from that one guy that went to the Stockton police.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was crazy too.
Yeah, you know, that kind of blew me away because he saw my post on your post and he got a hold of me. And
Who was that, Tara?
this guy saw me post on when this gentleman right here posted of your brother. And it's kind of hard for me to tell you, DJ, because Joel's wife, do you remember Joel's wife's name?
No, I don't. But I can probably ask Aunt Donya because Aunt Donya remembers.
Okay, I remember the post now. I remember that post exactly you're talking about now. Yes, I remember exactly what you're.
And he went to this guy went to the Stockton police in February, I think of the February of this year, and supposedly Joel's wife admitted to her that he killed Anthony and he's killed another guy and thrown him in the Sacramento River, and he's killed a couple women in Lodi, and that's hard for me to tell you, baby girl.
It's okay. I know through it all that God has a plan for all of it. I know it hurts me
does.
too.
He definitely
I
does
know
have
my
a
life
plan.
would be different, but if this helps to bring my brother home, that way
That's why I sent it to this gentleman, because I see him post Anthony and I thought there's someone that actually cares and didn't even know him. And if you knew him, you'd have loved the guy, man.
Right. Yeah, go take your time, because I understand how hard this is. I talk to a lot of families, and it never gets easier to talk to family and friends. So I totally understand what you guys are going through. Again, like I said, I hope this podcast helps us. Hopefully, somebody out there sees this podcast. They know some information. Any of Anthony's friends, if you can remember anything around that time, anybody. Please call that.
He hung out with Johnny Motto. He hung out with Roger Dodger. Those were his buddies. Right. But they weren't around right then because Anthony had just moved to Outwater with that girl because she got pregnant. Because they did live in Chowchilla. That's how Anthony met her. She wasn't a local. You know what I mean? This family showed up, and then it's like they captured Anthony, and then they went to Outwater, and then Anthony was gone.
So how long did it take them for them to move away after he went missing?
It was within the year.
She moved to Sacramento. She went to school at UC Davis. That's where my brother's girlfriend, Sarah, at the time went. She was doing, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, because the last time I went there, I think it was in junior high. So that was years ago, because I'll be 35 this year. Mm-hmm. So I think she's a brain surgeon or something.
Wow.
Yeah. So she was a very smart girl, but I feel that she knows something that she doesn't want to tell, and whoever knows anything, I hope that they would come forward regardless of the consequences or anything, that just to bring peace to my family. My mom's not here to get justice. His dad, I don't really talk to my brother's dad, so I don't know how he feels about it or anything like that. I do know that he has a brother also named Anthony, who lives in Washington State, who did get a hold of me a while back asking me some questions, because he's overheard his dad talk about it. But there's been really no extra. I asked them to open up the case again in Outwater, and they said there wasn't enough evidence to do so. When I went in, I think it was back in 2020, I want to say 2019, 2020, I did go.
Well, like I said, I think one of the first steps is definitely getting that DNA. Definitely doing that DNA on Ancestry, and
and your blood will work, DJ, because you guys had the same mom.
Yeah, it definitely worked, and like I said, hopefully it yields something, because
I think he dropped one.
Yeah, I'm back. Somebody was trying to call me. I tell people, I just told them, I said, I'm doing a podcast. Don't call me. Okay. So what we said, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
So, okay, I know what I'm about to ask. Now, Anthony's son, have you guys met him? Does he know anything about his father?
I saw him when he was just barely a brand new baby, and then they were gone. And it took Cindy a while to catch up with him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think my mom pressed the issue a lot to see him. And so I feel like Sarah felt guilty. And so she allowed him around. But once she was able to really just move on, she moved on real fast. I know that he goes by Anna now. Okay. I do know that. I do have him as a friend on Facebook, but I don't know if he, wants to reach out, or I'm sure he knows about his dad, but I don't know if maybe that's too much for him. I don't know. I haven't talked to him.
What's he go by? Annan?
Well, I guess Anna Bass. Because Anna Bass. He goes by Anna Bass now. I actually seen his page.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm pretty sure he probably had some questions about who his dad is. It may be his mom that might not. That's probably keeping stuff in him, not telling him fully about it. But I'm pretty sure that he'll probably eventually, end up seeing something, or he'll find out, or he'll be intrigued as to what happened to his father, because all parents want.
He's got to be like 28 now, yeah.
Mm-hmm. He was born in 1996.
Yeah, that's how I know he's 28.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's 28 because Ricky's 29, and they were
a year
apart. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, what was the atmosphere like in Atwater when he went missing? Was it a big talk in the town, or was there anybody hardly saying anything?
Oh no, because no one knew him in Atwater. That wasn't his hometown. The talk was in Chowchilla, because we were all his friends. We're the ones that were going and looking for him.
Okay. Have you heard any places where he might be, or anything, or just nothing at all?
I've heard a few stories since growing up, because people like to talk, and they're like, oh,
you hear me?
So I've heard that he got killed because he was black and he was with a white girl, and that they tied cement to his feet and threw him in a lake, so his body wouldn't float up. And then I heard that they went to go rob like a weed farm up in the mountains, and my brother was caught, but Joel wasn't. So I feel like he's I don't, you feel it, I know he's not alive no more. Like, I can feel that. But like, where is he? Because people just vanish, but it's like somebody has to know something. So
he was so good looking. I always wonder if he didn't get put into the sex trade.
Oh yeah,
because he was a good looking man. Women threw themselves at him. He was beautiful, and I always thought, man, what if they sold him off to the sex trade just because he was so pretty? You know what I mean? We didn't know. We tried to think of anything,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the girls loved him.
Yeah, that makes sense too. Because I did hear about that. Everybody wanted my brother. I did hear that growing up.
Yeah.
Chowchilla's so little. They're like, man, if you would have knew your brother. And I'm like, I do not want to think about my brother like that.
Exactly.
He was fun.
There's always going to be somebody that brings that up.
Yeah, always. And I'm okay with that. Yeah.
And he was built like a brick house.
Look at her.
He was my age, so Hey, we had our moment.
You're on a podcast.
Right.
He's like, oh no.
That's how we started as boyfriend and girlfriend, but we realized we were just better friends. So we decided just to be friends. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, and I was pregnant right then, 18. My baby's dad was worthless. And, you know, Anthony was such a good friend. I had my own little place and he'd come by, he'd come up on some money, but he knew I was just there pregnant and alone. He'd come by. This was the last time I saw him before I went missing. He'd come by. It was probably like 3 or 4 days. And he's all, Sarah, what do you need? I go, I don't need nothing, Anthony. I got it. And he didn't have much of his own, but he still left me half of what he had as far as cash. And he goes, this is just in case you crave anything, because I was pregnant, you know? And and that was another thing. He was getting ready to be a dad. I was going to be a mom. You know what I mean? We were, yes, young, because we were 18 years old, but we were like, and we both were living in Outwater, and it was like, we were like, yeah, we're growing up. We're becoming adults, and we thought we were all cool, you know, and, you know, he was a great guy, man. You just couldn't ask for a better heart.
Yeah, you cherish your childhood, with especially your friends, your close friends. Those are the ones that you never forget, and you'll know as you get older, you'll know who you'll still be friends with. You know what I mean?
And me and him would have still been friends because we just clicked, man. We like the same things, but we realized we were just better friends. You know what I mean? Because we did like to hang out. He could bullshit with me and say, you know, I had to hear about all his girlfriends, Danya and Sarah. Yeah, whatever he needs off his chest, I had to hear it about him, you know. So. And I was the friend, so all the girls were scared of Cindy, Anthony, and DJ's mom. They wouldn't talk to Anthony or come over because they were scared of Cindy Shannon. And that's what Cindy loved about me, because I was like, I'm going to see Anthony. I don't give a shit what this lady says. And I was the only one ever brave enough to go knock on her door and tell her, I want to hang out with Anthony, you know? And so she let me in, and she goes, and I'd be worrying what they were doing in that room. But if she was brave enough to come over here, I have to let her in.
So like mom was a tough cookie.
Oh yeah,
no,
my mom, they called her Mean Cindy Jean, and they did that
Mean
for a reason.
Cindy Jean.
Mean Cindy Jean, yep.
Mean Cindy Jean, that's funny.
Yep.
That's what they called her.
Well, I'm glad to share some memories with y'all about Anthony and his mother. Because I know they're looking down and they're proud that you guys are continuing to fight, because a lot of times you get people after a case has been cold so long, they quit, they give up. I love when people don't give up. I love when they keep fighting. That's the only thing you can do. And we're gonna keep fighting until we get some kind of answers in Anthony's disappearance, because it'll be 30 years this year. That's a long time.
I know.
It's a long time. Long time.
Long time.
And it's so long for somebody to go missing without no answers at all. Yes, definitely. So, what do you guys want to see with the case like going forward? I mean, I know you said you want to see it opened up.
We did.
And I definitely
he just needs to go home. He needs to be home with his sister.
Question Joel again. Just question people, because yes, I agree. We're going to do that DNA test this week coming up too. That's the first thing we're going to do, and so that
Sounds
way,
good.
so we can get that ball rolling. Because, like, again, I'm not surprised that they didn't ask for a DNA, because they barely investigated the case at all.
Barely,
And I know your mom was frustrated a lot of times and brokenhearted because she never got any answers, because it seemed like she fought tooth and nails, to find answers about her son.
And even my
her only son, right?
No, my mom, she actually had a son before him, so this is her middle child, and then I'm her last. But her oldest, he passed away of crib death. When he was like 3 months old, and then it was my brother. And
okay, I got you.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
Cindy told me one time.
And you said
she goes, "It hurts to have lost 2 kids." She goes, "But at least my first, I know where he's at."
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. Mm. I can, as a parent, I can never imagine. I read a lot of these cases, and I'm like, I just be wondering how the parents feel. It's not really a feeling that they can describe. I just never want to be in them shoes.
I don't know how Cindy did it.
I don't know. My mom kept going for me. I can say that. My mom showed up to everything for me. She provided for me. Even though we did all those things, she never was not once there for me. Regardless of her feelings, what we were doing, she always made sure I was taken care of.
Yep, she did that for sure.
Mm-hmm. With the best that she knew how. And so I can say that. Yep.
But you did a lot of road dogging with your mom, beating them mountains looking for your brother. I know that.
Yeah, we did. So as to answer your question, I just want answers, for my family. A lot of my family isn't here anymore. My grandma would she slept from the time that my brother disappeared to the day that she died. My grandma slept right next to her telephone. She never slept in a bed since the day that my brother came up missing. She would always sleep by the phone waiting for his phone call. She never changed her number. She didn't move, nothing. That way, if my brother ever was just missing, that he would just come and walk home to her house. So I just want answers, for myself. So, I can maybe provide those to his son and just bring him home.
Right, and that's totally understandable. That you want answers.
Maybe dig up really what's going on, maybe what he was involved in, regardless of what it makes him look like. It doesn't matter what he was in, or if they're scared for people to know maybe a different side of my brother. I don't care what he was in or what he did. He was somebody's brother. He was somebody's dad. He was somebody's son. He was somebody's cousin. He was people's friends, and so he's a human, and I just want to know what happened to him.
Right. Definitely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Young, and he was young. He had his whole life ahead of him. And it's just
we had
sad.
our whole life ahead of us.
Yeah. And it's just sad that you don't get to grow up and experience things like marriage,
I don't.
on a home, all those type things.
He doesn't get to be an uncle to your babies, and he'd have been a good uncle. Know that.
Oh yeah, right. No, I wouldn't have done. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
He would have been overprotective too.
Yes. Oh yeah, he was very protective over me. My mom and everybody's told me stories where he's shown up.
Oh yeah, you were his.
Took me home, and yep.
Yep, because they had there was what was the age gap?
13.
DJ, years. 13 years. So he was proud of his little sister. Yeah, and what's funny is we all lived in the same little apartment complex. When I'd go over to Anthony's house to hang out with him at his house, and every time DJ'd see me, she'd see me and she goes, "My brother's home," or "My brother's not home."
I guess I used to tell her.
She always kept me, she made sure I knew if Anthony was home or not. She was little.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But I'm glad you have some memories that that you remember your brother by, and that you can sit back and laugh with them. Because sometimes we gotta laugh to keep from crying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. I've learned that. Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of memories with Anthony just because we were the same age. We, our little at our night activities, and all of us friends doing stupid stuff, because it was just that's in our little town we grew up where we felt safe, and what I mean, we knew we could go sneak out and creep through town, try not to get caught by the cops because we were minors out past curfew, because we'd be trying to sneak over to Roger's house or Johnny Motto's so we could go smoke some weed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just.
I know about all that, so trust me.
Mm-hmm. All that fun stuff, getting to grow up and be kids and do. And back then, we were kids growing up. We were different than the kids are now. We didn't have cell phones, and you know what I mean. We had to be kids and find stuff to do that wasn't so illegal that we had to worry about getting in trouble and going to juvenile hall.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Right. Yeah.
it was fun.
And I feel like I heard this too, and I could be wrong, but so I think the Atwater Police Department told me that my brother was arrested for something and he was like going to court during the time that he disappeared. And so I guess they looked at it as he was running away from, like his responsibilities or whatever it was.
I remember vaguely back then the cops asking Cindy, you think he would ran off because he's got some young girl pregnant and he ain't ready to be a dad? And I was like, no way. Because me and Anthony had talks about he was going to be a dad. I was going to be a mom. We were going to be aunt and uncles to each other's kids, And,
yeah,
it was.
Yeah, I don't think he ran off for a little charge either. Like you said, he had a son on the way. No, he's not running off.
And he loved his mom. He loved his little sister. He loved his grandma. His grandma was his person. You know what I mean? He would have never left without letting Wilma know he was going. Even if he planned on running away and taking off, if he'd have told anybody, it'd have been your grandma, DJ.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Or Roger Bankston. He'd have told him. They were best friends.
Yeah. I know every time Roger sees me, he cries.
Wow. That just shows that, that friendship will never die, and he always thinks about Anthony too. And I'm pretty sure his friends have wondered about his case too. All these years, no answers. So.
Tara, do you remember the guy's name? He was my brother's friend. I know that he was black, and he was crazy. I know he used to go to my grandma's house, and my grandma, I don't remember his name though. Do you remember his name?
From Chowchilla?
Yeah, I want to say Freddie, or I don't remember his name.
I think it was, so I can't remember his name either, but that kid had tied into somewhere with Anthony's dad. I don't know if it was Anthony's dad's friend's kid or, do you know what I mean? That,
Yeah.
But I can't remember his name, but he was a good kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, he wasn't like bad. He was just very hyper. Like a hyper.
Yes, he was funny and shit. He used to make us laugh, but yet I can't remember his name. Okay. I totally forgot about him till right now.
Because I remember.
Because he wasn't around.
Grandma's house.
Huh?
He used to show up to grandma's house. I do remember that.
Yeah.
And you said he wasn't around when Anthony went missing?
No.
Okay. So everything.
No, Anthony moved. Anthony all said those people landed in town. They were there, maybe a year? At the most, because Anthony was dating Danya, and then him and Danya broke up, and he started dating that Sarah girl, and then bam, she was pregnant, and they moved to Outwater, and then within a couple months of that, Anthony was missing, and within a couple months, it don't even seem like the events from her showing up in Chowchilla, them starting dating, because him and Danya broke up, because Danya was that was the love of his life.
That was his girl. Yeah.
Yeah. For us being 18, if he loved any of the girls that he'd been around, she was it. You know what I mean? And got Sarah knocked up, and he liked Sarah, you know what I mean? But she ended up pregnant so fast, it just kind of threw him but he was going to be there, his dad wasn't around much, so Anthony didn't know his own dad really well. And so I don't think he would abandon that baby because he wanted to be there for him because his dad, Anthony had a good stepdad. DJ's dad treated Anthony like his own kid. You know what I mean? Okay. So, but his real father, all kids yearn for the real father, no matter how great the father figure is there, But it just... There's so much mystery to it, and it happened so fast. Within a year's time from him meeting that girl in Chowchilla, then them being in Outwater and her leaving, that's about how long it took. Wow. You know what I mean? They showed up out of nowhere, and I don't know, you probably don't know much about Chowchilla, but at that time, it was very rare for someone to move into town. You know what I mean? There was no work there.
I heard that they moved because they were running from Sarah's dad.
See, that's what I heard too.
I heard that they moved to Chowchilla because they were running from Sarah's dad. Then Sarah's dad found them, and so they all moved in, I guess, in Atwater or something. But I don't know because I was so little. So
yeah, that's what happened, and that's what I heard too. So and then I heard that he found him in Atwater and stuff, and that's when he found out his daughter was pregnant, and he wasn't happy about it.
Mm-hmm.
But Sarah did say she left with Joel, or he left with Joel, and there was the other guy, I wish I could remember his name to save my life. He said they were all getting ready to go fishing, and he got ditched.
Yeah, I'll look into that. I'll try to see. What angel are you talking about?
Angel Corey.
Angel Corey, okay. I'll ask Andonia.
She was from Alwater. I went to when my parents moved out onto Buhack. Mm-hmm. I went to school with her. We were good friends, but we had a falling out over political stuff. So but yeah, if you could get a hold of her and because she had a baby with that guy.
Okay.
So she remembers name and stuff. I wish I just can't remember it. I'm sorry. I'm old. It happens. I'm almost 50 years old.
I'm what happens. I can't remember some stuff neither. So
I think we dropped him.
I think so. I don't know.
I'm glad you responded to this guy, DJ, because I watched him.
Yeah, no, Ricky sent me a screenshot and said, "Hey, my mom said to get a hold of these people that they want to help you," and so I messaged him. I told Ricky, "Thank you." So thank you, because you don't know.
Yeah. Well, I've seen him. I've seen them post about Anthony. Every about 6 months it pops up. He shares it. And then when I commented on that, one guy got a hold of me and told me what story Joel's wife had told him. I said, here, maybe.
Can you send me that guy's name, please? Just so I can.
I'll have to, you're going to send me friends request or whatever.
Okay. I can do that.
And then, I'll share it to you.
I think we did lose him.
I think so too. I love you.
I love you too.
Send me friends request.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I got back.
You're back.
Okay, there you are.
Knock me off. Yeah. Sometimes the phone calls knock me off. Like I can tell 10 people I'm on a podcast and they'll still call me. I hate that so much.
And they still call you.
Yeah. I'm like I said, I was listening to you guys because I can still hear you. I am glad that you did respond to my messages. Yes, and I have been posting Anthony like nonstop for probably like the last years, and I do that purposely. I never post one case one time because it's always that first time you may miss somebody, and then the next time a relative or somebody might pop up. Like I sent you messages last year out of my personal inbox, Klein Williams. You probably didn't know who I was at the time, Dolores.
Probably not, but I'll have to go look.
Yeah, so that was me trying to get a hold of you guys last year. But like I said, again, I'm glad you guys responded to this and we were able to do this broadcast. And I sincerely hope that somebody out there in Atwater or Chowchilla comes forward, whether it be his friend or somebody that knows Joel.
The truth lies with Joel.
Somebody knows something. Just got to find out who.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I appreciate both of you guys, for doing
Joe's
this
never
and
been
taking
included,
time.
right?
What happened?
Joe's never been included. I mean, he's never been named as a suspect.
Nope, never been named a suspect.
I don't think nobody was named as a suspect because they just put it as he ran away.
Okay, he's never been named as a suspect, right?
No. They never even I don't think there was a case of really, they went after anybody because they, like I said, he was young, he got this girl pregnant. Was he running from that? Was he, it was just they didn't, they didn't take it serious. I don't think so much because it was black. He was black. Because right then in that area, I lived in that area, and there wasn't like a lot of racism.
Okay.
It was California. We'd gotten past a lot of that. Yes, there was still racist people, but I remember I don't think it was that. They thought he took off because he knocked up this girl.
Okay, I get. Okay, that's okay.
You know what I mean? And he didn't want to be a dad, and
Right.
I do know Anthony had recently got in trouble for something. I just can't remember what it was. It might have been for
I'm gonna have to
possession of
find the police
pot.
report because my friend, she did go with me and she's here with me, so she remembers some of the police report. But I'm gonna have to look it and send it to you, so that way we can all maybe look into it. Maybe we might recognize names or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, and then too, I'm pretty sure after this, we may find out more information. If we have to come back and do a part 2 or something, or some more information, that's totally fine. I'm with whatever we're trying to find out what happened to him. I'm with whatever. I'll help you out the best I can.
The truth lies with Joel.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
I said the truth lies with Joel.
And I totally agree that that the truth lies with Joel. I think the truth has always lied with him. I think he's been running around, and I can't remember where I support that, but I heard he's locked up right now for assault and the stolen car. I had to search those records, but sent me. I just haven't been able to find it in my inbox, but they said that he was currently locked up.
So. He could be because
I don't know. I don't know where he would be at. I know that I've looked him up, but I know that I think he has a son with the same name, and so I really wasn't.
Yeah, and I got a contact with the son one time, trying to pretend like I was Joel's friend.
Yeah.
This was probably about 10, 15, maybe even 20 years ago, and I was acting like I was his dad's friend, and where was he? Because I was going to have some people go snag him up. And that way I could ask him, where's my friend? And I tried to have someone snag him up right out of the jail. But the guy sat there and waited for him to get released, and he never got released. And then we found out they let him out earlier because he was in fear of his life of the Bass family.
My brother. Yeah. Do you know if my brother's dad lived in town during that time, Kara, or no?
I don't know. You know who know that? Debbie Jackson.
Okay, I'll talk to
Debbie Roan. She would know that. She even knows where his parents used to live. She don't know if he still lives there or not, because
they live in Washington. I know that.
Okay.
Now, well, they did years ago. I'm gonna try to find his brother too, and maybe see if he'll do a DNA test as well.
Right. But like the dad situation, he was a trucker. I remember that. And who's to say he didn't pay Joel a bunch of money to deliver him to him? You don't know. You know what I mean? We don't know. And until Joel's ready to talk, we'll never know. But the truth lies with Joel.
It does. So is there anything else you guys have further before we sign out?
No, I just asked that if anybody sees this that knows anything to please contact us or the police department and report it, so that way we can have answers. They can stay anonymous. They don't have to tell us their name or nothing. Just be anonymous. Just help me bring my brother home.
Yeah.
Right. Please help this family, get some answers to the disappearance. It'll be 30 years this year on August 28th, 1995, that 18-year-old Anthony Bass Jr. went missing from Atwater, California. Please, if anybody has any information about his disappearance, please do not hesitate to reach out to the Atwater Police Department or even reach us here. I want to thank Tara, and I also want to thank got a little cough there. I'm sorry, Tara Dolores.
DJ.
I got DJ. I'm sorry, I got a little tongue tied there. But I want to thank you guys so much for coming on this podcast and sharing Anthony's story. You guys have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. How you doing? Today we're here with Edward Edward Sosa to discuss the St. Louis Jane Doe who was found on February 28th, 1983, in an abandoned apartment building in St. Louis, and she is named now as Precious Hope, right?
Yes, sir.
Precious Hope is her name. So, can you tell us about this case? Because I know she was found on February 28th, 1983. So, what were the exact details and how was she found?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was a Monday, and it was around noon. So the original story was two men driving through a drug infested neighborhood. Truck broke down, so they went into a vacant building looking for a pipe to fix it or whatever. What I found during my research didn't add up to that story. They really were 18 and 19 years old. They lived a half a block away, and they were attending a family barbecue, and they kind of snuck off, and they were just in the building looking to see if there were any pipes that they could scrap or anything like that. So they go into the vacant building through the back, the alley, because the front was boarded up, the windows were boarded up. And as they go in, they get to the second room on the right hand side, and it's a boiler room, but they really can't see because it's dark. So as they're going in, they light up a cigarette to smoke, and they see something on the ground, and it ends up being a body. They don't notice at that point that it's actually headless. They just notice the body. So they run back out and they go back to the barbecue, and they tell their sister, it's the youngest one's sister, Mr. Thompson. It's the cousin of the other one, and she doesn't believe him. She's only 20 years old.
Okay.
So she told me that a group of them decided to go back and see. She said she knows it was around 6, could have been 10, but more than 6. So they go, and as they get there, they find the body, and they're all looking under matches and everything, and the body's covered by some leaves, and they go to dust the body off, and as she swipes where the head should be, there's no head there. So at that point, they all get out and they run back to the house and all of that. So they were kind of some of the weed sellers in the neighborhood and stuff. So they didn't want to call the police. So they made the two guys that actually found the body, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Harris, call the police, and that's how everything got started. The detectives ended up getting to the building around 1:30-ish, 2 o'clock, and that's when everything just begins to unfold.
Okay, and so she was found, and what's the estimated age that they're saying that she is?
So the estimate age is between 8 to 11 years old.
Mhm.
Uh, the forensic pathologist I had actually look at it, and again, she's going on the reports, but she believes the age is closer to 9.
Okay. So age is closer to 9. Now,
Yeah.
where is the case? Because I know it's been 4 decades now, as 42 years exact. Where is the case and like going on now? Because I know people on my page always inquire about this case. Like it's one of the, and they always bring up your your documentary and how good it was. So like, where's the case at now?
So right now, the the detective who was on the case for a long time, which was Detective McGlynn, actually retired last year. He was forced to retire because he was 65 years old, so he aged out. There's a younger female detective that's on the case now, and she's doing a lot of work. The case has been with Parabon, which is a genetic genealogy place, for about 8 to 10 years, and they've found hundreds of relatives, just not enough to be close enough to the child to know who she actually was. So
Okay.
there are relatives in St. Louis, there are relatives outside of St. Louis. And in the documentary, they talk about the two closest relatives that they found in genealogy. Now, they're direct descendants. Why they wanted to talk about them. But again, neither one of those two were even still alive. Both of them had passed on. It was over 100 years ago, and they actually didn't. The family members that were monitoring those didn't want to proceed with the police, so they did take it out of the genealogy database.
So okay, so that was going to be my question too, because I did hear that they found some family members. They just didn't want to cooperate.
Yes, that is true. Uh, One of them flat out told them no and took it out of the database, and the other one told them yes, but then never responded to him again. So, and again, we're not saying that's a direct link, but they were the closest relatives that had been found in Jed Match to that point.
Now, do they believe she's from St. Louis or she's outside of St. Louis?
They're not ruling out St. Louis, but uh, one of the best leads that they've had in a long time probably puts her outside of St. Louis.
So somebody, yeah, transported her there and did all that, knowing that it would be hard to identify her because once she's not from the area, nobody, because I think they checked all the area for missing kids, and
Mhm.
I mean it's a lot of theories of who it could be, but honestly,
Right.
nobody really knows who it is.
Yeah, nobody really knows 100%. Some of the things that are out there have been debunked, but a lot of people just go with the theories rather than to go and research and see that some of them actually couldn't have happened. Like you hear Vernon Brown a lot, but he wasn't even in St. Louis at the time, and he's actually, I could point you in a direction to show that the police actually ruled him out as a suspect. Again, they don't know 100%, but they're pretty sure it wasn't him. There was only one cop that really believed it was Vernon Brown,
Mm.
and he probably, in my opinion, was just trying to get somebody to confess, and he figured a guy on death row, once he died, the case would die with him. Again, that's my opinion what that officer was doing, but he's the only one that really believed it was Vernon Brown.
Okay, okay. So like, do you think this case will like not get closed? Will you think she'll get identified anytime soon? Do you see it happening this year, next year, or you just don't know?
You know, I do think it's soon. Two and a half years ago, I thought it would be within 2 years. And I'll say now, 2 years later, we're closer than we were 2 years ago. But I do think it'll be in just a couple years. Within a couple of years, she'll be identified.
And are they still currently doing DNA testing on her body and stuff like that, or I mean, using her DNA for different things?
Yeah, so they are still, actively working this case. So for the people that think they aren't, the police are doing a lot. Of course, they can't say everything that they're doing to the public, but they are working on it. And as far as DNA, like they wouldn't have to exhume her body again. Something I thought was pretty cool was because of my film, Brian McGlynn, who was the head detective on the case back then, had reached out to the National Missing and Exploited Children and asked if they had any additional information with the release of the documentary, and they said no, they didn't. However, they asked him would he want a piece of her femur back, because they still had some of her bones that they had taken from the first exhumation. So if they had to do any other testing, they wouldn't have to exhume her again. They already have a piece of her bone in evidence that they could use for that testing, which I think is pretty cool.
Right. One thing I haven't seen is an artist rendering it. Did anybody do like an artist, what she may look like in life?
So Parabon is the one who actually do the phenotype images based upon the DNA. However, they don't do it on children under the age of 14, as features aren't fully developed, and whatever image they would put out could look 1,000% different than what the child actually did look like. There's gristle in your nose that hasn't developed yet the size of your ears. So there's just not enough evidence for a child for them to do that. So there is no rendering.
And you say Parabon is the only one that's in charge of it. So, like, say if somebody like missing, like, say if a different organization was involved, would they be able to do that, or would they do that, or is it the same rule as they wouldn't do it on a child?
I believe it's the same rule. I know that's definitely Parabon's rule, but there's an exclusive contract with Parabon and the St. Louis Police Department, so that's who they're using. And Parabon is one of the best. And the genealogist that's working on the case, which is CC Moore, is probably the top genealogist in the country, if not the top, one of the top few. And she's had her own show on, I think, ABC or CBS. So, I mean, she's solved over 200 cases worldwide. So they got the right person working on it. And I know she works hard and is actively working.
Okay. And so why do you? I mean, well, nobody really knows anything about like why people do these things, but why do you think they picked St. Louis of all places? Do you think it was just a place they just dumped her at, or they just?
Well, there's several ways you could look at that. So, people theorize that maybe they knew the building and that's why they chose that building. Could possibly be that. However, the location of the body was just at the bottom of the stairs, just one to the second doorway, so one doorway away from the front. So even if they didn't know the building, it's almost right there, and they just dumped the body. The body was upside down right inside of a doorway. So you can look at that several different ways. Either they just threw her there, or it could be a message to the community, like, if you continue to talk, this will happen to you too. So it's really your perspective on what you think happened and the location of the body. I know I hear a lot of people talking about, oh, the body was in the corner or whatever, but it really wasn't. It was just inside of the doorway. And if you need evidence of that, you can go to my Instagram, which is 314 Bird Studios, and I actually have a photo, well, one of the photos from the evidence department showing where the body was located right inside of the door.
Okay, right. So after all these years, do you guys think you can one? I mean, I know you could probably find an identity. Do you think you could possibly find out who killed her too, or is that like another story for another day?
I think they could. Identification is going to be what you need first to know who she was, to put who was in her life and how it could have occurred around it. I do think that's the second part of everything, is finding out who actually committed the murder. But we got to get her name back first. And
Right.
and
I think
first.
I think that when that does happen, like that'll probably be like one of the talks of the town, like every town, because like I said,
Oh, absolutely.
so many people, actually know. They asked me a couple times, to cover a case, and I be sharing the stuff that President Sullivan has sent to me, and the story is really unique. I remember it as a kid growing up, and I remember when I got older, I thought she I had been identified until I started getting into these missing person cases, and I'm like, oh wow, she's still unsolved. But I know it's possible because I seen, the boy in the box. he's identified as 60-something years. And I see other cases 41 years, 30 years, so of different magnitude. So I know that one day she'll definitely be identified.
Yes, sir. I totally believe the exact same thing.
So what like what would you like to see with the case going forward? What would you like to see?
You know, one thing I'd like to see is people looking more into actually researching the case, finding out the updates and the details. There's a lot of times with people that post information or do YouTube videos, even podcasts, they're regurgitating old information from old podcasts or old sources, which kind of hindered the case too, because I just seen a video 2 days ago and they're still talking about spina bifida occulta. But if you watch the documentary, they kind of tell you in there, that was somebody made that up and it got attached to the case. Like she didn't have spina bifida occulta. And, that can affect the case because somebody could have heard of this 20 years ago, but because they thought the child had spina bifida, they can say, oh, that wasn't my niece. So they never re-looked into it again. So just getting those facts right is what's going to help solve the case. I do really, really appreciate how many people are vested into wanting to see her name uh, get back to her, as well as people like yourself that do it for more than just one child. So I mean, it's very commendable, and people need to appreciate you and what you do more.
Right. Thank you. And I agree with that sentiment about getting the right information out. Because a lot of times like you said, I even watch YouTube cases on some of the stuff that I've done, and I go
Mhm.
there and none of the information matches up, and then here you are, you have it out here. People think that this case is this way when it's not that.
Right.
This child's been unidentified and for 4 decades. And let me ask you a question: do you think she was ever reported missing or no?
Well, like the case says, she never matched any missing person reports. I
Right.
don't think so. Again, it's one of those things we just don't really know. And people try to attach her to a lot of different cases. Sharon Cole has came up a lot, which was a little girl who went missing 3 days before her body was found. Now she's been genetically ruled out as the St. Louis Jane Doe, but she went missing February 25th, 1983, out in New York. She was wearing a pair of jeans and I believe a pair of jeans, but she had on a gold sweater. And of course, the St. Louis Jane Doe had on a yellow sweater. One misconception is people always say that she was in the basement 4 to 5 days. If you actually read the mold report, they say that it takes 3 days for this mold to grow. So she was probably honestly down there for 3 days. So again, this is just an opinion. This is just me trying to apply my brain to the situation. So if I'm a killer and I see on the 25th that a child is missing in New York wearing a gold sweater, and I want to throw the police off to the murder I just committed, as I decapitate her, if I put a yellow sweater on her because I don't have a gold one, but it's close to gold, then I believe I'm going to draw the police mind instantly to the missing. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that could be why the sweater's on there. Because we have to remember in 1983, V-necks weren't a woman's fashion. They were a man's fashion. They really didn't enter the mindset of the woman fashion industry until about 1986. They were developed in the mid 60s for men. If a woman, even at that time, wore a V-neck sweater, there'd always be an undershirt. So why would they choose the sweater as opposed to a secondary shirt she would have wore with this sweater? Plus, in the research, we found out it is a men's sweater. So
Okay, and that's funny that you say Sharon Cole, because right before we went live, and I was researching some more of the case, Sharon Cole name came up,
yeah, yeah, a
and
lot of
people were
people,
speculating.
yeah. But she was one of the first to have been ruled out. She's been ruled out for a long time. Like
Okay, so
like
I'm
yeah.
glad you said that because I know a lot of time they don't update rule outs, and it's a lot of these different sites like Charlie Project and different like that. They don't
Mhm.
update the stuff, the information. So a lot of old information is out there, and I noticed that with a lot of my missing persons cases. That's why I actually reached out to the family to get the actual update because we just did a case 29 years, the guy missing, and there was like little to no information at all on him.
Mhm.
It took me reaching out to the family to get more
Mhm.
information. So I think in today's missing person case, you have to literally reach out to the family or get the facts straight because you don't want no information to be misinformed to the public.
Absolutely,
Mm.
absolutely. And and I'm sure that you can speak on this too. It kind of gets frustrating when you work so hard to get the facts lined up, and people would rather believe a lie you cannot prove than the truth you can prove. So
I think it's a phenomenon with lying or stretching the truth, especially when it comes to things like this, because people and I don't say this, okay, people want to see the case solved, and then I've also heard people say, no, I don't want to see it solved because it's been unsolved for so long. Like she deserves her name back, so you
yeah,
can't
that
have it. You can't have it that way. I think some people think this is like
absolutely.
some type of.
Or
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, no, I'm sorry, I cut you off. I was going to say, in all honesty, whether they solve the case or not, as long as she gets her name back, at least she would have peace. You know what I mean? So
Right, right. But also I also thought about this too. And like when her name does come out, what if she is one of the missing children that we have posted, and then we just never knew? Do you see that? I mean, do you see that could happen, or that might happen?
you know, in so I researched this 8 to 10 hours a day every day for
Okay.
almost 2 years, 20
Hmm.
straight months.
Okay.
And I looked at so many, and even since then I've done a lot of
Okay.
research, especially with who reached out to you, Cheyenne. She does a lot of work with me and has done some for me. She's big into trying to do family trees and stuff, and she can tell you we've went down some avenues where everything lines up, and you just don't know what it is you're missing. Like there's other details that we know that aren't out there publicly, and yeah, like I wish I had funding because I think I could get better information in probably 6 to 9 months than what we currently have. Knowing where to go and what to look for, but I'm privately funded, so some of the stuff I need to do, I just am not able to do.
I get it. I totally understand. If if you're just joining us, we're here talking with Edward Bart Sursa about the St. Louis Jane Doe. He did a documentary called Our Precious Hope. It's on IDMB right now. Where else can they find this documentary at?
Oh, so we're on 22 streaming sites, some of which are Amazon Prime, Tubi, Exumo, Plex, the Reveals. We're on the Roku channel. If you have a TCL TV from Walmart, we're actually on the guide channel for that. I mean, you can find us pretty much anywhere. Fire TV, Apple TV. So it's out there. You just have to look for it. And Amazon does try to charge $1 for it. I'm just saying this: if you could just watch the movie for the details, look at one of the free sites like Tubi or whatever. You're going to see the same movie. Doesn't matter to me which way you see it or whatever, as long as the information's out there.
Right. It's been 42 years. 42 years. That's 4 decades that she has been unidentified, and it shouldn't have took this long. But like he said, whenever she does get her name back, then she'll be at peace, and then from there, the police can kind of go back and trace her family tree. And I'm pretty sure once they get her name back, and I think the person that went to great lengths to have her concealed like that didn't want her unidentified. I mean, identified because they might have solved the case right away.
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, I agree with you. It's either that or she had a distinguishing mark that would help them to solve it quickly, like maybe a mole on her face or something. Now, the forensic pathologist I had look at it, she told me that she believed that the person that did this wasn't really a murderer. These are more signs of a serial rapist, and this is one of their first victims. And she believed that the decapitation was because of the relationship to the person. So the decapitation was to hide that relationship. Look
I
into a
get what you're
serial
saying.
rape
Okay.
find it. Yeah. So
And I've seen so many cases where a mom's boyfriend was the last, seen with a child, and then they're not seen anymore. So I get what you're saying in that aspect of
yep.
what happened to her. I thought the same thing because like just how she was discarded and
Yep.
all that. It's like it was personal. Like she knew the person. So you think she
Yeah.
knew the person?
I agree.
You think?
I agree.
Okay. Okay. You think she knew the person? Okay. Okay. And
If I had to bet money, I would bet money that the family's involved. Am I right? I can't say that, but it just all the telltale signs are there that the family was involved.
and they yeah. And a lot of times it's like that. Like I know another case I was just we seen about the little boy found in I believe it was Virginia, Massey Creek, 1972. They just identified him too, but they haven't released his name yet. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's just so many endless possibilities to her being identified, and that's one of the this honestly. I mean, I like to see all these cases solved or the people identified and they found, but this is one of the ones that I think I've been following like almost my whole childhood because cases like this help me get into what I'm doing now and want to help people.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yes. So what else do you? I mean, you have anything else you would like to share with the audience about the case and the documentary?
So the documentary came about because I was probably the same age as the little girl when it happened. So I was around
Okay.
8 or 9 years old, and I can remember that day my mom coming outside and saying, "You need to come in the house. They're cutting little kids' heads off." And I just remembered it. And over the years, I would look into the case, talk about it with my mom, and just kind of see what happened. But then I ended up getting COVID in 2021. I was in the hospital for almost 5 weeks. And at that time, people weren't coming in. You couldn't have visitors or anything
I
like that.
remember.
Yep. And so I'm just saying my thoughts, and I just told myself, like, if I died now, I would have did nothing to help this little girl. So I made a promise that if I'd lived, I'd get out and make it. So I got out and I sold my car to buy the equipment and start the research. Now, me saying that, I want to be very clear. Like, I had a second car, so it wasn't like a big sacrifice I was doing. Because I've told that story before, and then I see the naysayers. Oh, he gave up everything. No, I'm not saying that. I said to get the equipment and things I needed, I did sell a car that I had, and that's how I began my process because I wanted to make the film. And one of the best pieces of advice I ever got was just get it on film, worry about everything else later. So the I reached out to some people. I got some great interviews. I put out like a little YouTube video at first for about 45, 50 minutes, and I got like 30,000 views in like 6 days. So the National Missing Exploiting Children reached out to me, and they were like, would you consider giving your research to the Discovery Channel? And I'm like, I was flattered, but at the same time, I was like, you know what? If they're asking me for my research, I must have something. So I just wanted to continue focusing on that research. And they told me, well, but they asked what I was doing next, and I told them, well, this is what I'm doing next. And the lady told me, no, you need to stick to doing this. That's not the whole story. See what you can find out. And I did. So I stuck with that project, and I found out a lot that people didn't know. Like, no, everybody assumed that the psychic had actually stolen the sweater by making a comment that it was lost in the mail. Well, her comment was, if the police didn't have it, it must have gotten lost in the mail because she did what she was supposed to do. And it wasn't until my documentary that the police finally admitted that they did receive it back at the police station and they lost it there. So,
Okay, so the sweater actually came back and then they lost it there. Now,
yep, end of
now
them.
how did they lose the sweater?
So, if you in the documentary when he's mentioned it, he says that he's got the signed receipt by a person that still works at the police station to this day. and they just don't know what happened to it after it was signed back in the police station. In
So could
talking,
it possibly? So could it possibly be lost? And they possibly, if I mean, I thought, I mean, I know it's been a lot of years now. Do you think that somewhere it could be somewhere in that police station they haven't found it?
let I gotta watch my words here.
Okay.
Let's just say they know it came back, and no one will ever find it. But
Okay. Okay.
they know
Okay. I
it was
got.
there.
Okay. I get
So
what you're saying.
yeah, I can't go into details, but they
Oh,
know it
right,
came.
right, right. Totally, totally. Okay, okay. That's totally understandable because I know this is still an open case, and
Mhm.
like I tell people a certain time, like a lot of times we don't put everything in the post because some stuff we're not allowed to release. And some people tell
Mhm.
us to keep confidentiality. That's what we've been doing for so long. So a lot of things I don't put. I will not put in the post. Some things I'll leave out. So I totally understand some things you can't talk about.
Yeah.
Okay. So we talked about the documentary.
Mhm.
Um. So you've been working on this for how long now? I mean, I think you told me 2 years, right? You said, or no,
Yeah.
longer.
Well, I've been working on it since constantly since February of 2021,
Okay.
like nonstop. Even after the documentary, I didn't go into as much time, but
Hmm.
we still put in hours every week on trying to figure this out. Like Cheyenne's put in a lot of hours. One of my researchers that helped me out is a lady named Meriwether, and she actually has put in a lot of time. She developed timelines and everything else, uh, so that really helped out because she took the first piece that I put out on YouTube and organized everything into like a police timeline. So
Okay.
that was awesome to have because, like in my research, my timeline I was going with was from interview to interview, what happened and placing things in. So, that secondary eyes was awesome. And like I said, Cheyenne does to almost every week she's doing at least 3 or 4 family trees trying to figure out where the people came from. So we do know that
Okay.
the families come from uh Freestone, Texas,
Freestone,
and
Texas.
yep, and Calverton, Alabama. So there's genetic links there going back in the bloodline. uh we do know that the Alabama family went through Memphis, but we do not know how the Freestone, Texas family and the Calverton, Alabama family actually met, where they met, or how the child ended up in St. Louis. But those are
Okay.
starting points uh, for this.
But somebody out there definitely knows, and I'm pretty sure. And I always say this: I think people sometimes watching these YouTubes and Facebooks, I think they sometimes the people that actually are part of these crimes or know these things actually watch their stories being told.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. I totally agree with you.
Yes, yes. If you're just joining us, we're talking with Edward Barsosa about the St. Louis Jane Doe found on February 28th, 1983. He did a documentary, Our Precious Hope, and the documentary is streaming on 22 different sites. And we're here just discussing the case and the documentary. And Mr. Sosa has just been telling us about the case, what's been going on with it, and where it stands at today. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Are you getting any questions or anything people want me to answer? Like, I could talk about this all day. I know we
That's
don't
what I'm
have much
asking.
time,
Yeah,
but
I'm not seeing anybody in the comments right now. But
yeah.
most likely, because what I'll do with this podcast is I run like a new podcast. I'll run it a couple of times. Like I'll run it again after we're done. I'll run it again, and then I'll
Mhm.
run it again for the whole weekend. So people will see it. So if they
Yeah,
don't see
absolutely.
it now, they'll definitely see it when it gets rerun.
Absolutely. And I'm open to, if you get any questions anytime, you can reach out to me because I love talking about this case because the more that we talk about it, We're not going to let her die, and that's what's key. We can't let this situation die because she disappeared for many years. Like people stopped talking about her for a long time. We just can't let that happen again. We got to keep her in the public light.
I agree. Yes, you didn't hear her name for a while, and that typically happens with a lot of these type cases where you don't hear about them for a while. I think social media is a good tool in bringing back these cases. 'Cause a lot of these cases are being revived, and I like to see when other people are covering them besides me, which is good and actually get information right because I've seen that a lot, and it helps to get the information out there.
Absolutely. Totally agree. And with you having missing black people, I'll tell you some racist elements that happen in this, not to make people mad, but just to understand what St. Louis was like in 1983. So even though the FBI called this the worst case in St. Louis history, this is an African American little girl between 8 to 11. The next day in the newspaper, she wasn't even front page news. She was on page 4H in the newspaper. And I say that because 1 week later, a white child was spanking to the point where they had to go to the hospital, and that child was on the front page. That child was not decapitated. That child was not dead. Just got beaten to a point that he had to go to the hospital, and he made the front page. And a murdered, decapitated little black girl didn't even make the front page. I think that's crazy to me. Not only that night on the news, her story didn't even appear till after the first commercial break because the entire first part of the news was because February 28th, 1983 was the last day that the television show MASH actually aired their final episode.
So
They covered MASH rather than covering the decapitation of a little African American girl.
that's sickening, and that's one of the reasons why my page is the name it is. And I get a lot of people that come at me about it, but I'll never change the name because I did that for a reason because we truly are the forgotten. A lot of cases have been. If I had $1 for every time somebody came on my page and said this is the first time I heard this case, I would have a lot of money because that's just how it is. A lot of these cases just didn't get no airtime at all. Didn't get no airtime. Nobody talks about, like you said, no news. It's always the typical white woman syndrome where
Mhm.
blacks are always pushed to the back. Now, I know sometimes some white people their cases are not investigated, but the majority of the African American women, children, and men cases, they're not they're not publicized or put on the news or anything like that. And then if they do, they're always at the end of a show. Like
Mhm.
like a show like American Most Wanted, they used to have missing children at the very end, a spot second. I always I always said that never made no sense because they're there for a second and then they're gone.
Yep. I mean,
So
we can even. I mean, it's that way in almost everything when it comes to almost like a second class citizen when it comes to crime. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what it is, but even the police in treating this, even though Colonel Atkins, who was the first ever African American homicide chief of homicide detective, head of
mm,
homicide, he was African American, but when they would post in papers, they would post in Ebony, they would post in Jet. So even their posting was in magazines that were just for African Americans. You know, I wish they would have thought broader so that other people could have eyes on it, but it just seemed like it was pushed only to the African American community, which in the African American community at that time, I'll share something with you that I thought was unique in my research. Let me get a drink here.
okay.
So this is what was unique to me. When I talk about, so part of the case is her body was found with 2 coats of fingernail polish. Here's where socioeconomics comes to play in this situation. If I were to ask a rich white lady about it,
Mm,
she would say that that's a little girl playing dress up. Conversely, if I was to ask a Hispanic family or an African American family that was poorer, they would say that it's a little girl being fast. So that's fascinating to me that depending on how much money you have, that could be either a little girl playing or a little girl trying to be sexualized. So we have to understand where she fit economically to understand why her nails were painted. Was she sold into trafficking? Well, if they were poor, probably so. That's why the nails were painted. If they were rich, it was just a little girl playing. So, not knowing her family, we don't know which way the fingernail polish would fall, if that makes sense.
No, I totally understand, and your sentiment and how you put it is totally how it would go. Like you said, people would say they fast, or they say two different ways that you put it. That's usually how it is. I mean, it's a shame how it's put that way, but it's been going on for so long. It's been going on for decades, for years.
Oh, absolutely. And then even if you listen to CC Moore in the documentary, she thinks they may be dealing with a misattribution of family. So to explain that in the way she's trying to explain it is that we got to remember in the 80s, people had extended families that may not have been their families. Like you may have had a play uncle or a play aunt. So it's a good possibility that this child was raised with somebody who wasn't in her bloodline. It could have been a married in-law that just doesn't share the same DNA as her. So they wouldn't be able to find the link because genetically there wasn't one.
Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, but yeah. So I'm sorry. What was the last part you were saying?
I was saying that we got to remember in the 80s that there were like play family relationships. And so one of the things that CC Moore has been thinking about is that this child may have been raised by somebody that does not have a genetic link to her, like
Okay.
a married in-law or something like that. So
Okay.
it's harder to find out who she was if she was raised by somebody who doesn't have the same DNA markers.
So she could be adopted too.
Could be adopted, could be an illegitimate child, could be a lust baby. There's a lot of things. And, there's rumors that Homer G. Phillips here in St. Louis around that time even had a baby selling scandal. Again, those are rumors. There's stuff out there people can research, but there's all types of possibilities. And where she was found, so in St. Louis, and I know other cities have it as well, but there's the Del Mar divide. So Del Mar, as you drive down the street, on one side is really rich and the other side is really poor. She was found on the poor side, but only like 3 streets away from the rich side. So it could have been one of the things where she was adopted living with a rich family and they just took her a few blocks over and dumped her off. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities here.
Yeah, I think the possibilities in this case are endless. Like I mean, a lot of cases are like that, but this one right here, like you said, is endless, and there's so many.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I agree that people shouldn't get caught up on theories or believe rumors. Go to the documentary and watch. Go to the documentary and watch the documentary, and everything that's in there. And I say this to to the YouTubers that are doing these stories and not getting the information right. The Our Precious Doe documentary tells everything, and everything in there is factual and truthful.
Yeah, and I made it a point that whatever I put in there, there is either a doctor, a police person, or there's somebody verifying that information to show that this is real. You know what I mean? And I also wanted to make sure that I put faces to names because in this story, like even when I first started my research, you would hear all these names, but you didn't know who they were. So I took extra time to get pictures of everybody so that people could see who actually participated in this case. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of elements and a lot of layers to it that, I don't get me wrong, I watched documentaries my whole life coming up, and I tried to take things that really resonated with me and to include them in this.
I agree. I watched documentaries my whole life too. I don't care what kind of documentary I was on it. I was always doing it. And I said, one day I would getting to them, but also too they're a lot of work too.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Documentaries, and people think that it's just a walk around the park. It's not a walk around the park at all. At all with documentary, it takes a lot of work with anything. You know, you don't want to just put any information out there. And like you said, the information has to be factual too.
Yep.
It has to be
And
factual.
And you know, sometimes what's crazy is even with getting your facts, you can find something that you can prove to be a fact, but then you can also disprove it not to be a fact, because you'll meet people who have stories and they just sell you on a great story, but if you follow the facts, you know that that story is not true. You know, I'll give you for instance, somebody was talking to us at the cemetery where she was first buried,
Mhm.
and this person was telling us that the reason that they lost the body was the grave diggers thought that somebody was going to come steal her body, so they kept moving the body, and that's why they couldn't find it. I instantly walked away, even though my team stayed and listened to this guy's story. And
Mhm.
then they come over to my SUV and they're telling me, I can't believe they did that, yada yada yada. And I'm telling them it's a lie. That can't be true. And they're like, well, how are you so sure that that's a lie? And I told them, this is how I know that's a lie, because there's no way they could have looked at a picture 30 years later and found where that body was if it had been moved. But the fact,
Exactly. You're right about that, and I agree with you too. There's no way they could have found that. So yeah,
yeah,
you're right about
so
that
it couldn't
too.
have been moved. For them to use the trees and stuff in the background, it had to be in the exact same place. And
So okay,
you have to
so
remember they found the body within 8 inches of where it was actually buried at. So it couldn't
oh
have been moved.
wow, and I mean, okay, so I know back in '83 when they found her. When did they exhume her body?
2013, in
So
June of 2000.
2013 is the year her body was exhumed, and I
Yes.
know it had been by that time it had been what 30 years. So what made them all of a sudden decide to exhume her body and try to find out who she was? Was it new people in the office, or it
It
was
was
just a
it
quick
was
report?
actually it was actually the police that wanted to do it, because they were hearing this stuff about isotope testing, which is a test of your bones that can tell you what part of the country you drank water, you ate food from, the mineral deposits in your bones.
Mm, okay.
Uh, so that's what made them want to do it. They already had a DNA sample from her, but they also were going to verify that that was it. So when they exhumed the body and ran those tests, that's where another problem came along. The problem was they sent a sample to the Smithsonian in Washington D.C. and another sample to the University of North Texas, and both of those, when they did their research, came up with a list of almost 10 states each, but none of those states crossed. So you had one telling you it's all northern middle America states, and the other one
Hmm.
told it was all southern US states, eastern southern. So the fact that they both came up with multiple states and none matched, the only thing that matched in both is the minerals in her bones did not reflect Illinois or Missouri.
Okay, so she's not. So she wouldn't be from either one of those places. But
Well,
again,
then,
and you were saying earlier, and again, can you tell us for the people that just joined us, where like where's her ancestry at? Like
so her
what?
ancestry, they know, historically comes from Calverton, Alabama, and
Okay.
Freestone, Texas.
So this may, and this, what's crazy? This may be, like you said, this may be an early adoption that
Could be.
yeah, like again, going back to the endless possibility. It's just so many possibilities in this case, and actually, since talking to you tonight, it's actually making me more interested, and I'm going to go back again and watch the documentary, and just appreciate it, because the first time I saw it, I was just fascinated by it because somebody else had turned me on to it, and then a couple of my friends today, I was telling them, I'm like, have you guys seen the documentary? They're like, no, we don't know about this, and some are my age, which is 47, and they don't know about this type of history. So I sent them a link to the documentary, and they're blown away by the whole thing. They're like, wow, this really happened. I'm like, yes, this really happened. This is a part of history. I mean, it's on the wrong side of history, but it's a part of history, and this actually happened to this little girl who's been unidentified for now 4 decades, which equals out to 42 years.
Absolutely. And what's crazy is of the people that reach out to me, you would be surprised how many people in St. Louis have never heard of the St. Louis Jane Doe. There's
You know what?
definitely
I'm honestly not, because again, going back to the Afro Americans not being on the news, had we made it in the news in the early 80s and 70s or back then, a lot of these cases would be closed, because a lot of these cases were not closed or solved because they weren't properly investigated. Nobody
yep.
really cared. I always say, I wish I was alive around that time. I would be on everything. I'm telling you, I literally would. But
Right.
we can't change history. The only thing we can do is make things better as they go on, and move forward. We can't dwell on the past. We just gotta keep moving forward and doing this.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so you always hear that you were asking about stuff that I think sticks out about the
Hmm.
case. You always hear that her headstone at their original burial site was put on the wrong grave. That's why they had to find out where her body was. I honestly believe, and again, this is my opinion, so don't stake everything on it, but
Okay.
I think I can prove without question that it was put on the wrong grave on purpose. And if you want me to explain, I certainly can.
Yeah, explain that. Yes, because that's a good point. Because I definitely like to explain that, because I want to hear this.
Okay, so this isn't in the film. This is subsequent research. So if you watch the documentary, they go into how the body, when they find where the body is, the body's actually buried 6 feet deep. However, on top of the body, there's another body that's about 3 feet down. That's a male with a head. So by the records of the cemetery, we know that they had to shut down as a cemetery and not bury any new people after 1983.
Okay.
The headstone, so she was buried December 2nd, 1983. They stopped burying people in that cemetery at the end of 83. So her headstone was not placed uh, until May of 1984. So follow me here. There's a body on top of her body. So if they put a headstone down where her body is,
Hmm.
whoever's family that they sold that grave to that's buried above her would know that they sold that grave. So they can't put the headstone where it belongs. So they put it in the vicinity. And here's why I think we can prove that. So when they dug down to find her body, they dug 3 feet and found the other body. What made them keep digging is they found a piece of her casket where the other casket was. So if you bury a body 6 feet into the ground,
Hmm.
how does a piece of the casket break off and move 3 feet up in the dirt to where the other body is?
Makes no sense.
It doesn't. So they redug that grave, they buried somebody else, and they never thought that the undiscovered person that was underneath the unsolved murder would ever get a headstone, because the cemetery was the ones fighting not to put the headstone down. So it actually came to the medical examiner, and they're like, no, just go ahead and put the headstone down, because the headstone was donated by a local granite place, and it took some students in Illinois to actually write letters to get that headstone placed.
Mm.
So yeah, it's a crazy story all the way around from day one till now, every single day.
I'm seeing it. I think that, like I said, the more I hear, the more it's making me intrigued into the case and want to watch more and to do more research, because this is like, I mean, it just breaks your heart, because one, it's a child and it's a young child, but again, after all these years not being identified, this is somebody, and then it could also be that a relative are missing them and they don't know that this could be the child.
Hmm.
So I'll just
Could
be
be.
glad. So I'll just be glad when that day does come. When we know when she is identified, so that the world can finally know the truth.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Been so long.
And I want to tell people, you'll read and you'll hear on YouTube videos and stuff like that that they say that that her head was severed cleanly. That's not what the autopsy says. The back of the neck was hacked with like a hatchet or something heavy. What was cut cleanly was the skin in the front. So they hacked at this neck to get it off. But once they got through the spine, then it went through the skin smoothly. So it wasn't a clean cut. The skin in the front was cut clean, but they hacked at this from the back. If you watch the documentary, I do an impression of what the spine would have looked like.
Okay.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, sir.
So they didn't cut the head clean off. They
No.
just hacked at it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So this wasn't an easy thing. They had to work to do this, basically.
Yeah. Yep. And what's crazy about that? So the day I'm interviewing the doctor for the film, later that day I was scheduled to get the mold report, and she told me in the morning prior to me getting the mold report that this had to be a hatchet or some type of small axe, even though everybody had said, on YouTube and stuff and podcasts that this was a serrated blade. So then I get the mold report, and right in the mold report, it says that this must have been a hatchet that was previously used to cut animal product, because the mold that's growing on the neck is the type of mold that grows in, like, when you cut animal flesh. So this could have been a butcher's hatchet. This could have been a hunter's hatchet. Whatever it was, cut animal meat prior to cutting this little girl's neck off.
Whew.
That's something that's not out there.
Yes, that alone will make you cringe, like, just by you explaining that. Like, I just don't understand as a person, how do you, one, kill a child and then actually have the heart to sit there and hack at her head till it's off and then leave her there like that? I don't know. I just think this person, whoever did this, just doesn't have a soul at all. It just, I just don't. There's no way you can. There's no reason to that, or why it happened.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
I don't know. It just, like I said, so like it just, I don't know. It's getting to me a little bit now. Just thinking about the case, and because you feel for these kids that are being murdered, and then to hear this story the way it happened, and like I said, I had only heard a little bit about it until I brought you on, so I'm getting more full details about the case now. So it's like, darn, this really happened.
Absolutely. And you'll hear in research, they'll say, like some news articles say she wasn't raped, others said she was raped. The police, when I asked them what they wanted parts of my documentary be focused on, they asked me to focus on the rape because it was never out there.
So she was raped.
She was severely raped, and her lower parts were basically ripped apart. So her vaginal area, and I'm not going to get into detail. You can certainly hear this in the documentary.
Okay.
Her vaginal area was ripped. You got to remember, this is a 9-year-old, but it was ripped almost all the way through to the anus, and the walls on her inside were transmural. And what that means is that they're punctured to the point that you can see through them.
Ooh.
So yeah, so it's crazy. And there's actually a morgue photo that if I could show you and you kind of look in that area. So if you've ever seen the photo of her hands behind her back, that's
I actually did see the morgue photo, and I had thought about playing that in the background, but I didn't.
Yeah.
But what I'll do is, when I make the post of this right here, I'll put all that in the comments.
Yeah, so I actually have the actual morgue photo.
Oh, if you have, go ahead. Whatever you have on your side, you want to show, feel free.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not. I'll send it to you.
Okay, I got you. Okay, I got you.
But So that picture is cropped. Like
Okay.
it actually shows like more of her lower part. And you could kind of see that her insides are hanging out a little bit. And not to be
Whew.
gross or anything, but once you read the report and you
Mhm.
can see it in the picture, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, just well, now that you told me, I'm gonna actually go back and look at that photo. I mean that
Yeah.
photo. I'm kind of glad I didn't put a couple of those photos on the scene. I know some people can take it and some people can't. So what
Yeah.
I'll do is
Yeah.
I'll just do a whole different post and put those photos in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a question. Was there any DNA kept on file from sexual assault?
Wow.
I mean, okay, I tell you what. Answer what you can about this. If you
Right.
can't answer too much, then
So I'll say this. Whoever asked that question, just follow me, okay? Because I want to say more than I can really say. But in the actual autopsy report, it says they kept uh, 3 slats and 3 slides, so a total of 6. So that was kept on file. What people miss is that that could possibly be suspect DNA. Possibly. That's
okay.
all. That's all I'm going to say there.
Okay, it could
Even
possibly. Okay. So Victor, the answer here, he said it could possibly be, and yes, they did get DNA, right? They did get DNA. Okay,
yeah. So they yes. Yeah, I'll leave it
okay,
at that. Yeah.
okay. I'll leave it at that. Okay. Do we have any more questions in the comments? Edward, he said feel free to ask him anything, whatever he can answer, he will. If he can't, we just have to take it at that.
Or at least read between the lines of my answer.
Yeah, definitely read between the lines.
But yeah, I mean, there's
Okay, Victor is a genetic genealogist with
okay.
Redgrave.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I never knew that. Okay, that's awesome. I didn't know Victor was a genetic genealogist. Okay. Okay, so Doodle, my friend Doodlebug wants to know how can we help with this case as advocates?
Absolutely. So the best way to help with this case is to convince I'll say this. We do know for a fact that she's African American. She's not Indian. She's not from Jamaica. She's not from Africa, another country. She is an African American. The problem becomes that there just isn't enough African American DNA into the free sites like that the police can use, which are GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. So the best thing to do to help the case is just open up your DNA so that the police can use Parabon to run it against the St. Louis Jane Doe. Yeah, you may not be a relative, or you may be close enough that it leads to another relative. They're literally waiting on that one right DNA to get in there.
Okay. Yeah, another one. Okay, has there been any closer family located through genetics? I think he answered that earlier. Gabby's just coming in. Can you answer that for her?
Yeah. So yes, so know that they've located hundreds of family members, just none close enough to know who she may have been. The two that were the closest both lived over 100 years ago, and their families were the ones that had their DNA into GEDmatch. When they found those matches and reached out to the families, they didn't cooperate and they pulled the genetics out of GEDmatch. That doesn't mean they know who actually killed the St. Louis Jane Doe. That just means that their family probably have had a bad relationship with the police and just don't want to get anyone in trouble. I mean, we have to look at it that way. And just understand that not wanting to participate with the police doesn't mean they know what this case was. CC Moore made it very clear that when they reach out to the families, they can't say, hey, I'm working on the St. Louis Jane Doe case. Will you help me? They just have to tell them that they're working on a police homicide and their family may be related.
Oh, so they don't have a
So,
clue about that. So they
so they
just
don't have a
oh,
clue
okay.
what the actual case
But
is.
I understand because they want to protect the case at the same time because you could be saying that to the person, and that could be the actual person that's involved in the case, and you not know.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I wish if I could go back and add anything to the documentary, I would definitely add that just because they didn't help does not mean that they know who it was that committed this crime.
Right. That's, okay. So right. Okay. Everybody get that last statement he made? Can you repeat that again?
That just because they didn't choose to cooperate does not mean they may know who committed this crime.
And they were distant, right? They weren't like close.
So they would have been the closest that they've had, but it doesn't mean it's like a grandparent or anything like that. It's just
Okay.
a very close familial match. But each of those people lived over 100 years ago, like 99 years ago, 100 years ago. So
Yeah, and it says that Victor said that family is likely extremely distant anyway.
yes, it was the closest. But again, I'm not saying it's like a first cousin or anything. It's just the closest that they've matched.
Okay, if that makes sense. Okay, I got you. Okay, I get you with that one. Do we have any more questions? Feel free. Edward said he said he can talk about this all day long, and I can talk all day long too.
Absolutely. It's important that we all understand the facts and care about this child. Like uh,
Exactly. And
there's there's
if you're just joining us, we're talking about the St. Louis Jane Doe found on February 28th, 1983, in an abandoned apartment building in St. Louis, Missouri. And we're here talking to Edward Burr Sosa about his documentary on the St. Louis jail. It's called Our Precious Hope, a brilliant documentary that details the brutal murder of this young girl who's still been unidentified for 4 decades, 42 years, 42 years without a name. Nobody should go a day without their name, but this young child has gone 42 years. And like I was telling Edward, the more I hear about this case, the more I want to help and do whatever I can. And I will be uploading my DNA to help out with this too.
That's awesome. Absolutely. And people, hopefully the people who follow you will follow your lead. And that's how we get this solved. And even
Right.
and more than just this, yeah, you may not be related to the St. Louis Jane Doe, but you may be related to the Northampton Jane Doe or a different Jane Doe. I mean, you putting your DNA in may help another case. Maybe not this one, but it may help another case. And
That's
who
true.
knows? It could help this one.
Yeah,
We just,
right.
as a society, there's been so much that the police have done wrong. We just don't want to help them. But don't look at it that you're helping the police. Look at it that you're helping the child.
Exactly. I totally agree. Victor said, I know for a fact Cece is working hard as hell on her. I know she can do it. It's just going to be hard.
Absolutely. CC is working to this day. This is something she does every day. If you watch the documentary, like she wasn't even allowed to talk about this. One thing that I received the benefit from was the police allowed her to speak in my film about this documentary. And she says in there that, this is the first time I've even been allowed to talk about the case. So as I'm starting the interview, I said, hey, if there's anything you don't want to share because of because at the time she had a show on CBS because of your show. And she's like, no, 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 no. I've been waiting to talk about this for 8 years. Let's get going. And she just went into it. And yeah, she's doing phenomenal work. And again, she has found relatives. Don't think she hasn't. They're just not close enough to know who this child may have been.
Uh, okay, he's Doodle again. Okay,
Mhm.
now where can they watch the documentary at again?
Absolutely. So you can watch it on Amazon Prime, Tubi, Exumo, Plex, Roku, Fire TV. If you got a TCL TV from like Walmart, I'm on the searchable thing on there. You can watch it on the TV channel Reveals. There's 22 different streaming sites in America. There's 32 worldwide. So it's streaming in other countries as well. If
Okay.
you're in, I do know this. If you're in Canada, it is not on Amazon Prime in Canada, but it is on Tubi in Canada.
Okay, right. Gabby says, I know some people assumed it was family on family crime.
I assume that as well. Again, that's my assumption. Uh, Only because of the elements of the crime. And like I said, the researcher I had look at it, she actually felt like this was a serial rapist, and this may have been one of his first cases of rape, and that's why he murdered and decapitated the child, was because of the closeness to him. So the decapitation is secondary to hide the crime. The murder was because of the closeness. But that's my forensic pathologist. Her name's Dr. Joy Carter. She's actually awesome. If you get a chance, you should look her up because she was actually the first ever African American chief medical examiner in the history of the USA, and she's awesome, dude.
Okay, let me see. Okay. Gabby says, my question might be the one that can't be discussed publicly yet, but I wonder, did the DNA from the sexual assault and her own DNA come from the same family?
No, but but I'll say this again. There may be a misattribution of family, meaning that she may not necessarily have been raised by a genetic link family. This could have been a play family. This could have been an in-law that wasn't genetically related. So there may be reasons why the DNA isn't the same, if that makes sense.
Okay. My question is, has her DNA been checked against other does?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And I believe there's 12 to 14 that have been ruled out.
Okay, so 12 to 14, he believes that's been ruled out. Okay, she might be an MPE. Now, what's an MPE? I'm sorry, I should know that.
As far as like missing person, or what do they mean by MPE?
That's what I'm asking now.
That's one thing about when you get letters, depending on when you do research, one place may use the same letters, but it means something completely different. So
Oh,
we got
okay, non-parental. Okay, your dad is your dad. Okay, I get what they said. Okay, non-parental. Okay, I get what he said. Non-parental. Yeah,
yeah,
like he said, it might be
yep,
non-parental.
yes, yep, she's absolutely right.
And that's so true because she could be non-parental and she could also be the little girl down the street. We just
Mhm.
don't know.
And this could be a guardian. This could be uh like she could have been adopted. She could have been in a foster family. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that the DNA aren't linking up. You know what I mean? So
Okay. Oh wow, I didn't know that, Lisa. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know that your father was that raised you wasn't your biological father. Okay, good question. Yes, could be a could be a Terry Rasmussen thing.
oh, what, sir? I'm sorry.
It's they said this could be like a Terry Rasmussen thing.
I'm not familiar with Terry Rasmussen.
Yeah, what Victor? Can you allude on the Terry Rasmussen? I hope I'm saying it
I,
wrong.
I,
Yeah.
here's what's funny about that. Well, like when I go to crime events and stuff like that, because you've done research in a film, a lot of people think like all the cases out there, but the cases I've researched are the ones I know the best. So I'm sorry if I don't know the other ones, but if you spit it out, I can tell you if it matches up.
Okay, I got you. Okay, I see Nancy Grace has entered the chat. Nancy, do you have any questions that you want to ask Edward? Yeah. Okay, where oh, okay, where stepdad kidnaps a child. So I guess Terry Russ. I think I did hear about the Terry Russman case with the kids. Okay, I understand. I have to go back and look at it some more. But
And it could be that that was, even though Vernon Brown probably more than likely is not the culprit. It was speculated that this could have been one of one of his girlfriend's daughters. So that's kind of how he got pulled in. When I talked to the police about Vernon Brown, how his name came up, again, he wasn't even in St. Louis at the time, but how his name came up is the database that they had in the 80s. You would have to type in like the hundreds of a block. This happened at 5635 Clemens. So when they typed in the 5600 block of so-and-so, he lived at the 5600 block of another street, and that's how his name got pulled in.
Okay, I got you. And I want to make a correction. Nancy Grace is not in the building. It's Nancy Drew. Okay.
Nancy, okay.
Was there any more news regarding the sweater and rope sent off?
Watch the documentary, and I don't say that like rudely, but yes, the police received it back at the station and lost it at the police station, and they actually verified that in my documentary.
So the sweater was not lost in the mail, how they say it was. The sweater made it back to the police station, but then from there it got lost.
Yes, and they admit they have a signed receipt of that back.
Right. So I know a lot of times, like I've seen where people said that the sweater was lost in the mail. The sweater was not lost in the mail. It came back to the police station, and then that's where it went missing from. And that's a fact, and it's in his documentary. So if you hear somebody saying that, then that's definitely not factual where they say it got lost in the mail.
And here's the thing about that. So when the cop admits it to me, I ask him, "Can I get a copy of that receipt?" His response to me was, "No, because the guy who signed for it still works on the police force." I said, "Well, I don't want to show his name. I just want to show the evidence." His response to me was, "I'm your evidence. I'm the homicide detective researching the homicide of this little girl, and I'm telling you that I have that." That was good enough for me because no one had ever admitted it to that point.
Okay, so that's okay. Right. Okay, so that's right there. I'm near St. Louis, and this is uncommon. They are always losing. Okay, she says she's near St. Louis. This isn't uncommon. They are always losing evidence.
Yes. And not only the St. Louis Police Department, I researched the West Alton Jane Doe as well. And the police destroyed the old evidence, even though it was from 1968. They still, without photographing it or anything, destroyed the evidence. So I wouldn't even be able to get those items because the police just felt like they were taking up space in their and that was the St. Charles County Police. They were just taking up space, so they destroyed it.
I have a similar problem. I have a Jane Doe, black female from New Jersey. I can't even think of off top of like where she's from, but they cremated her and they didn't take no picture of her clothing and nothing like that. So it's been very hard too. And I don't think they have DNA because again, they cremated the body.
Right.
So like you said, you can't get those things that are lost.
Yep.
He said there are a massive number of body parts that are lost at the FBI.
Not only that, I agree with that. Not only that, what scared me about this case is that when I'm talking to people, they told me that I wouldn't believe the number of skulls that are out there in the world sitting in science labs, sitting in bars and stuff like that, to where they're just sitting there and people's never done any type of research on them, DNA on them or anything, and they're just sitting in people's offices.
I believe that. I so believe what you just said about those skulls. And I'm very wary if I see a skull, first of all, if I see a skull in anybody's house anywhere, chances are I'm not going in there. And years ago, another missing group told me about a guy that they knew that had human remains, like the bones and stuff, human bones.
Yeah.
He was going to turn them in, but then he just decided to keep them for himself. I don't know what he ever did with these bones. These bones could probably still be in his house. That's weird, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's really weird.
Yeah, man. And even with this, they find a guy that has bones in his storage unit, and they test the bones he has.
Wow.
They test the bones that he has in the storage unit, and because he has the bone of a little girl, but it ended up being like 300-year-old little girl. So
Right. And Victor just put there. He said there was one just down in Florida. Dude found it in his field and held on to it for 30 years. Wow.
Yep.
They should have charged him. I'm sorry. You don't hold on to something like that for 30 years and then just come on, man. That's somebody's life. And he didn't think about that at all.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, it's the fact that how we treat because we don't know the skeleton is morbid, because if you think about it, there's mummies all over the place. Like I'll tell you this was something I learned in college actually. Do you remember going to the butcher when you were a kid and they would wrap your meat in like this brown paper?
Yes. I
So
totally remember that.
yeah, so the reason that paper was brown was because they were actually recycling mummy wraps from Egypt. That was the cheapest paper. So it's crazy how that was part of American history.
Wow. So that's where the infamous brown paper came from.
Yes, sir. And you can research that.
So
Absolutely.
repeat this again, because this is
Yeah.
probably
So
gonna make people. This is probably gonna make people think different
oh,
of the brown
absolutely.
paper.
So there was a shortage with the wars and everything about with trees making paper and stuff like that. The cheapest thing you could buy was mummies from Egypt. So they would buy a bunch of mummies, unwrap them, and recycle the paper, and that's what made brown butcher paper.
Mm. Wow.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy, because I was always at the store getting some type of lunch meat or something, and we're getting that brown paper.
Absolutely. Get $1 worth of bologna, 50 cents worth of cheese.
And that's exactly what it was too. I love my cheese back then. Yes.
Absolutely. Like yeah, the way that we've treated remains in the past is just insane to me. So yeah, and so I'll tell you this. So there was a white pubic hair that was found on her body that you'll hear a lot about in podcasts and stuff like that. But so they asked the police about it, and the police said, well, it must have fell off the pants leg of one of the officers as they step over the body.
Mm.
The problem becomes that hair wasn't found until the next day in the morgue. So they did do the type of testing they could back then, which wasn't DNA, but it was to see the type person that it came from, and if there was a blood type. They couldn't get a blood type, but it was a Caucasian hair. So with it being white in the autopsy, you don't know if they're meaning white completely in color or Caucasian, because at the time they didn't say Caucasian all the time, they would say white. So it's a white reddish hair that they used all of the sample just to find out that it was Caucasian. So like I said, the police told the news that it may have fell off an officer's pants leg. In talking to police since then, something I did not know until I did the research for the film was that the St. Louis Police Department in the 80s would reuse body bags. So there's a high probability that pubic hair was from a body that had been in that bag prior, that got on the Jane Doe during transport.
No more bologna or cheese for me, says Doodle. Doodle. Actually, they put them in the clear bags now. I know down here they put them in the clear bags, but I can totally understand why you would feel that way. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And again, that was historically, that not now.
Okay, right. The times have definitely changed. We're in a different time zone now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do we have any more questions out there? I want to thank everybody, definitely for coming through and checking out this live. This has been a good live. This has actually been our longest live, but like Edward said, he could talk forever.
Right.
Okay.
Because I for, like I said, 20 straight months, there wasn't a night that I wouldn't lay in the bed and I'm like, what am I missing? I gotta be missing something. And that was just me researching it for 20 months. I can only imagine a cop that's been on the case for 15 years, like what's going through his mind. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that, because investigating alone is a job too.
Right.
I find,
I'll, t- I'll
go
tell
ahead,
you
Skip.
something. I'll tell you something that's not in the documentary. So there was an African American newspaper here called the Evening World.
Okay.
Uh, the the thing about it was after this crime happened, there was somebody writing the Evening World claiming they knew who the little girl was. Uh, those letters disappeared. The police weren't notified about those letters, but they would write about them in the Evening World. And the only reason I bring that up is because if you read those 1983, 84 Evening World newspapers, they always refer to her as Sarah Doe. So I don't know what was in those letters for them to refer to her as Sarah, but that's the only paper to refer to her as Sarah.
Sarah
The
Doe. So
Sarah Doe, where at the time, the St. Louis main newspaper, the Post and the Globe, where they were referring to her as Sweater Girl. Like she hadn't even became the St. Louis Jane Doe yet. She was Sweater Girl because she was found in a sweater.
so you wow. So so that name Sarah can also hold some significance in the near future or something like that.
It could, and the police had never heard that until I presented it to them in 2022, and gave them the copies of those newspapers too. That she was listed as Sarah Doe.
And now, is this in the documentary? What you just said?
That isn't in the documentary. The I chose not to put it in the documentary because there's so much confusion around this case that I
Mhm.
just didn't want to explore too many avenues. I didn't want to create more chaos, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
No, I totally understand. But you've done a phenomenal job. But what I've seen here so far. But wow, that's remarkable stuff hearing that, for the first
Mhm.
time about that. So wow. I'll definitely be, rewatching this a couple times, like how to do all. Let me see.
Absolutely. And if you watch the documentary, you'll see that I actually show old blueprints of the
Okay.
building and
Mhm.
show her exact location to where she was found in the building. And I give you the measurements as well.
Okay. It says St. Louis used to have Doodle says St. Louis used to have a children's home called Sister Sarah's way back.
Was
Okay.
that over? Yeah, yeah.
Where was
They
Sister
still have
Sarah's
one.
at? Oh, they
I
still have
don't know.
one?
Does he mean Annie Malone?
No, hold on, let me see. Doodle, he said, what do you mean, Annie Malone, or you mean Sister Sarah's? You said Sister Sarah's back in the day? I'm waiting for them to comment now, because they were actually wondering if he kn yes, well, okay, Doodle said there was one way back. Let me see.
Oh,
Yes, it
that
was
might have been
over.
way
He says over by Delmar.
over by Delmar. Yeah. So where I grew up in St. Louis, if he's familiar with St. Louis, I grew up by the White Water Tower on Grand and 70. So I was probably 8 to 10 miles away.
Okay. So he said he said it was 8 to 10 miles away. They were wondering they were asking me, they wanted, did you know that, but that there was a Sister Sarah. And she said there was a home, yes, there was a children's home called Sister Sarah's in St. Louis over there by Delmar. Okay.
Delmar on what? What cross street?
What cross street, Doodle, if you can remember? Lisa said she'll be in St. Louis in September. Oh, okay.
If she wants to go see the graves or whatever, just let me know. We can meet up and I'll show her.
Oh wow, I'd like to see him too. You know what?
Absolutely.
I told myself I'm going to get some, get some funds up because I'm a regular 9 to 5er. I'll get some funds up. I'll start visiting different places.
Yeah, yeah. If you come through, I'll take you to all the sites. I can show you everything. Like I have literally walked these streets, these alleys, these graveyards. Like
Wow.
I can take you there. Like there isn't anything in my film that I haven't physically seen or done myself.
Hmm. That's remarkable too. Another. Okay. Doodle says she's not sure. Hey, Doodle, you can always get back to me. Okay, she said, but I do remember it's by Delmar because my grandma was raised in that home, and she said it was hell there.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I've heard a lot of things about I do know there was one off of St. Charles Rock Road. I don't know the name of it. It was Sister something, which is one of the main streets that goes the same way as Delmar. So I'm not saying I'm not correcting her and saying she's wrong. I'm just saying I know that there were some that were considered quote unquote hell. So I'm 100% believe her.
Okay. And do we have any more questions? Okay. So I don't think we have any. Okay. Okay, that may be it. Okay. Well, hey, as always, thanks everybody, for definitely coming through. And Edward, I definitely enjoyed this podcast. This this you gave me so much more knowledge and information on this case than I've known. And it's been a long time since I've heard anything new on the Jane Doe case. But you've opened up like a new avenue, everything. Like it given me more. I'm more intrigued. I'm more intrigued now.
Well, let me give you one final thing for those that are listening, if you would, before we go.
Go ahead,
So
you gotta take your time. Go ahead.
okay, yep. So it's always been said that she was tall for her age, that they estimate her with her skull being between 5'4" and 5'6". So the problem is when you read the autopsy, it says the remains are 58 inches, which is 4'10", going to the sever point of the neck, not counting the head. So yeah, that would be 5'6". However, the forensic pathologist that I had look at the autopsy pointed out that in this autopsy there is no foot measurement. So meaning since she was face down for up to 5 days, her foot may have been flat like this. She says that in this time, if there's no foot measurement, they may have measured from the toe to the sever point. So if you take away 5 to 6 inches for the length of the foot, that would reduce her height to being between 4'8" to 5'1", which would actually be an average size for an 8 or 9-year-old, as opposed to being tall for an 11-year-old. So this may be an average size girl that was actually just measured incorrectly and reported incorrectly. And the doctor actually mentions that she knows this was happening because one of the biggest disparities about Tupac's autopsy was his height, but the reason was they measured from his toe and not his heel.
Okay. So sometimes, okay. So I get what you're saying. That they said she was tall for her age, but she wasn't really that tall.
She possibly wasn't because there's no foot measurement. So the foot may be included in the length of the remains. So by reducing for the foot, you actually reduce the child to a normal size child's height.
Okay, what is the Lisa's accident? So, what is the estimated age range?
8 to 11, but
okay, so 8 to 11,
but probably closer to 9. We have to.
11.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. 8 to 11 or close to the 9. Okay.
Yeah. So we have to remember in this case, she not only was prepubescent, there were no signs of puberty whatsoever. No hair growth, no blossoming boobs. I hate to say it that way. I do apologize, but like her breast wasn't developed. There were no signs of puberty whatsoever.
Okay. Can anyone look at other autopsies at ME?
So I actually was granted permission by the St. Louis Police Department underneath the Sunshine Laws of Missouri to actually be the first outside of law enforcement to get the autopsy. So if you request it and they grant you permission, then yes, you can get those copies.
Okay. So you definitely get those copies. Okay.
And if you want, I'll send you one over in the next couple of days so you can read the mode report and autopsy and everything.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You can't post it though, but you can definitely
cool.
read it.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you told me that. Okay, so yeah, just let me know when I can go. Because I don't think I've ever done an actual post on St. Louis Jane Doe, so I'll work on that too. Work on because people always ask me all the time to cover it, but I know a little bit about it, but I didn't know as much as I know now.
Yeah. Well, you want to talk about the rope, or are you ready to get off?
Yeah, yeah. Matter of fact, yeah. Let's talk about the rope. Okay, we're going to talk
Okay.
about the rope.
Yep.
Okay.
So the rope was actually a ski braided rope. You hear everywhere that it was a nylon rope. That was just older detectives talking from their youth. But rope was not nylon in 1983. It was polyurethane. So they know it was a polyurethane ski braided rope. And how they know that is the ski braided rope actually has a loop that goes around that's connected to the rope. And that's the first thing that was wrapped around her hand into her sweater. And what they know about the rope is that ropes, now my numbers are going to be off here, but they know that ropes are spun with like 72 yarns of rope to make it. This one was spun 2 yarns short of the normal. And again, my numbers may be off, but I know it was 2 yarns short of what a normal rope is. So they've always held that information, thinking if they could figure out who was making rope too short, then they would know who it was that made the rope. But they've never been able to make that connection. The rope is in between 6 to 10 feet. There are no distinguishing knots. If you look at the pictures, it's basically just wrapped around her hands. So they believe that the rope at this point in the pictures, when they discover the body, is just for transport so that they won't be loose. However, if you watch the film, the doctor goes into that the reason that the rope was used behind her was as he was raping her, he could restrict her breathing to by pulling her arms up. So it would be like a form of controlling the child as she's trying to get out. So he would restrict her breathing. That's why she was tied behind her back. Tell you something, the doctor pointed out that the police did not know until my doctor looked at this, which I thought was amazing. They actually asked me for a copy of her interview. And that is, she pointed out to them that even though they've had this case for over 40 years and never had the head, never found the head, she pointed out to them that the child was in the face, because it's always been reported there were no other signs of abuse. And she's like, well, no, this child was beaten in the face. So they then ask, how does she know that the child was beaten in the face? This is what she points out. In the autopsy that was done in 1983, it lists scant amount of blood in the stomach as well as aspirated blood in the lungs. The doctor pointed out that she had to be struck in the mouth or nose while alive and swallowed that blood for it to be in her system. So she was beaten in the face when she was alive.
Mm, 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 mm.
And to me, that's amazing that a doctor could point that out without a head. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy to me.
Now, one of my biggest questions that I wanted to ask about, how about I forget about this case? I just forgot that quick. It was something on the tip of my tongue. It was like an important question still. I can't even think. Oh, I know what I'm gonna ask. Now, do they think she was killed there, or was she dumped there? Just dumped there?
It was a dumping site. She
Okay,
was
it was a
killed
dumping site.
elsewhere. They know
Okay.
that for the lack of blood at the scene. So the only blood I'll show in the film is actually a couple of little marks on a wall inside a doorway. There's no blood on the stairs. There's not even really blood underneath her. There's a little bit of blood that's on a board that was underneath her. And I actually showed that board and that blood in the film.
Okay. Gabby says the man responsible is a monster, and there's just no way someone like that didn't go on to do it again. I agree. I don't
I
think,
agree.
like he said, they think it was somebody who did it their first time. I think this is just like a warm up, and then
Mhm.
they did it again. When it comes, like I think when everything comes out, it'll probably be a pattern that it's just a pattern that people just couldn't get at the time because with the great lengths that he went to conceal her identity.
Absolutely. Look at the number the massive number of old untested rape kits that are out there. And there's serial rapists that could have been caught years ago, but nobody was ever processing the rape kits. Like, it's crazy. Tens of
I agree.
thousands.
I said that in our town too, Delaware. We have a lot of cold cases too. We're a small town, you know, in Wilmington, Delaware.
Mhm.
So we have a backlog. At one time we didn't have anybody. Then the medical examiner had got in trouble. It was a big mess down here. Probably a couple of years back, but I still don't think they seem to think that they got anything better. I mean, good because we only have like basically one coroner that can show up. So if there's three people that are killed in different parts of the state, that one coroner is going to visit each one of those. There's no multiple.
Can I tell you something that's going to blow your mind?
What's that?
So in doing research,
Mm-hmm.
you know, a coroner doesn't even have to be a doctor. They are an elected official. So they're just somebody that ran for that position. So small towns that have a coroner,
Mm-hmm.
there's chances are that guy could have been a barber or something like that. So they're not, coroners do not have to be doctors.
Wow, I never knew that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. So when you see a medical examiner, an ME, that indicates that they were an actual doctor. When you see coroner, they didn't have to actually be a doctor. Yeah, that's crazy facts too.
That is deep. That's very deep. I got to admit. Oh, well, you know, you learn a lot of new stuff every day. Definitely
You know?
do.
And
Yes.
like for just so people know, so my degree is in criminology. So I graduated from the number 4 school at the time in criminology. So it's weird how things happen. Like, have you ever been in a situation where you just know you were meant to do something?
Yes.
I
Doing
can.
this right.
Yep.
Doing
So
this right here.
exactly. Me doing this film, because let me tell you. So in college, I was a political science major. I got to my senior year, and they told me, "Hey, you got to graduate. Your money's running out." I didn't even know money could run out. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay. So I hadn't taken a foreign language up to that point. Until to get my BA, they told me I had to take 3 semesters of foreign language in those 2 semesters. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen. So they told me that I could do criminology, and I would get a BS in criminology, and I only had to take criminology courses. So I did that. I got my degree in criminology. But when I started doing this research, I never did anything in the field. Every class that I took, I needed some element from to do this research. And by default, when I met with police, I was a criminologist. So something 20 years ago when I was in college knew I would need this degree later in life when I didn't even know I was going to need it.
Mm, mm. Yeah, criminology is fascinating. Let me go back. He said, Victor says there's a coroners in the South who have unidentified body in their possession that they refuse to give up when they leave office. Well, yeah, when they leave office.
That's crazy. And I totally 100% believe that. The stuff that people get away with is insane.
That is. Lisa says divine intervention, something that puts you on the path.
Yes. And you know what, Lisa, I'll tell you this. So in doing this research, I listened to pretty much every St. Louis Jane Doe podcast that was out there. One of them, they were talking about uh, human fingerprints are almost exactly the same as a koala fingerprints. And I bring that up. One, it's fascinating, but for two, I recently was at a true crime trivia thing, and that was one of the questions. And it just felt like I heard the answer to that question on a St. Louis Jane Doe podcast 3 or 4 years ago. So it just made me feel like at that event, like she was there too. Like, you learned this from me. You know what I mean? Was a coincidence, yeah, but it literally was something I learned from a St. Louis Jane Doe podcast.
Okay. So there are some out there that know a little bit, I guess you were saying, because I know you said some, were misleading a little bit.
Oh yeah. People take information and go with like there's one I don't you can name Trace Evidence. That's a podcast, and he basically is, I don't know if he's trying to write a book or what, but he goes down the wrong path. Like he says the body's found in a corner covered up. That is totally not true. Like not even close to the truth. So
Well, a lot of times people be chasing it too.
yeah.
That clout, is a hell of a drug, and people are always doing that. And if they can
Yep.
make money off, they're going to do it all the time. Lisa
Yep.
says, I'm a clinical laboratory scientist, and I did genealogy as a hobby. I actually tried it as something my son and I could do together. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Like get your son started young and fascinated. He may be the one to solve 15 things in the future. I wish you both luck in that hobby, and it's a field that we need, because when I got one thing I learned from Dr. Carter was, so in the autopsy, so Dr. Carter, in case people joined late and didn't hear me, she's the first ever African American chief medical examiner in the history of the USA. And she points out that lividity was not noted after this body being in the basement for 5 days. Lividity is the pooling of the blood when it lays against something. She points out in this time, though, the original person that did the autopsy was Caucasian, and she points out that at this time there just wasn't enough knowledge of African American bodies and how the lividity affected the skin tone to where people would care enough to learn if they weren't African American, if that makes sense.
Okay. Gabby said, how did he get that information? Was there some faulty source somewhere stating that, or just made up?
What information?
What information, Gabby? Are you talking about from the podcast? I think that's what she's talking about from the.
Well, if it's his, he was basing it on old information and trying to add his own flair to it. So yeah,
Oh, she's talking.
if
He's
you
talking about the body in the corner. Where did he get
yeah,
that from?
he made it up. He
Oh, he
literally
made
made
it
it
up.
up.
Okay.
But you would be surprised how many other podcasters listen to his podcast and utilized his information like it was the truth. But again, I invite you to go to my Instagram page, and I'm not promoting myself, but there's an actual picture on my Instagram page where you can see where the body was actually laying in the basement. And it's right in the center inside of the door where they just went to the edge of the door and dropped the body face. Well, not, there's no face, it's headless, but you get what I mean, face down in the prone position. So being in the corner definitely did not happen. If you want to see that, go to 314 Bird Studios, and the picture's there. You can look at it now.
Wow. Arctic True Crime has just joined us. Hey, Arctic, how you doing? Arctic is very familiar with this case too. That is right. That is wild, Gabby. I said the same. I'm thinking the same thing while listening to what he said about that. That's like I said. I learned a lot of stuff from this podcast today. Yeah, Lisa does a lot too. In her group, a voice for the lost, her Madison. Yeah, they like you said, she's a criminologist. She does a lot behind the scenes. She helps me out a lot too, and other fellow advocates out.
Absolutely. And like I told you, with you serving your community is what's important, because I'm Cuban by descent. My name's Sosa,
Okay.
as you see,
Right.
but I was raised in an African American community, and it's so undersold in the public. Like people were murdered every day and never reported in the news, but yet one person in the white county gets harmed and it's all over the news. You know what I mean? Not even a murder. Like it's crazy how undersold crimes are in the African American community.
And that's so true. And that's why I want this platform to grow, to grow bigger, so that way more people can see them. I always never post one case one time, because there's always times where I post it 2 and 3 times, and more people seen the case, or as the followers go up. Like sometimes, like I might post it once, and I may not get any family members that'll contact me. The second time, second or third time, they will. So that's why I just believe in not just posting it one time. I think we post a story one time, it's just not, you can't just post it one time.
Right. Yep. And this is one of those stories that once you get into it, you can't forget it. Like it'll always pop back up in your mind. Like, I wonder what's happening with that. Like it's gonna live in your mind forever. So
Okay. The explanation of where the body actually was in the documentary was the first time I'd heard the exact placement. That was from Victor. Okay, Victor, that was the first time you heard. Okay.
and I appreciate that because I worked hard on finding exactly where that was. And when I was lining that up, the location, I not only had the picture, I was going back and forth with the actual placement on that blueprint with the, the the detective that was on the case. So where you see that lined up was approved by the St. Louis Homicide Department.
Mm, got it all in there.
Yep. Because the details are what needed to be known. Like in the documentary, I even tell you, I show you what it looked like to go down those stairs. I found a building that was designed exactly the same. I show you the stairs. I let you know that it was 6 stairs going into the basement. Like, people just tell you going into the basement. No, I show you what it looked like, how many stairs it was. I let you know how many feet it was from the alley to that second doorway, so that you just get, like I said, I walked all of these places myself. So the measurements are there.
Okay. Gabby says I covered her case years ago and think of her often. Gabby, I have to look at that one. That's probably one I didn't catch. Gabby's also another true crime YouTuber. She's very good too.
Is
Yeah, she's
is it is it Gabby Fabulous or whatever, or
Gabby Losis.
yeah, yeah, Gabby did. Gabby actually mentioned my film when it was first getting ready to come out. Yeah, Gabby mentioned it in there.
Yeah,
So
Gabby's a good storyteller. I love her YouTubes. Yeah, she's awesome. I need to do an update because so much was covered in the documentary in recent times. And that's true. And also, Gabby, by you being here tonight, you also gained some more information, some actual factual solid information. Because he's telling you it himself.
and like I told you, anything a podcaster that they don't believe in, hit me up. I will show you the evidence. Like, I want this to be put the so that we get solved. And it just hurts when I work hard to go one direction, and then you get other podcasts that listen to old podcasters, or just do shoddy research, and they regurgitate bad information. So, but I can tell you, like, Gabby should be able to tell you. I've went it through her comments that some people were saying, and I try to keep them updated on the more recent stuff. Gabby does a great job of that too. She lets them know, like, hey, this is who I've talked to. This is what's going on. It's like, she did a good job of covering that. And when she did her episode, it was in her December, I believe. And like, my film hadn't came out yet. When I told you I did the YouTube video with 30,000 views, that's what she covered. The actual documentary that went into 2 hours, that hadn't came out yet. So that had more details than she had known about at that time.
Mm. You hear that, Gabby? It's time for an update. Lisa said it. Yes, it's time for an update. So we ain't gonna rush you, but it's definitely time for an update. Yeah, she definitely blushes she's blushing. Chris just came to the. Hey, Chris, how you doing? Chris, do you have any questions? When what Victor say, when we helped solve the babes in the woods in Canada, a blogger called the boy's mom a hooker, which wasn't true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So there's
go ahead.
no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I cut you off this time.
No, I was going to say there's elements of that here. What I mean by that is I haven't spoken of this publicly, and I won't get into great detail, but I'll point out some things that you can do on your own. So when you go to do the research, you're going to see that a year and a half ago there was a news story about finding Janetta and Janetta Brooks. Totally fabricated story. If you actually read it, see my documentary, and then look into the Opelika Jane Doe, they watched my film. They put elements of the Opelika Jane Doe into a story, created that for Reddit. People don't, if they actually look Finding Janetta up as the OP, they will see that there's a second post that the person did where they're saying, my sister is definitely not the St. Louis Jane Doe. So myself, the St. Louis Police Department, and CC Moore all looked into the people that these was claiming to be. None of them ever existed.
I saw that story.
Yeah,
that story on Reddit, and I was skeptical of that story too.
Here's what's crazy about that. And again, Gabby, I know you did a story on this. You can reach out to me. So I was the one actually talking to the quote unquote sisters. Me, the police were talking to them through me. And yeah, we quickly found out. So they were saying that she had been born in Detroit. She went to school in Terre Haute. The FBI reaches out to the Terre Haute school district, and no one ever by that name was in school in Terre Haute. No one ever by the name she was given lived in Detroit. It made no sense. She gave me an address in St. Louis. I go there. It's a building next to a Quick Trip that isn't even an apartment building, but that building's been there since like 1840 or something like that. So there's no way there was a building there before that. It was a made up story. I can show you an email from the lady that did the news article saying, hey, I know this isn't panned out. We're thinking about doing a retraction, but they never did. So people still to this day think that that's hope. That's not hope. It was a made up story by a person who just wanted attention, and that's sad.
I think so too. Just about it. When I read the story, I think I read the story probably I'm gonna say 2 years ago. And if you notice something, that story came and went because you don't hear too much about that. But for the people that don't know about that, there was a Finding Janetta Brooks on I seen it on Facebook and I seen it on Reddit. And like he said, the stories that she was telling and an address, and she would get nothing checked out. So, and she couldn't have been. It basically was a made up story.
Absolutely. And they even provided me with what would have been pictures of the little girl. That's what made it even sadder. They took like 5 yearbook photos from different years and said it was this little girl. So, I mean, they tried to go deeper than the story needed to be. But let's just say law enforcement, they gave up on it. But once that hit the news, they were forced by their superiors to go deeper into it. And they found out it was just a guy in California that just made up a story.
And it's crazy that people would mess with, like I said again, this is real life. This is not, no TV or nothing like that. It's crazy how people will mess with people's lives and do that. And we see that in the midst of the world too, where people or send messages talking about we have your family, give us some money, or we seen this person somewhere.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, she's a Brittany Williams. Yes, Brittany. Another case. Brittany Williams. Yes, that was a. I ain't gonna hold you. She had me a little bit fooled too because the photo resembled, but it was total. Yeah.
Total BS.
Yeah.
And that ends up hurting the case because now you got people thinking there's hope, and the person on the other end is just laughing pretty much. You know what I mean? Like, look what I did. So
And that's happened
yeah.
a lot of times in the cases. That's why when like recently we had somebody inbox to me about telling he was a person missing for almost 25 years. So he kept
Hmm.
on giving excuses. So I finally told him, I said, take the DNA test. That's it. I don't
Right.
want anything else. Take the DNA test and then we'll go from there. But he keeps talking about how he can and the police are involved. So I know it's a troll. You get that, I
Oh
totally
yeah.
understand. And sometimes people be wanting stuff to be solved so bad that they make things up. Again,
Yes.
like you say, it hurts the case.
Which happened in this case 20 years ago when they added the thing about spina bifida occulta that wasn't true.
What? Okay, so the spinal bifida coma was not true at all.
Wasn't true at all. And even in the documentary, I asked the police detective and the medical examiner, both of them say, no, it's not. Because you'll hear them say that a forensic pathologist, that it was in the autopsy. It is not in the autopsy. It's not mentioned anywhere. What was in the autopsy that wasn't known until my documentary was in the neck wound, there was actually fragments of green paint. Take that for what you will. I mean, it's an old building, but that had never been known that there was actually attached to the body fragments of green paint. Something that was missing that shocked the medical examiner was for her body to have been down there for 4 to 5 days. There were no rat bites on the body, and I told the medical examiner, I said, well, the police said it was too cold for rat bites, and she told me rats don't stop eating just because it's cold. So that was telling. So that could indicate that there was traffic in that basement to keep the rats away from the body.
Was there green paint where she was found?
Not that you can see in the photo. Again, go to my website and you can see the actual photo of the room. However, what I will say about the green paint is in the 80s, everything in the parks were painted green. The benches, the fences, everything. And there is a park that's like a half a block away that the kids played at.
So let me ask you a question, another thing too.
Mhm.
So rats don't care. So why don't you think the rats attack the body?
Well, that's what she was saying, that it surprised her. You're in a vacant building that definitely has rats. She's in a room that definitely would have rats, and they didn't attack the body. So either the body, one, hadn't been down there long enough, or two, there was actually not. But this is a dark basement, so people could have been going down there for other things and just never noticed the body.
That's crazy to think that.
Mhm.
I mean, I still think it's somebody that's familiar with that abandoned house because I don't think
Could be.
somebody, I don't think somebody from out of town comes and then, oh hey, we're gonna go to an abandoned building, and they dump this body off.
Yeah, I mean, and again, not arguing with you whatsoever. I mean, it very well could be somebody that was familiar with that building. But we got to look at it this way too. If you're driving around with a body in the back and you see a boarded up abandoned building, might just look like a good place to go dump it at.
That's okay. Yeah, that's true too.
I mean,
Okay.
it could go either way. But do I think they knew the area enough? Yeah, I do. I'm with you on that. I'm just saying you really do have to look at it both ways.
Okay, here's another question. Okay. Chris said, could she have been placed there recently or could the rats have been protecting her from anything else?
So the mold, let's talk about, so to answer that question, we'll talk about the mold. So when what they did was they went to the botanical garden and asked them, could they regrow this type of mold and what would the conditions be and the length of time? They were able to duplicate that in a wet environment that was cold, and it took 3 to 5 days for that measurement of growth to come about. And if you watch my film, I give you the exact measurements of how big that mold was. So with that being said, we know the body was placed down there within 3 days. but it could have been upwards of 5.
Mm. That's yeah, that's remarkable. Like going back again to the rats. Okay, could the white hair found be cat hair? A cat would keep those rats down.
So it was work, and it was Caucasian male pubic hair. But they're not that it was on the body, but there could have been cats in the area too. I mean, I'm sure there are stray cats.
Right, it could have been cats occupying that building.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, question. What about the insecticide?
What
Let me
about the what? I'm sorry.
hold on, let me see. What about insect activity?
No activity on the body itself. Again, this is a very cold winter in St. Louis. It's February 28th. This is like the first breaking of a cold winter. So with the conditions, there just wouldn't have been insects down there at that time. Now there was washerwoman syndrome on the body, meaning she was submerged in water for some point to create that type of wrinkling on the hands, and also skin. She was there long enough that skin slippage had began through her body, and I do show pictures of that showing her morgue photo of her knees. So skin slippage is when the skin begins to detach from the bone itself.
Mm. Okay, what temperature
And
was
B,
it? Which,
if you watch the documentary,
mm,
I do put a warning out there. I actually do show evidence photos of the decapitated child. You do not see like the cut point of the neck, but you do see the shoulders in the sweater without the head.
mm. What temperature was it when she was found?
The temp they were having the barbecue, so it reached 60. Again, they found the body around noon. So I don't want to give you a wrong estimate, but I would say probably around at that time around 40-ish.
Okay. So I have a question. So roughly how many times has your documentary been streamed?
So over 700,000.
That's a lot. That's a lot. I'm
Yeah, that
surprised it's
and
not
that last
more. I'm surprised it's
yeah,
not
that
more. And I think going forward, it'll most likely people will watch it more than they know because it's
and
a
see
very
that's
big
why
subject.
I try to push the free site because when you pay $1, you're only going to watch it during that 24 hours. But if you watch free, you can watch it over and over and get the details. You know what I mean? And to me, like I said, I don't really care. I just want the information out there. So watch it wherever you can.
Right. Okay. Let me see. If we go to Chris, he says, how many times were the cops called to that building do you know of?
So I can tell you this, in finding footage from the news to that building, I was able to find uh, a few, like 3 different instances that they were at that building for something, whether it be the news was recording the police there for a car parked in the back that had no wheels to the front. Uh, so there was quite a bit that they were called there. Now the building itself, all the way around, was locked up except for the back. They couldn't get upstairs in the back because the steps are collapsed. You can see that in the film. But the only entrance was that back door to the basement. Also, what people don't realize is there was actually a building right next door to that that had people living in it. And the neighborhood candy lady actually lived right next door. So kids were in that area going to the house right next door buying candy.
Mm. Gabby Lowe says, this was a girl around 9. She would have been in school. How can that go unnoticed? That's what I think about.
Well, I can point out some instances there for you, just things that came up during my research. So at this time, families, both white and African American, would hide their family members with disabilities. So if this was a slow person, there's chances are she didn't go to school. She just stayed home. If we want to point that direction and things that could point towards this being a slow person, the sweater not having a label in it, yeah, we look at that as thinking they were hiding the label because they don't want you to know who the sweater is. However, a high number of children with autism do not like labels touching their skin, and they actually cut it out of their shirts. So that's a possibility. Another one is this could be a military child. So yeah, military children go in and out of military bases, and people don't know how long they're going to be there, where they're going. So if this was a guy in the military and he killed his daughter, let's say, and then he just up and went to another military base, no one would question that child disappearing.
That's true. That's so true because there was a case in Germany years ago. African American guy. He supposedly had killed his wife and two kids, and they
Mhm.
went missing, and they never found the bodies. And I think they looked into the case probably like they went straight through it. They didn't even investigate the case, and this guy lived his whole life. He's still living, I believe. He's still living, and this girl and her two kids are still missing. Like they never really did anything on the case.
Mm,
It's crazy.
crazy.
It could have been also migrant workers.
Yeah, could have been migrant workers. This could have been a love child. This could have been somebody homeschooled. This could have been somebody that just went to school somewhere else, but family just moved here and she hadn't been enrolled yet. I mean, there's quite a bit of things. I mean, we got to think about February. The end of the first semester was probably right after Christmas or around Christmas sometimes. So if the family moved, even though this would be a grade school child, that's still like the middle of the year. So they probably were trying to enroll her.
Yeah. Her DNA relatives weren't reaching migrants though.
No, she was African American.
She's African American. Okay.
Yep. And there's no way that this has been looked at on several ends, and no one believes that this is like a ritual killing or anything like that. This isn't a sacrifice. There are no indications to that. The only thing that put people's mind there is the body was completely drained of blood.
Okay.
So, but this could be a trucker that killed the victim in Ohio and it was bleeding out all the way here. You know what I mean? Like or he could have killed the person and the body bled out while he was trying to figure out what to do in the tub. Now again, we have to remember that the meat cleaver actually had cut animal byproduct before. So he could have did this at like a butcher house and she bled out on the floor there and they never would even know. But a couple of elements to tie together, just another avenue or rabbit hole to go down is you're looking at ski braided rope. You're looking at a hatchet that cut animal meat prior to cutting this neck. This could be a hunter. This could be somebody that likes outdoor activity. You know what I
Lisa
mean?
just said that. Lisa said it could be a hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
And what is the name of the fungus?
It starts with a T. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Let me grab my phone. And
Could just be a sicko. Yeah, that too.
it could just be a sickle. Absolutely. 100%.
There's so many avenues to this.
Yep.
Wait, is this near? Wait, what is she saying? Hold on. Was this near Willie Childs was arrested for rape in 1983?
When what child was?
It was Willie Childs Was this when he was arrested in 1983? Willie Childs. I think I remember hearing that story about Willie Childs.
I'm not familiar with Willie Childs.
Okay. He's not familiar with Willie Childs.
Okay, so here's the point about that. Uh, so it says, please note that the isolation of growth that were reported of, and I'm going to spell it to you. It's THAMNIDIUM species, properly elegans, is not a common fungus that we associate or isolate from humans.
I'm gonna say amphibian. I could be wrong. It sounds like it says amphibian. I
Yeah.
hope I didn't butcher that word.
Yep. And it's also, it wouldn't be a contaminant in humans either. So it also says right here, it may have well be that the source of the fungus may have come from the instrument, i.e., cleaver, used to decapitate the girl. It should be noted that the fungus has been reported isolated from meat and animal products.
But it could be found in the environment. That's what Lisa's asking or saying.
No, it would come from animal. I'm going to blow it up and see if I can put it up to the camera. Let's see. So that's the word right there, everybody.
Damn it. Okay, damn it then. Damn it. No, I'm not going to try it.
And yeah, so if you read the last line there, you see comes from animal products.
Okay, I got you. So that comes from animal products. Okay. Okay, Willie Childs Jr., he's a rapist in 1983 in St. Louis. He chose young African American girls. Doodle, was this the guy who I think his girlfriend's daughter or niece or something also went missing? And they tried to connect it to the St. Louis Jane Doe, if I'm correct.
I'm not familiar with that case personally.
Okay.
Can you all see that? That's the actual room she was found. If you look directly in the middle towards the ground, you'll see her yellow sweater.
Okay.
And I'll blow that up real quick for you. So there she is, right there.
Wow.
So
Okay. I can
she's
see.
directly in the middle of the doorway. Let's see here. Everybody, look away. Show it long, but this is the decapitated child.
Wow.
So as you see where the shoulders are, there's no head. If you want to see the only amount of blood that was found in this building is what you see on the wall right there. No other blood anywhere.
I see the little trinkets right there on the left side, but like you said, you don't see none on the register.
Like they bumped up against the wall or something. And this is the actual doorway the day the body was discovered. So that's the actual doorway down.
Oh wow!
Like these are actual evidence photos. So like I said, I'll send you this stuff.
Oh, okay, okay. So be careful showing pictures because YouTube is bad at taking down channels for gruesome. Okay.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
know. Gabby's let me know. I didn't. You're good, but Gabby's let me know. So okay, cool. Okay, well, we didn't show too long. So hopefully they let us live.
Yeah, or if you gotta screen it out, I completely understand. I'm sorry, everybody. I really just care about this case, and with you all asking questions, I want you to know that everything in my film was researched and vetted by police and doctors, so I can provide any evidence that you have questions about.
Right. Do you have any more questions for Mr. Sosa? I think we might be out of questions. Hold on.
So, hey, if you get any that people want to answer to, just shoot them to me.
I surely
Um,
will. But I surely will. Okay, Lisa says she's going to reach out about the fungus.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell it if she. I can screen. I won't send the entire mold report, but I have no problem screenshotting that section and sending it to you, Lisa, so you can read it for yourself. Or if you know about it, please share that with me.
Okay. There have been flooding in that area winter. Has been. Oh, okay. I'm actually okay. He's asking, had there been flooding in the area that winter?
Again, I'm an 8 or 9 year old child. Not that I remember. I will say that the winter the year before was the worst winter in St. Louis history. So the one in February of '82, it was like 3 feet deep or something like that. It was like the worst winter ever. And I only mentioned that with them bringing it up because the sediments in that snow and water after that could have led to why some of the sediments in her body read from other places.
Okay, Lisa, I'm a microbiologist. Okay.
So with Lisa, would you agree about that coming from animal byproduct then? That type of fungus?
Victor said thank you for that explanation. Okay, I don't do much mycology, but it looks like the actual use that the fungus aids tenderizes meat.
Yep, which is what that says too. Absolutely.
Okay, and what about the fingerprints?
So right. So her fingerprints were put into a system, and I lived in St. Louis at the time. Because of her, the next year we were all going to the mall doing our fingerprints. So at this time, with her being a child, even if she was at the age of 11, they just weren't fingerprinting children. So her fingerprints and footprints are on file, but have never matched anything.
Okay. I'm wondering where it's found naturally.
As far as the mold report, they say it's only natural once you've cut animal product. So
Okay,
we have
so they bring it in to do that. It doesn't naturally occur in processed meats, I don't think.
yeah, me and Lisa saying the same thing.
Okay, I got you. I got what you said.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Right. Okay, Lisa. So you guys are on page. She's gonna hit you up about that. Okay. So again, I want to thank everybody for coming. This has been the podcast on the St. Louis Jane Doe. Edward Bird Sosa he was here to talk about his documentary, Precious Hope, and also the case. The case has been unsolved. Like she's been unidentified for 4 decades, 42 years, and the more information that's getting put forward now, hopefully it'll lead to her being identified sometime this year or sometime soon. I want to thank you again for coming. All right. Okay, that brings that down. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for coming on, and you have a good night.
You too. Everybody take care.
All right. Good night.
Okay, and we are live now. I'll wait for a few people to come on. Okay. Good evening, everybody. We are here to discuss the case of the Millbrook twins, Danette and Jeanette Millbrook. They went missing 34 years ago from Augusta, Georgia on March 18th, 1990. Their disappearance has been a mystery that has stood for 34 years. Today I'm here to speak with the sister of Danette and Jeanette, Shantae Sturgis. Shantae, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. So Shantae, from reading, we know your sisters have been missing for almost 34 years. What actually happened and the day that they went missing? They went missing on March 18th, 1990. How did that day start off for you and your family, and how did we get to where we are now?
Okay, so that morning we went to church.
Okay.
And we was at church that day. My the pastor of the church basically gave my mom some money for us to eat lunch that day.
Okay.
And after we left church, we came home. Um, my mom sent them to Church's Chicken. And when they came back from Church's Chicken, we all was sitting down eating, and we was talking about going to school. So the school that they originally would have been going to would have been Joseph High School.
Okay.
But because we hadn't been too long moved to the area that we were staying at, they were still going to an out of zone school, which was Lucy Lane High School.
This lady high school was the high school the girls was going to, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So basically my mom didn't have any money, of course, for us to eat lunch for that day, nor did she have any money for them to be able to catch the school, well, not the school bus, but the city bus back and forth. So she told them to call my goddad. My goddad told them that he would give them some money, to catch the school bus. I mean, the city bus back and forth to school for that week.
Okay.
And they left the house, and basically they made it to his house. And after they left his house is where everything went left, because instead of them coming back home, they was going to different family members' houses, where they went to two different family members' houses
Hmm.
to ask them to walk home with them. One of them was my cousin Juanita. The other
Okay.
one was my older sister, AC Hander. And so basically, um, they they made it to Juanita's house. Her mom
Okay.
wouldn't let them go with them. So they left Juanita's house and went to my older sister's house. My older sister said when they came there, they asked her, she said that she couldn't walk home with them, which we are, that she hadn't been too long, had her oldest son at that time. So of course she then, wasn't up to walking with them. So it had to be probably like maybe 4:30ish, almost 5 o'clock.
Hmm.
I know it was getting late, basically. And they left the house around maybe 2 or almost 2.
Okay.
So in between that time, I guess my mom started getting worried that they hadn't made it back home, because we don't walk the area before. So I guess she knew, the time frame, how long it would have took for them to get back home. So she started calling around to other people, like my sister and my goddad, asked him, did they make it to his house? And he told her, yeah. And then when she called my older sister, this is how we knew to go to the pump and shop store, because my sister said, yes, they came over here, Mom, and they left my house walking like they was going towards the pump and shop. So by us already living by the pump and shop years ago, years prior to us moving to where we live, we already knew some of the attendants that work in the store. So the the attendant, basically by the time we walked down there, she told my mom that they did come in the store, that what they brought, she said they didn't seem like they was worried about anything. Nothing. The only thing she know is they brought what they brought. After they left the register, she had to ring up somebody else, and she said basically they was gone just like that. She don't know if they got in the car with somebody. She don't know if they went left, right, or what, you know. And from that point on, as we know, she's the last person that seen them, and nobody's seen them since.
Wow. So I got a question, but I'm asking people to walk them home. Do you think they was a little worried?
I think so,
They just didn't want to let
because
on, right?
if they wasn't worried walking down there, you know, and they didn't need nobody else, because I also asked them to walk with them, even though I was 12 years old back then. I did ask to go, and they told me no. They told me that they was coming right back after they left my goddad house, and basically, so I think something happened in between there, and that's the reason why they was going around asking people to walk them back home or whatever. I'm not sure, you know, and I guess we'll never know what was the purpose of them going, because we don't know where they at still to this day.
Right. And I remember before when we spoke before, the first time they got home, they said a white van was following them, right?
Yes, Jeanette told my mom that when they left churches that they thought a white van was following them. Of course, my mom, you know, she went to the door and she looked out, but we didn't see a white van, you know. So basically, we don't know if the van was actually following them, or if the van was going the same way they was going and they thought the van was following. We just don't know, you know. We just know what they said.
Right. So that area from the pumping shop, right? When
Hmm.
they come, okay, when they said they walked back from the pumping shop, now that area straight, narrow, is the alley there? What's right there?
Um, okay, if they had you talking about like them leaving from where we were staying at, going there?
No, leaving from the pumping shop. Like she
Okay,
said,
leaving
yeah.
from the pump shop, it is an alley right behind the pump shop.
So do you think something could have happened behind that, or you just don't know?
I mean, it could have, you know,
Right.
because you know when we was living in that area, I do know sometime before, okay, we stayed in two different houses when we stayed on 12th Street.
Okay.
So the first house that we stayed in that was by the pump shop, my older sister left home to, I guess she was going to hang out with friends or whatever, I'm not sure, but I know she was sexually assaulted in that same alley.
Oh wow. Okay, so I never knew that. Okay.
Yeah. And so during the time when the twins went missing, I'm not sure if um you know it was a somebody standing around, you know, waiting for them. I don't know if the person that was in the van that was following them that we didn't see, you know, it may be could have been a van following them. We don't know. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I just know what was told.
Right.
And
So
then
okay.
so sometime after that right there, you know, um after we made it back home, because we walked there, walked to the barber shop, and I'm saying, cause hello,
Yeah, I mean I can hear you.
okay, cause somebody was calling my phone.
You all right, good,
Anyway,
good.
I know when we made it to the store, and after talking to the attendant, we walked back. As we was walking, I'm sorry. Why does they keep calling my phone? And I'm doing something. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens. It happens. It happens.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, I'm not sure what transpired when they went there. When we went, you know, back home, as we was going home, we looked in, you know, like empty houses, like different um like open space, you know, like with tree, whole bunch of trees and stuff like that.
Hmm.
She was basically, we was just looking, you know, not knowing
Looking
if we
everywhere.
was gonna, yeah, find anything or whatever. So once we made it back home, she called the police, because By then it was dark then, and they still hadn't came home. And when she called the police, they basically told her that she had to wait 24 hours before she reported them missing.
24 hours. That's insane to tell anybody that, here you have two 15-year-olds, that are not known but they're known just for going to school and coming home. But to say, I
Mhm.
mean, any kid, period, 24 hours,
Yep.
24 hours is one of the most crucial hour. Like that's the most crucial hour period around that time. 24, a lot can happen in 24 hours. So that's crazy. So after they say wait 24 hours, then how did it go after that?
Okay, so after the 24 hours was up, the next morning, she calls them again. This time they sent someone out. Okay, the cop that came out, she gave them all the correct information, but for some miraculous reason, he wrote the information down wrong. He wrote their birthday down wrong. He wrote the spelling of their names down wrong. He wrote the name of the street that my goddad stayed on. He got that mixed up with it's a Florence and a Forest Street. My goddad stayed on Forest Street. He wrote down Florence Street.
Mm.
So after he took all the information or whatever, he ends up giving it, I guess he ended up giving it to the investigator, but the investigator didn't come out until that next week. So the next day, which would have been the March the 19th, the regular police officer came out. Okay. The week after that is when the investigator came out. Okay, the investigator that came out, his name was Jim Ship. He tells my mom that he was gonna go look for the girls or whatever. He still put the information in wrong. They still had the information wrong. Their birthdays, spelling of their names. What else? Yeah, basically that was it. And then after that date, we didn't hear from him again until maybe a month or so.
A month. Wow.
Okay, so after that month was up, I guess he called himself still looking for them or whatever, but you still didn't go to the people houses who you supposed to be. You didn't talk to the people that you should have been talking to. Basically, he didn't talk to my older sister, which they seen them the day they went missing.
Right.
He didn't talk to my cousin. He didn't talk to the attendant at the store. Basically, he didn't talk to nobody but my goddad. They did talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we know that they really did make it to his house. After that, right there, a whole year had them passed, and he probably came to my mom's house like the end of 90. And I guess to check to see had they came home or whatever, because they still hadn't came home. But by the time April the 8th of 1991 comes, he basically came and knocked on my mom's door and told her that had he found them, that he could make them come back home because they had turned 17 years old. He also says that they had been found and he couldn't make them come back home. So it was two different things. Now I'm again like going ahead because in 2017, this is when we find this part out that he felt that they had been found. He said they had been found, but they still hadn't been found. And we know they hadn't been found. But if he said they had been found, you didn't get her address, you didn't tell her where, you didn't tell her who they were with, you ain't tell her none of that, but you're telling everybody else, like all the people who we're trying to contact to get to help us find them, you're telling them that they had been found, but in actuality they hadn't.
So
So
he said they've been found and they were not found. And this
right,
one, he said this was year 2017, or
yeah, this is when we found out that he was still telling people that they had been found, but they was never found. So from 1991. I think he closed the case out April the 8th of 1991. So the case is closed, period. Nobody's looking for them.
Right. The case is closed for 22 years, right?
23.
23 years, right? Okay, 23
Yeah,
years.
the case is closed 23 years.
Okay.
So by the case being closed 23 years, you got that whole big old open gap where 2 decades and something has that went by and nobody's looking for them based off of what the detective shift tells them. But you told us, had you found them, you couldn't make them come back home. 1993, we found out that he calls the National Missing and Explored Children and tells them to take my sister and them out of the database. He said they should have never been in there because they was nothing but some unruly runaways.
And this is Detective Ship, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Ship has a history of labeling people as runaways because there was another little girl that was missing from Augusta, Georgia. Listen to this, y'all. Detective Ship also said another young lady had ran away from Augusta, Georgia.
Yeah, she was 9 years old. Her name
was 9 years old, and
Tiffany Nelson. It took him 11 days to rule this little girl case as an abduction. And I heard this out of the sheriff's mouth. So I know it is true that he said this. But 2005, the little girl went missing in 1994.
Right.
2005, they found her body in a shallow grave off of Highway 56.
They sure did, because I remember reading. I just can't think of her name at the time, but I
Tiffany
remember reading
Nelson.
Tiffany Nelson. So look that name up, Tiffany Nelson. Detective Ship also labeled Tiffany Nelson, a 9-year-old at the time, as a runaway. But almost 12 years later, she's found in a shallow grave.
Right.
This is why when I put in my description about the case, I said there lack of, because as y'all can see, y'all listening, this case was never investigated. It is still to this day it's not being really investigated, and it's a shame because it's been all these years, these investigators were able to go home with their family without a care in the world. And here you have.
Oh, he said the reason why he can go home, and he said he was glad that he could go home because he didn't have kids that he had to go home to kill. This is what he told the Fall Line podcast detective Ship. He said because he didn't even know why they even put him on missing kids cases or missing people cases. And I was like, wow,
that's something to say to a family that's missing kids.
It is something to say when you supposed to help the community, and it's like it took me all that time I had been calling. To my it's so much. I done told this story so many times, it's like a movie to me. It's like I'm telling somebody else's life, but it's our life. You know what I mean? And it's like it took y'all 23 years to open this case back up. This family still calling y'all all these years, and y'all still saying y'all can't help. The only reason why this case, I think, got opened back up is because the sheriff that was running at the time, he was wanting to get elected.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm thinking. Because
now, who was the sheriff at the time?
His Richard Roundtree.
That's the one, the sheriff now, right?
Yes, he's the sheriff now.
Yeah, I remember
he wasn't the sheriff when they first went missing, but when they opened the case back up in 2013, he was just being elected as sheriff. And I thought, because the sheriff that was in the seat at the time when they first went missing was the Caucasian guy, I was like, well, maybe, that he's a black guy, maybe he want to help more than this me thinking. I could be wrong, I don't know. But I was like, hey, let me try. I just happened to see him on the news and he was saying that he wanted to help the community, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, this is a good time right here for me to call. So I calls down there, and sure enough, they end up calling me back. They didn't answer the first time. And Sheriff Roundtree was the one that I talked to. I talked to the person that he was running against. And he's the one that called me back and said they was going to open the case back up because they didn't like how the case was closed. They closed the case off of hearsay. Basically, somebody said they seen them. He closed the case and left it as that. 1993, you caused NCMEC, which is the National Mission and Explored Children, tell them to take them out of the database. So 20-something years goes by, nobody knew. Like anything could have happened between March the 18th and 2013. They opened the case back up in September, I believe. Anything could have happened. Anything. They could have still been alive. We don't know. I mean, they could still be alive to this day. We just don't know what happened to them. You know what I mean? And I think if they had did something then, or got somebody else different, if they see that the family was still calling saying these girls out there, why not try to help? You think we calling for our help? We weren't calling for our help. We weren't just calling down there to say they was still missing if they wasn't.
Right.
I still don't get it to this day. You know, I might have was young, been young back then, but I still know I had 2 siblings, and I ain't seen them since I was 12 and they was 15, and I'm 46 years old right now, and they 50? They just turned 50 this year.
Yeah, I seen the birthday celebration that you did for them.
I just hate it. You know, I just hate the whole thing. I hate the whole thing even happened. I don't even know what else to do no more. I done been on so many platforms. I done been on the news. You know, I done did everything that I could think of that you could do. You know,
Yeah,
but I'm not a police officer. You know,
right. You can't investigate.
Yeah, I can't. You know, just go out here and it be knocking on folks' doors. You know what I'm saying? I was young back then. Had I been the age I am now back then, I probably could have did all that stuff. But I was a little girl, you know, when they first went missing. But I still remember them. I still remember everything about them. I still remember what they had on the day they walked out my mama's door.
Right. How is your mom doing?
She doing okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
You know, she
we always
think
think about
them
these
every
cases.
day.
Yeah, we always think about these cases, and for me, I always think about the parents, you know, because I know it takes a toll on them.
Yeah, they hadn't even put out, you know, he had, when I was calling down there, I don't know where the information even came from or what made them even think that, but they was telling me when I called down there to ask, you know, for them to help, they basically was saying that my mom kids had got taken away from her. Okay. Now, mind you, it was my older sister, it's the twins, then me, then my sister Jacqueline. Then I got a sister named Jessica, a sister named Tiffany, and a sister named Cicely. It's 8 girls, 8 of us. Why would they take 2 and leave the rest of them?
Yes, because if they're gonna take them, they take them all.
Yeah, that part didn't make sense to me. But that's what they told me. You need to be talking to your mom because your sister, that way they said your sister now had been taken away from your mom. I said, that didn't make no sense. I said, how can y'all take 2 and not take the rest? And I was like, somebody lying. He gonna tell me he appreciate me saying his officers was liars.
Well,
I said, well, I don't appreciate you trying to say my mama a liar. And I lived that. I know if they had, if the defects had took my mom kids or not. They had me calling the adoption agency and everything, which I already knew, you know, but I just did it just on the screen just to get that part of the investigation that I was doing myself out the way. So they had no recollection of none of my mom kids being taken away from her.
Basically a wild goose chase, basically.
Yeah, basically that's what it was. Then 1996, I happened to be sitting down looking at TV. I was looking at the news. I always look at the news ever since they had been missing. I read the newspaper, you know, all kind of newspapers. Anything that I could think that they would put an article in about somebody missing or somebody murdered or they found the body here or whatever. I try to read and I try to stay up on everything. I just be happen to be sitting down looking at the news. They had an image of a female that had been missing. I guess she had been missing for a while or whatever, and they ended up finding the female's body in South Carolina. The image looked like one of the twins.
I was just looking at the image before we went live too.
So I called again, and I get shut down. They told me off rip, no, it's not her. I said, okay, left it like that. So 2017 comes, I meet Laura and Brooke of the Fall Line podcast. Okay, I tell you them the same story. They ends up calling to the Aiken County Sheriffs and they end up talking to the Aiken Coroner. So when unknown to me, the person that I saw in 1996 still hadn't been identified.
Wow. So all these years. So 11 years. Okay, now it's 11
yeah,
years.
yeah,
Now 11 years behind this point. Okay.
exactly. So I was like, wow, they still don't know who. So, I was like, maybe it is one of them. You know what I'm saying? So it took a long time for us to get them to do the DNA comparison to the person. But I think in 2020, listen to what I'm telling you now, from
Okay.
2013, from 1996 all the way up until 2020, that's how long it took for us to find out, for them to do the DNA, because they just had got DNA from my mom in 2013. So any Jane Does that was going from 1990 all the way up, they wouldn't be able to compare it to nothing because they still hadn't got my mom DNA. My older sister DNA, they hadn't got that until 2013. So what
Wow.
if it was a Jane Doe out here that was them? And I just found this out today, that any Jane Does that was going around back then, they probably don't even have anything in the database that they could compare to my mom, but they finally did it for that Jane Doe that they had in Aiken, South Carolina. They told us that it wasn't now one of them. But I think they only did the DNA comparison. Well, I guess if they'd used my mom DNA, I guess that's how they would determine that it was neither twin. But I swear to you, if you look at it and you look at her, it looks just like her.
I saw that, and I remember you told me that they should have tested both twins because they're not
Yeah,
identical; they're fraternal twins, so they
exactly.
may have two different blood types.
Exactly. So I don't know.
That's a whole like question and answer by itself too. Because say if they did the DNA on both girls, you feel me? And
Right.
like you said, cause I looked at it and looking at Jeanette's picture
Yeah.
and looking at the Jane Doe, this picture right here, y'all. This Jane Doe that they found in South Carolina looked exactly. You would think that it was her sister. So I think they should retest that too.
I
Okay.
really do too. I was just talking about it today.
Right.
I was talking about it today because it just something in me just because like it's 34 years and y'all ain't found nothing,
Nothing.
no bodies, no nothing, no clothes, something that could tell us, what happened to them. It's just like they vanished into thin air, and we know that's not possible.
And where does the investigation stand now? Like, are they actually investigating the case?
I have no clue.
Because it just doesn't seem like it. You know, you like you said, you hear
Yeah,
updates
because
or
they don't
something.
call us, they
You have
don't
not heard
contact
anything.
us. No, none of that. That's why I was talking to someone today, and I was like, "Well, I'm just gonna call down there because they finna do a new sheriff election again."
Well,
So
hopefully
the
this
guy
sheriff.
that's running, I said I'm gonna call down there and see if I can get him somebody to do something. I know it's gonna take a lot, but I done seen plenty of cases where it be 40 years later and they solve.
Yes,
You
yes.
know what I mean?
I'm glad you
So
feel that way. I'm glad you don't give up. I'm glad you feel that way
and
because
I'm trying not to, but it's hard and you got to go every day without knowing what happened to them. And it's like I just feel bad because I've been trying for so long. I tried before I even did a podcast, anything. Anybody that I come in contact with that I feel could be of some kind of help, I reach out to them. I talk to them about it, like people that I work with. Because you never know who.
right, that's
So
true.
I always talk about them. I always try to keep their name out there. You know, a lot of this when it never happened that's going on now hadn't been for the Fall Line podcast. I can't
Yeah,
say that,
they're
but
good. They're very
yeah,
good.
they did a lot, to help me and my mom now or whatever. But I wish it was something else. I don't know. I ain't giving up hope. I
Right,
never do that. I know God, He do things on His time, So I
right,
stay prayed up about it. And
right,
one day, I'm hoping that they can find them.
right. So
Whether, it's for the good or bad, we just need to know. That's the worstest thing for your child to walk out the door and you don't know if they dead or alive.
right, and not knowing is the
And
worst part.
yeah, it ain't one, it's two of them,
Two
you
children.
know.
Yes.
And then they got a brother that they don't even know. My
Mm.
mom had my brother um after they went missing. They
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they don't even know they got a brother. He 33.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, question. Now, their dad. I know when I was watching, the documentary.
Mm-hmm.
When did the rumors with him start coming up? When did y'all first started hearing the rumors about the dad and if he may have had something to do with the disappearance?
Here we thought that from off the rip though, to be
Okay, from the
honest
rip.
with you.
Okay,
Because basically, if your child go missing and even though you and the dad are not together, you're gonna call and be like your child missing, you expect for them to have some kind of reaction. Oh my God, let me do this or do that to help try to find them. Didn't want nothing to do with it. He told my mom to leave them out there, that they probably were with some man. Just leave them alone. He never wanted to look for them. So for a long time, we thought that he probably knew where they was at or whatever the case may be. And then years later, um, he ends up having some dealings with these guys and he helped these guys hide a body. Okay. He goes to jail with these guys. So when I met Brooke and Laura of the Fall Line, they end up contacting some of these guys and come to find out the guys, one of the guys wrote them back and basically said that their dad was on drugs and that he was allowed drug dealers to sell drugs out their house. And they had some kind of party there. And my sister then was supposed to been over there and that one of the guys tried to sexually assault her and the other twin tried to help her and he's supposed to been hit her some kind of way in her head, hit the table, and basically she passed away. And he said the other twin, he figured that she was dead too because after that day that he didn't see him no more.
so he said he figured that they were dead because he didn't see them anymore. So
Yeah, but he know for sure he said he know for sure one of the twins was dead that night. But the other twin, he said he don't know if she was dead or not, but he figured that she was because after that night of the party or whatever, that he didn't see her anymore either.
yeah, it sounds. That sounds. I don't know. So I mean, what were your
But
feelings on?
this the thing right here. Okay, so
Okay.
by him saying all that, right? The part about the drugs, I don't believe
Right.
because my sister and them were no type of girls. My sister and them didn't do drugs. They didn't drink none of that stuff. They weren't but 15 years old. I know it. Times have changed now. You probably find some 15-year-olds that do that type of stuff now, but back then they didn't. My Jeanette was always she loved animals, kittens, cats was her favorite animal. That she used to. That's all she do is sit at home. She had a cat named Jennifer. Danette, same thing. They just sit around. We listen to the radio, sit on the porch or whatever, but barely even went in the place. If they did, we was always together. You know what I mean? So it's not like they was party girls for him to say the stuff that he was saying. Now, if it happened, like I said, it was forced on them to do. But I just don't believe that part about the drugs. Now, the other part about the sexual assault, it could have been, you know what I'm saying? It might not have been. But once Richmond County was told this, they said they was gonna do their own little investigation. The guy's name that was mentioned in it, they said the reason why the story wasn't credible is because one of them ended up in a wheelchair, was in a wheelchair at the time that they're saying that this supposed to have been happening, which that don't make sense to me. Anyway, I end up talking. They called my mom and told her after the finding of their investigation, they was gonna close that part of the case out because they just didn't believe it. They say the guy that was telling the story, he just wanted something out of it, blah blah blah. So I end up calling down there to the sheriff department to talk to the guy myself and ask him why is he closing the case out. I said, y'all got my mom upset all over again. I said she been told so many years, 20 something years, y'all saying that they can't help her, and now that they done open the case back up, it feels like we just back in 1990. So you telling me y'all ain't gonna do nothing? And then that's when he said that he feel that the story wasn't credible, that the guy probably just wanted to get out of prison or whatever the case may be. And he said that basically if that the story was true, but it wasn't my sister and them that it happened to.
Okay, so who did it happen to?
So who did it happen to? I asked the same thing. Guess what he told me? They can't give me that information because it's still under investigation.
That's because they don't know themselves. That's why.
Exactly.
So, like, even going forward, like the dad is still like, even that guy after he doesn't want anything. And I know you got an older sister, right? And I know they
Yeah,
were kind of close.
she passed away on the twins' birthday in 2018.
Wow.
Yeah. On their birthday. Ain't that
On their
something?
birthday.
Yeah.
Wow. How was her relationship with dad?
Now she had a good relationship with him. And that's the thing. When they first started want to question the dad about it, they asked her, because my mom, really don't talk to him, but they know she talked to him. My sister did. So she calls and talk to him every day. They talk all the time. So when they put the new investigator that they had over, which her name was Ashley Pletcher, they put her over the case. And when she went to go talk to him, she told my older sister told her that their dad told her to tell them that he was dead. So he
Wow.
wouldn't have to talk to the police at all.
So he definitely was hiding
So
something.
yeah, so from the time they went missing all the way up until 20 something, 2000 and what 13, when they put her over the case, he didn't want to have nothing to do with it still, because then you telling them to tell that you dead instead of trying to get them some kind of information or talk to them about something. But I ain't gonna sit here and say Ashley wasn't a good investigator, because at one point she was the only one the investigator that they ever put over the case that would call and check on us, see how we are doing, see had we heard anything. And then miraculously out the blue, I hadn't heard from her. And I was waiting and waiting and waiting. And I was like, well, let me call her. So I called, and guess what? It takes her off the case.
You
Why?
know what's crazy? Someone commented when I first ran a story on Facebook about your sisters. Someone commented in the comments that their mother was on this case and they took her off. So that might have been her daughter.
Could
It
be,
was
and
on
they
one of the
took her off.
posts, and she said,
Yeah,
"Yeah." She said her mom. She said the case broke her heart. She said she was on it, but then like you said, miraculously
yeah,
they
she
took her off the
was.
case.
She hated that. I don't know what took place down there between, the sheriff department and her, whatever. But I just know they took her off the case. And once they took her off the case, she went to another police department. So she's still in law enforcement, but she
Right,
can't do nothing to help us because she in the nurse jurisdiction, and
right.
this is Richmond County.
Okay,
But
so
she did try,
right.
you
So
know.
their father is now passed away, right? When did he
Yeah,
pass away?
he passed away in 2021.
Now, has before he passed away, did
No,
he
they didn't talk
nothing?
to him. Nothing. They couldn't talk to him. You know why? Yeah, they waited too long. You waited 20 something years to try to talk to this man. And by then he claimed he got dementia. Oh, well, he did have it, But before he passed, I want to say maybe 20 2018, maybe somewhere between 2018, 2017, somewhere between 2017 and 2018, he was at the nursing home. Before he got to the nursing home, we ended up seeing him on the news again. This time is because one of the guys that's in prison that supposed to had something to do with my sister and them being murdered. His mom was my sister and them dad caretaker.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So by her being his caretaker for years, because my mom always was trying to figure out what relationship did this lady have with him, because him and her didn't have they wasn't together. They wasn't dating or anything like that, but the lady was over his funds, like his social security or whatever. And by her being over the social security, I guess he felt she wasn't doing right, so he asked my mom to be over his money for him, but my mom wouldn't do it. So the lady continued, and then some kind of way, I guess his mental state had started deteriorating or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They were staying in a house over here off of down here in Augusta off Milledgeville Road. He basically was being neglected. They found him outside naked or whatever, and they had to take him to the hospital. When we seen it, we goes up there to the hospital to see him. Okay, we gets up there. He's talking fine at first, but as soon as we ask him anything about the twins, it's basically like, you know how um you start like you in how you pronounce it, incurred, like,
Incurred. What's that
yeah.
word?
So basically he was acting like he didn't know nothing. Like,
Okay.
you get what I'm saying? But soon as you say something about, say they asked him, do he want something to eat or something like that, or something that happened back in the day that he would remember,
Mm-hmm.
because his niece was up there.
Uh-huh.
So basically, when we asked him something about the twins, it's all this stuff here, and when one of the podcasters asked him, did he know what happened to them? And he said, yeah, they did. Then he turned around a little while after that. I was like, when I heard it, I said,
Mm-hmm.
hold up. Then he just say they was dead, and she was like, yeah. So she started questioning him more
Mhm.
and more and more, and basically he was like, no, I don't know what they at. She said, you
No,
just
that
said
first
that
answer. That
first.
first
Yeah,
answer. That first answer, him saying he was telling the truth, and then he was trying to play mind games.
yeah. That's
But I think
exactly
y'all
what
had
he was
already
doing.
you already had that figured out by him uh dodging around the questions.
Yeah, he was. He was just every time you say mention their name, he'll try to go over it, act like he didn't hear you. Basically like, like something wrong with him. And then after a while, the nurse ended up coming in there, but we tried to get more out of them. Because she asked them if they dead, if they deceased, where are they body? His name was John Millbrook. It was like,
Mhm.
where are they body would be at? Is it in the country? Is it in the city? I mean, where could it be? Where would they be buried at, John? And then he was like, I don't know. I don't know what happened to them girls. That's what they say, them girls. Like, they're not his
Basically
children.
saying, I don't know them, I don't know who they is, I want to associate with it, basically.
Yeah,
And that's just how it was from the beginning to the end, to the day he died. He
yeah. That's
ruthlessly, basically. And that's crazy because I got kids myself. So if anything
yeah.
happened to them, I'm worried and all that. So
Yeah, I don't care what time or what year it was or none of that. If they're my children, they're my children. I'm gonna love my children, and I'm gonna want to know where my children at all times.
at all times, yes.
He didn't want to know nothing. He said, leave them out there.
Now, before they went missing, did he have any type of relationship with them? Did they see
I
him?
ain't gonna say not necessarily. He seen them, but the only reason why he would see them because my mom would go down there to visit his mom.
Ah,
To take
okay.
the
So
girls
he knew of
down
his
there.
kids.
He would take all of us down there pretty much. We'd go down there to visit. Other than that, no, they ain't really had no relationship with him like that.
So
But my older sister, she's about the only one that was like really had a relationship. She was still talking to him up until she passed.
so she passed before him. Right.
Yeah, she passed before him.
Oh wow. And it's yeah, darn, so she would you think if she would have lived longer, she probably could have got something out of him?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know why I asked that question. It just popped in my head. I'm just like, cause I'm pretty sure like she tried to get some information out of him.
She probably did try to talk to him, but when a person got it instilled that they gonna keep something up under the hush hush and they ain't gonna tell nobody, she probably couldn't even get it out of him. So
Right.
it's just like he did not want to tell nothing. He didn't want to talk about nothing. They did try to go talk to him when he was at the nursing home though, but by then it was too late. Hell, he barely could even
Talk or
hold his
anything.
head up. He barely could
Right.
even talk or say anything. Because we went there, even though my mom and him didn't have no relationship or nothing like that anymore, she still, because they were her kids' dad, she still went out there to go let him know that my older sister had passed away. And by the time we got there to go do that, and he was barely, being able to stand then. I think he was in a wheelchair by then. He barely could
Wow.
do anything. But
Right.
they still don't say between them 20 something years that the police can do more about trying to get information out of them. They could have been talked to them, but they did.
Right. It's a lot they could have done in the beginning to the middle,
Yeah.
and I mean, honestly,
And I
I
really think if they
right,
had a did more, if they had somebody that was in there that really had a heart, that really cared about people being missing, no matter if you feel they was gonna run away, and they was gonna do it again. You found them, they was gonna run away and they was gonna do it again. It doesn't matter. Children are children, and he should have did more than what he done.
I'm
Had
glad
he
you said
did
that.
that, had he did that, I think even though it might be, even though they might be deceased, just say they are, you know, we'd rather know that than to not know nothing.
Right.
And we don't know nothing. And it's 34 years now.
Right. And you know, I'm glad you made that statement about if they run away, you know, they you still look for them because
Yeah, because they were still all these, I'm not racist. I love everybody, but I just got to call it how I see it. Between the time my sister and them went missing, all the way up until now, it's a guy. He went to school with me. He went missing sometime like in the 90s, and they kept him on the news. They only put my sister and them on the news once.
mm,
One time.
one time in 34 years. You hear that,
Well,
viewers?
they've been on the news lately from 1990 all the way up to 2013.
Okay, that's 23 years.
You won't see nothing about my sister and them on the news. No, none of that. No newspapers, nothing. No articles, nothing. From 2013 all the way up until now, you'll start seeing news articles and like video clips of me talking on different podcasts and stuff like that. It didn't really start. I'm gonna be honest, it didn't really start until 2017. Put it like that. Even though the case was opened up in 2013, 2017 is when everything went. You know, like basically people started knowing.
Yeah, because I
The
found it
case
like
just got big. It just got bigger
okay.
in the public's eye, so the public would know. And once the public start hearing about it and hearing how they did my family, the police department, Richmond County, however you want to call them, they left my sister and them out there, and I just think that they didn't care.
I think so too. I really think so too. Because you know, when you look at this case, it's crystal clear from the beginning. Like I said, you know, they didn't investigate. I don't think they ever investigated. You know,
It
like you said,
really
they just
is.
figured these girls were runaways and they would
Yeah,
come back home
because
and
that's what he said. He said it was unruly runaways. They never been in trouble with the law. My sister probably got in a fight maybe twice
right.
that I know of. One at the bus stop, one at school. One of them was the principal niece of one of the schools that she went to. They both went to, because eventually, sometime in between there, before they went to Laney, they had to separate them from school. So Danette went to Abraham Mary, and Jeanette was still going to East Augusta Middle School. And then after a while, they ended up back together, and both of them was at Lucy High School. And
Okay.
once we moved from the Lane Walk and 12th Street area, and we moved to Jenny's Homes over there on Cooney Circle, they still wanted to go to Lane,
Right.
but they weren't no bad girls. I can honestly say that my mom never had no kind of issues with them. Even if they wanted to go somewhere, she allowed us to go like to skate range, like to the movies. If she go with us, we was with somebody that that was up, that would watch us to make sure we was okay or whatever the case may be. But she did everything she could. She was a single mom, basically raising 8 girls, and like 3 of them was real young. They probably wouldn't even remember them like that, but I, I do. I slept with them. Yeah, we took baths together. Played radio, got ready for school in the mornings together, even though they was older than me. You know, we all slept in the same room together. They, I don't know. I don't even know how my life would have turned out had they still been here. They don't even
Right.
know I got kids. They don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. And
Right.
I just think it's sad. I mean, it's sad. My family just, I don't know.
I think about y'all all the time. You know, when I'm posting these missing persons cases, or I come across the case or I post it, and it'd be like people would be reading the story and they just be like, wow. And I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, all these stuff really happened in this case. And I
Mm-hmm.
said, what I wrote in this little here is just a little bit of the cake, to really, really get everything. I told him I would have to bring you on. So that's why I was like when the followers get like bigger, that's why I like to bring you back, because it might be somebody that hasn't heard the case, or it may like each time it may be something different. I'm hoping like
Mm-hmm.
going forward that honestly, because I really think that one day, you guys will get answers in the sister's case. I just hope
I'm
that it's
hoping
soon.
so. I'm
34
hoping
years is a
so.
long time. Like you
It
said,
is.
that's three
Even
decades.
when it came down to us finding out about the serial killer, the serial killer that was here, his name was Joseph Patrick Washington.
Right, Joseph Patrick Washington. I remember him. Now he was killing in twos, right?
Yeah.
He was killing in
Ones,
twos.
twos, however he can do it. And two of his victims he picked up from in the area where my sister and them went missing. I do know that part.
So you mean to tell me after he was killing people, they didn't patrol that area or anything like that? No patrols. So
I'm gonna assume not, because
right.
I promise you, we didn't even know nothing about him at all until the Fall Line podcast. If they hadn't told me anything about him, I would have never knew that he was existed.
And he's dead too, right?
Yeah, he did. He died in 1999.
And they never got the chance to question him.
Nope.
Wow.
Didn't question him. They didn't even. I don't even know if they still got any the evidence that they had against him. I don't know if they keep it or how they do it, if they destroyed or whatever. But they wouldn't compare none of it to my sister now. And I asked why, and they said because they didn't fit his description of the victims that he had. But this is my thing. How can you say that when y'all sat right here and said that all his victims that he murdered and that he sexually assaulted or aggravated assault against would look just like my sister and them, but older with short hair? And he said the reason why he was doing what he was doing is because a female that he was dating gave him HIV, AIDS, or however it would go. And that's why he was going around killing the women that he would kill. He would shoot them first, then rape them, and leave them out there to die.
Now, was all his victims found? So I would say.
Well, all of his victims was found that I know of. A couple of them that was in Carolina that they thought he did. They couldn't basically. They think he did it, but they couldn't convict him of it.
They can't tie him to him,
Yeah,
basically. Okay.
yeah. So, how he ended up getting caught? Two different women that he did this to was able to describe the same car. He had a yellow Pinto, and he kidnapped. He's like I said, he would shoot them first. So I guess it would paralyze their bodies or whatever,
Right.
and then he would rape them. He did it out there at his job and everything. So when you hear about the Brickyard Pond, he worked it out there at a company called the Brickyard. He would transport them in either his car or maybe even the van that he drove for the company that he worked for.
Isn't that one of the places I think you said you wouldn't mind to have searched?
Yeah, but they told me, I asked them could they search, and they told me by it being so big that they couldn't search, they would have to have a specific spot in their area for them to go out there and search. So
that's a
that
lie.
part is out the question.
That's a lie, because they could have got the manpower along with volunteers, and they could have searched that place. Anything's searchable. That's like I tell people all the
They say
time
they
when
want to do it because a part of that place, a part of it over there is by a place called Molly Pond Road, and
Okay.
it's got like these two big old ponds over there, and it's a place called Lovers Lane. He used that area also for his victims or whatever. So anything in that area is like nothing but wood and water, and you know, and basically they say it goes miles and miles on out, and they tell me that's why they're saying it's so big, too big for them to even search. They would have to have a Pacific area out.
A Pacific area. Okay, so it's really big. Okay,
Yeah,
I have to look that up when I'm offline to see what they're talking about.
yeah. So we did. I frequently ride past it all the time, and I always come across my mind what if they were out there. Even if they were out there, you know how many alligators and stuff out there. You know,
Right. Right. Yeah. Right. Right.
all
Right.
that stuff come across your mind. What if they was out there? They wouldn't be able to find nothing.
Right.
It been so long.
Yeah. It has. This is truly a miscarriage of justice. 34
Yeah,
years is a long time.
yeah. It
And
took
and I
it
really
took this
hope. I mean,
long. I
another thing too. I
hate it.
hope bigger publications pick this up. Because everybody should know about the Middlebrook twins.
Yeah, they
This is
should. They
this
should
is
know how.
definitely this case stays on my mind all the
Yeah,
time. It's
yeah.
I think a lot of people think that
And then there's a lot of cases like this that I have seen, even though it's not twins. You know, Richmond County is about the only police department that I know of that don't want to really get involved in a case when this is your jurisdiction. Why won't you get involved in this? But they'll get involved if it's another case with somebody that's outside of here, and then they bringing it over in Augusta or Richmond County or however you want to. They'll get involved then. But this is y'all case, and y'all barely even saying anything about it.
I think a part of it has to do
They
with
they never even did a what you call that where the police they have the cameras and stuff. What you call that have never done that. They have never got in front of cameras and mentioned my sister's name or said
press
nothing.
conference.
Yeah,
Press conference.
yes, they have never done that.
They never done a press conference for them at all. You know what? Because
Period.
part of it, because you know what, they probably feel really, really stupid. Or they
A
probably
lot of
feel like
people said
because they
a
should be
lot of people
embarrassed.
saying that.
They should be embarrassed.
Yeah, a
They
lot
really
of
should
people.
be embarrassed. And eventually, it's all gonna come out. The investigation, how they did the investigation, and how they done the whole case,
Yeah.
and somebody should be held accountable. Yeah, honestly, ask me.
Hmm.
I don't see how you just don't investigate this case. This is a big case.
Yeah, right now to this day, I still don't know if they got somebody else over. They done changed the people so many times. After since they've been open in 2013, we probably had like 5 different people over the case, and nobody's done nothing. Neither one of them. Nobody. But Ashley, she probably about the only person that tried to do something, but they took her off the case for whatever reason. And from that point on, I really don't know who. So they put a guy named Lucas Grant over it. And this was during the time where they did the documentary. I don't know if they just did it because of the documentary or what, but he was over. He said he was gonna try to do everything he could to help, and it wasn't gonna be like the other investigators before him and da da da. And still to this day,
Yeah, it's
it's
the
still the same.
same thing.
Yes. I don't understand it, y'all. I just really don't. I don't get it at all.
Me
I
either.
don't
Trust
even
me, I
know
don't.
what to
I don't.
do.
I don't either.
I,
I don't either.
I get tired. I had to start again, like how my mama was back in 1990, when and the years after that, trying to get them to help her, and that's how I've been feeling. You do all you can. You call, you talk to this person. You might get one person that want to help, and then boom, out the blue, they can't do nothing to help you no more because of, in my case, they took her off the case. In my mama case, they just want to do nothing, period. We wrote all kind of people. Oprah Winfrey, we wrote her, trying to get her to help. We wrote I think Sally Jesse Raphael back then. I don't know if people know who that is, Montel Williams,
Mm-hmm.
you know. My mama even contacted John Walsh, and he even said he couldn't do nothing to help because the police department in our hometown had to get him involved. So that's what everybody kept saying.
John, no, he could have helped out. He could have helped out.
Yeah, he could have, but he said
Because
no.
he's a father himself. He's a
Exactly.
father himself. His son
Yes,
Adam. That
yes,
alone should have
and
been
that's
like,
the
hey,
reason why
I'm a
my
father
mama.
myself. Yeah, he should. That alone should have. John. Yeah, John. Shame on you,
Yeah,
John
that's
Walsh.
why my mom would feel confident in contacting him because he was going through something similar to where he was going through the same thing at the time until they found his son murdered, but he still had a child that was missing, you know what I mean? And she got two that's missing, and nobody would help her. So she figured, because he was going through what he was going through, that he would, but he wouldn't. And he said that because the police department wouldn't get him involved, there's nothing he could do.
This is
I think he
crazy.
was doing unsolved mysteries or something like that back then.
America's Most Wanted. I think America's Most
Yeah,
Wanted. He was
American
doing.
Most Wanted. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he could have put them on there.
Yeah, he could have, but nope. Nobody want help. I just don't get it. I'm 46 years old and I just don't understand. I know one of social media or nothing like that because the cases that I see now, if it don't be for the audience pushing the issue, some of these police departments probably won't do nothing to help these missing people.
And you're not lying. Because a lot of the social media work has led to a lot
Yes,
of things. I
yes,
know
it
me.
has.
I know us locally. We're locally, and we put out a lot of people on here too, and we found a lot of people too. I never kept track of it though. I just they found like I said, I didn't hear about your sister's case till around 2 3 years ago. Because like you said, social media. If had social media been popular back then, it probably more well
Yeah,
known.
oh
But
yeah, we'd know something by
yeah,
now.
you knew
We
something.
definitely
But
would have known something because
a lot of these cases
they
I've
don't they
seen.
don't let up. Believe me, they don't let up. They gonna keep on and pushing and pushing and pushing, and law enforcement ain't gonna have no choice but to do something.
And that's what the whole goal is. That's why I say let me
Yeah.
bring her back, keep bringing her back, because I don't care if we gotta tell the story. I know sometimes because I'm thinking about it. I said I know she probably tired of, well, not tired, but I know she probably told the story 1,000 times. I'm
I
going
I
before
have, and
even
I tell
before
it 1,000 more times if it's gonna
right,
help
and
bring my sister and them home.
I know that's right. I know that's right. I love to hear that determination and not give it up because I've seen some people that just give up on cases and they're like it's been so long. I'm like don't
And
give up
that's
the
why
hope.
I feel bad, even though I've done all I have been doing, I still feel bad because we still ain't got nowhere. That's how I feel. We ain't
But you
got
know what?
nowhere.
The key part is that people know that you have been doing something. I
Yeah.
know you've been doing something. For a lot of podcasts we took to them, they know you've been doing something. And even now, the viewers that are viewing this now, they seen and they heard everything that you're doing. So it's not like your time is wasted. I know you haven't found your sisters yet, but the fact that you continue to push and get up every day and still live your life and still look for your sisters, that's a whole lot. That's a
Mhm.
whole lot. As a sister, it just shows that you're not giving up on them, and I'm glad to hear that. Like I've said 1,000 times, that word not
Mhm.
don't give up is don't give up
I
because
ain't gonna never
you
give
never
up.
know.
I'm gonna keep pushing, but you know, it's just hard. It's hard, but you got to. You, I feel like I be beating myself up, even though I know I've been doing all I could. I still feel bad because my mom, she ain't getting no older, and she still don't know where they my sisters, but them her daughters.
Right.
And you got
It's a
to
total
live
different
every
thing.
day.
Yeah.
You don't live every day of your life since they been gone, not knowing what happened to them. I know she think about him every day.
Right.
She dream about him. You know, they'll never be good dreams, but you know,
How old's your mom now?
she'll be 70 December. No, she just turned 70.
Just
I
turned
think.
70.
Yeah,
Okay.
she turned 70 in December.
That's a
So
strong woman, you know.
she'll be 71
That's a strong
December
woman. I'm telling
23rd.
you.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of
yeah.
people
The
who
strongest
lost their
woman I know, cause
yeah,
baby, she done
yeah,
went through something, and first you lost your oldest, your two daughters. You don't know what happened to them. Then you lost your oldest daughter. Then she lost her mom, and then her brothers, and it just the list goes on and on. It's just like nobody's is here to see the day that we do find out what happened to them. Everybody's just passing away. I just don't want that for her. I want her to be able to be here to see the day that they are found, even if they're
right,
not alive. You know what I'm saying? Long as she know, long as she got peace, knowing that hey, they found them and this is what's going on. But right now, she just been going on and on, not knowing. And I know if it's hard for me, I know it's hard for her.
right,
I know it's hard for her. I got other siblings, my other siblings, I don't know how they feel, because they was little kids, they know they got the twins missing. They know they got siblings missing or whatever. But it's like for you to be really close to somebody and then just out of and then now they just gone and you don't know nothing. What we supposed to do, you feel bad because you feel like you just they went on with your life and they probably was scared, I don't know. They probably was scared out there.
that's that's how I think with my
Anything could have
brothers.
happened to them.
Yeah, I think about my brothers the same way because I had two brothers murdered 4.5 years apart. So a lot of times I think like that. I think about them and think
Yeah,
what how things could have been.
right.
It's unfortunate, but it's
Hmm.
just life and it's something we got to live, and we ain't got no control of it. We all got a number. We just don't know when.
I'm telling you, it's just awful. It's awful. And then I got kids, and my kids always be like, "Mom, you just too overprotective. Every time you want us to do this, you don't want us to do that." And I'm scared. I don't want to be one of them mothers. You leave out the door and then I don't see you no more.
And see, another thing they don't understand either. A situation like this will make you be
Yeah,
like that. You know.
exactly. And
This.
that's
I
what
mean,
I
the people.
told them because I done told them the stories of how it happened and stuff like that. But see, they don't the way they think now. They be like, "Oh, ain't nothing gonna happen." I'm quite sure they was thinking the same thing. And now look, that could have been me. The twins could have been me. I could have been one of the ones that they couldn't find me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was talking about going with them. I could have been one of those ones. I probably wouldn't be sitting here today talking to y'all now had I went with them.
Right.
But they
I,
didn't
I
let me go.
yeah. I wanted to ask you that question, but you answered it. Yeah. Some questions just like nah, but I'm glad you answered that. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
but you know, no,
it's awful.
the main goal is like you said, bringing them home, finding
Yeah,
out what happened to them. That's the main
yeah.
thing. That's the main thing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have definitely enjoyed our conversation this evening. Every time we talk, we always talk for an hour or more.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I said,
I'm
this
okay with it.
me too. This story, I'm telling you, I can. It's like I can listen to this story 1,000 times, and I always listen to uh our first interview we did on the podcast. I
Yeah.
think I probably listened to that I think at least 50 times. Because like I said, the
Mm.
case it still fascinates me, and I always want to see closure with it. I like just like a lot of these other cases, I want to see closure with it. I like going after the cold cases, the cases that people have, forgotten, people
Mm-hmm.
don't seem to, care about. Those are the type of cases that I like posted and talking about, because those people didn't have a voice. So I want to be a part of the voice, now, back
Yeah.
then, even going forward, to help their families to get closure, or whatever I can do, to bring them a step
Mm-hmm.
closer to, because I'm not even gonna say closure, some answers, because we know
Right.
no matter what, whether it's a missing person case or a murder case, there's never no
Yeah.
closure. It's just,
It's
you
true.
heal, you move on with your life, and you hope things get better.
Yeah. But you never forget them.
You never forget them. Yeah,
I still
the
haven't.
memory. That's what the
Yeah.
pictures are for. The
Yeah.
pictures, the memories forever.
That's right.
Memories forever, and and like I said, it hits different when it's a sibling that you grew up with. See, my
Mm-hmm.
siblings, we didn't grow up together, but we were tight. But I know my cousins, we grew up together, and we were like brother and sister. So I
Yeah.
know how it is growing up with somebody and then you losing somebody. I lost a
Right.
cousin a couple of years ago. We were real close, and then out of nowhere something happened, and she's gone. So,
Right.
but like I said, the memories last forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Is there anything else you and then you want to say to everybody, and like a message that you may have, what you want to see going forward?
Not really. I mean, just keep my family in prayer. Maybe
Right.
one day, you know, God might reveal what happened to him. I don't know.
We're gonna keep praying. We're gonna keep praying, and
Yeah.
hopefully that one day that we know what happened.
Yeah. Let's God bless everybody. Thank them for listening. And I'm
Yes, and we're gonna
sorry
we're
I
gonna
ain't got
re-air
nothing
this too.
different to tell.
It's gonna
I'm gonna
re-air again
tell
at,
you.
at 12. We're gonna play this again at 12. We're gonna pre-record it. Shantae, as always, thank you for coming through, telling your story once again. I know you told it 1,000 times. I tell you, thank you for telling it the 1,000th time.
Yes,
And
sir.
if need be, we bring you back. We may have to tell it again. But I enjoy
Yeah,
bringing
that's
you,
fine.
bringing you
If they
here.
want to ask questions or anything, they can ask me. I don't
All right,
mind.
y'all want to have any questions? You can put them in the comments. She said any questions you want to ask, she'll answer. I see some of the comments. I'm truly sorry for your prayers. Sending prayers your way. The story breaks my heart and infuriates me. Yeah, it's a lot of comments.
Yep.
This
I tell
happened.
you what, if this ever happened to anybody out there, make sure you keep pushing at the police department. Make sure they listen at you. Cause had I been older back then, they would have had to listen at me. You know, I really can't recall how well my mom was actually, cause she was distraught when something like that happened to you. You don't think right. You be thinking the worst, and then you probably ain't did what you thought you should have done back then, or whatever the case may be. But just don't give up, or just keep pushing, keep fighting, and eventually somebody out there gonna listen,
and they're gonna hear you.
and they gonna hear exactly what you saying, you know. And maybe you'll find some a police investigator or whoever, somebody with a heart that really care about his community or her community or whatever, and they will help, to look for your loved one. But don't let them tell y'all that bull crap about waiting on 24 hours, because between them 24 hours, anything could have took place then.
It sure could have. A lot happens in 24 hours. The
Yeah,
24 hours is the most important hours.
and our 24 hours then lasted 34 years.
24. Say that again. Her 24 hours have lasted for 34 years.
Yeah, 24 hours lasted 34 years.
34 years is a long time.
Hmm.
Jeanette Millbrook went missing from Augusta, Georgia, on March 18th, 1990, 34 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shantae, thank you so much for coming through again, and we look forward to talking to you again.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a
Yeah.
good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Good evening. We are live. All right, we are live now. I'm gonna wait for a couple people to come on, and then we're gonna rock and roll. Matter of fact, we can rock now. I'm just gonna go ahead and start talking, and then when they come on, they can, Good evening. We are here to discuss the case of Joanne Marie Rowford, who was 24 years old when she went missing from Minneapolis, Minnesota, on November 1st, 1988, nearly 39 years ago. At the time, her daughter Minnie was 8 years old. How old are you now, Minnie? I'm sorry.
I'm 43, be 44.
Minnie is 43 years old. So you can imagine that's almost 30 years. That's like 13 years without her mother in her life. And today she's going to be discussing her mother's case, what she thinks happens to her, and also there'll be some shocking revelations about family being involved in this case. So, Minnie, I'm going to give you the floor. I know you were young when your mother went missing, but what do you remember from that day?
Well, I remember that the night before was Halloween. They had a Halloween party for the grown people, I guess in the basement. I don't really too much remember, but recollections. Got up that morning, my mom got us dressed, put us on the bus, me, my brother, my sister. At the time, one of my aunts was living there with us, but I don't recall her or her kids being there the next day of the November 1st. Went to school like normal. When we got off the bus, my grandfather and my auntie, which is my mom's oldest sister, was waiting for us at the bus stop. We ended up going with them. Uh, Days went by, no mom. Days went by, no mom. Our mom is the type of mom, even though she was out in the streets, she never left us for more than like 3 days.
Right.
She always checked on us, made sure we were fine. So a while had went by and it was still no mom. But me, I really didn't get the gist of it till I say I was about 10, when it was like, wow, like, 9 came, 10 came, no mom, like what's really going on? That's when I found out that my mom was missing pretty much. My grandma, she ended up opening the first missing persons case back in 88. There was no leads. Come to find out, I had decided I had my first child when I was 16. So I decided, thinking like my mom, but I was still so young, I didn't know what to do. So around 2017, it was in my heart, like something has to give, you have to, do something. So I ended up reaching out to the 4th precinct, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and reached a Detective Calloway. She told me that they closed my mom's case. And the reason that they did that was because her cousin, Tina Matthews, had been using her name since 1989. Now, mind you, 88 of November and January, that's just a couple months.
Right.
She went to using my mom's name from 89 to almost 2000. I ended up opening the case in 2017. She ended up catching a case. That's how we ended up figuring out why they ended up really closing the case. But nobody reached out to my grandmother and gave her any information about, even I would think that if we're saying a person is missing, wouldn't you go to the family and be like, there's somebody using this person's name after, so many months or whatever.
Right.
And let us figure it out. But no, we didn't find this out until 2017 when I decided to reopen the case. So she used my mom's name and she ended up getting caught because she ended up committing a crime, and the person who she committed the crime against knew her real name.
Wow.
So when they looked in a database and they seen like, hold on, this is her, and she's in prison, like this can't, and then it was like, And I think at that time it was right on time because it seemed like as soon as I opened the case, you know what I'm saying? This is when all her stuff happened, her catching a charge or whatever. And it was like, you know, wow, like you know what I'm saying? They put two and two together. So Miss Calloway ended up calling me and having me come in. I went to the 4th precinct and they showed me pictures and I told them who she was and how we were related. And they said that was the reason why they closed my mom's case. So I told them that I wanted it to be reopened and that I wanted to press charges against my cousin to the extent max for using my mom's name. She still hasn't been charged, nothing.
So you
She's
mean to
free
tell
from,
me, so you mean to tell me this
huh?
whole time, so I'm gonna cut you off. You mean to tell me this whole time that she's been using your mother's case, she's never been charged for doing that because she actually hindered them in an
No,
investigation.
no, never been charged. Still, she did her time for the crime she committed. She's walking free in Minneapolis today. If I was to ever see her, we're not even gonna go there. But yeah, but yeah. So she, that's why. So I reopened the case. You know, every year, you know, I try to call, you know, and see, like when I reopened the case, I gave them a list of names, like people they should contact, people I thought would, you know what I'm saying, they could talk to, family members, everybody, nothing. Like you haven't talked to one single person. Like some people might be in jail, rehab, still on the streets. These people are still around that you could have, this list of names that I gave you that you could speak to, nothing. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I think my family knows more, her sisters, you know what I'm saying? They know more than what they're telling or leading on. I believe it in my soul because anytime we get to asking questions, it's just like a whole bunch of, you know what I'm saying? Like I was just telling my brother, like I called the one who raised me, you know what I'm saying? Her oldest sister, which I call her my mom. I called her and I was asking her questions because I wanted it for the podcast. And she went into a whole nother situation. When I got off the phone, I said, she didn't answer my damn question.
Usually when that happens, it's because people know. Like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, are you serious? So I'm like, wow. But out of all people, I would think that she would be the one, you know what I'm saying, that I could all, you know what I'm saying, that would say, and it was like, it just threw me off. So her sisters, you know, all of them was, you know, out in the streets doing what they was doing back then. But most of them are clean now. Clear your conscience, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't understand that it hurts me, my brother and my sister. We walk around here, y'all got y'all kids got y'all mom. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't replace y'all sister. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, but y'all didn't try to do nothing to, you know what I'm saying, figure it out. It's like everybody grown now, everybody, you know what I'm saying? We just look at y'all like, really? Like, I believe everybody got somebody knows something they not telling. I don't know what it is because the type of people that they hung around, my mom and my cousin, one of her closest cousins, you know what I'm saying, they hung around, they mess with, you know what I'm saying, white men with power and money in Minnesota. So I don't know, but it's a lot of strange stuff going on. It's been a lot of stories that's been told, but my
Yeah.
only story is I just want an ending.
Mm-hmm.
We need an ending. Like it hinders our growth. I have 3 kids, 1 grandchild my mom's never met. My sister has 5 kids, 1 grandchild. You know what I'm saying? She's never met. My brother, he has 4 kids and 1 grandchild that she's never met. And it's like, but all y'all get to see y'all grandkids. Every time we get to asking questions, everybody want to turn and change the topic.
Right.
Like this should
That's
be always on the agenda.
it
Like
sure
what can we
should.
do? Like, you know what I'm saying? And until there's no end, until God tells me in my heart and my soul, like there's nothing left else to do, it's unsolvable, then I will leave it. Until then, from here on out, I'm fighting. And I appreciate every platform that allows me to tell my mom's story. She was only 24 years old, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
regardless of what she did, she was coming home to her kids,
She
you
sure
know.
exactly.
So something happened, somebody knows something. Like it's just like people are holding secrets, you know what I'm saying, that can give us peace and joy and hope, like, and that's what really makes it hard to
Right.
see everybody with their kids and their moms, and what I'm saying, they act like my mom never existed, like literally, like, but it's 3 kids here to let y'all know she existed. So, you know what I'm saying? And it's hard, and it's just been a lot going on, a lot.
Right. Okay, so now take me back. You said they had a Halloween party, right?
Hmm.
Correct. Did anything happen at this party?
From my understanding, some my cousin's boyfriend, baby daddy, him and her uh robbed a man and slit his throat. I don't remember. They say it was ambulance everywhere. I don't remember none of that. But you know what I'm saying? People that like my brother, he says, my brother and my sister, and mind you, my brother's younger than me, but the boys, they are always up there, they're boys. So I'm pretty sure him and my cousins was probably up, and my sister.
Uh,
I'm an introvert, so I'm always to myself regardless. So I don't remember none of that. You know what I'm saying? I just remember waking up my mama there and then my mama gone. But my brother said that it was an incident where a man ended up getting his throat cut, and my cousin and her boyfriend, baby daddy, had something to do with it. And I don't know, that could have been a retaliation, because like I say, when they mess, it was a white man, and they mess with people with power. They didn't, what I'm saying, mess with no no average Joes when they made their money. Because what I'm saying, I wish I could have showed you this picture of my mom, because I have a better picture than that. They was bad, her and her teammate, and they they kept them people. So yeah.
right. Right. I mean, you could always send a picture to us. I mean, but
Yeah.
I'm glad I was able to lighten this picture up to get her eyes,
Yeah.
because she does have some beautiful eyes, because,
Yes, she does.
yeah, it's always, I don't know, it's always when I look at the pictures of people that are missing, it's like the
Hmm.
eyes tell a story,
Right. And
and
when she
her eyes just say, bring me home,
right.
bring me
And when
home.
she went missing, she had a colostomy bag because she had real bad gallstones. So she
Okay.
had a colostomy bag, I remember pretty much visiting her the last time in the hospital too. Uh, we had Oreo cookies and milk. I'll never forget it. And it was kind of crazy, like wow, like all the memories I can remember. I can remember that memory, and me and my sister putting my brother in a dryer and her whooping us because we didn't want a baby.
Well, you didn't put him in a jar.
Yes, we did. We sure did. We didn't want no babies. But other than that, what I'm saying, I remember her face. I remember her smile. It's just like the conversations I don't remember, the time we, what I'm saying, the little things I remember, but it's like conversations, what I'm saying? It's just crazy. And
Right.
and
Now,
it's whew,
okay. You said your aunts and your cousins and all them act funny, right? How do
yeah.
you remember how they were acting? Were they acting the same way, like when you were growing up?
Yes, like they were like literally like it was like nobody wanted to say nothing. Like I say, my auntie, her and her kids live with us in the house where my mom, what I'm saying, went missing, 26 in DuPont. You
And your
know,
kids never say
I
anything.
no kids never said anything. And like I say, I don't remember us ever going back to that house, her ever going back to that house. And I don't remember her kids getting on the bus with us to go to school that morning. I don't remember.
Right.
So
Well, you could think so also too. If there was assault there, and they was involved, they wouldn't come back.
right.
And like you said, that might have left the door open. There's just so many endless
Yeah.
possibilities here.
Yes, yes. And my cousin, he said he swears like, and like I say, I don't know if it was winter, because up in Minnesota we had like Franklin, it was a indoor pool. So even in the wintertime we could go swimming. So he said that he saw my mom. She was at a grocery store called Super Value after she went missing, and he swears to it to this day. He said he was hungry. He went up over there. He seen her. She was in a car with a white man, mind you, a white man he said, I don't know if you ever seen the movie Heat, but the white guy on there with the little curly, crinkly hair, I can't think of his name. He said he looked exactly like him.
Al Pacino or Robert De
No,
Niro.
I don't know. I don't even know. No, what's that other one? That's not Robert. What's the other one name? It's
Not Al
the
Pacino.
what he play on. Oh, what's he play on? Because I know who we talking about. I can see his face, but I can't think of his name. Have you ever seen Beauty Shop?
Yeah.
Okay, remember the dude, the one who was acting, the white boy? I think that's who that is, if I'm not mistaken. The face
I
that
know
I'm
you're talking
giving
about.
you.
Okay.
Yeah. So he said he looked at like him. He said he asked her for some money, and she gave him a couple dollars and told him she was okay. You know what I'm saying? He said and to this day he swears to it, like he don't care what no, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but that's kind of strange too. So you know
Right.
what I'm saying? But yeah, every time we try to bring up the conversation, nobody knows nothing. Like, I don't see how a person can just, you know what I'm saying? Somebody knows something, and get it off your conscience. I mean, I don't even really care to press charges, or I just, if she's dead, I just want her body home. If she's out there with amnesia and can't remember, I want somebody to see this, and let her know, you know what I'm saying, who she really is, because it's a lot of stuff like that that's happening. My cousin, she found her dad after 10 years. You know what I'm saying? They thinking he dead, and he don't got amnesia and in prison for murder under another name. She had to do
Wow.
an
And this happened in
ancestry.
Minnesota?
Yes, she had to do a DNA kit in order. She said because she ended up calling me like, cuz you need to do a DNA kit. I've never thought of the possibility of amnesia. It never really, you know what I'm saying, crossed my mind. But anything is
Right.
possible. And that would be awesome.
So you don't have
But
your DNA in the system?
yes, we have it in the naming system, but that DNA, it goes everywhere. Like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't just go, you know what I'm saying, in a state, it goes everywhere. So if a person is, you know what I'm saying, they know like their genetic testing is way above the ancestry
Right.
or the name is that what it's called? Name is
Yeah.
system. Yeah.
A lot of things I
Yeah.
don't like with these old cases is they don't put enough detail. They
Yeah.
always put so and so and like, okay, few details are known. Like these stories be
Right.
known. These stories be known.
Yeah.
That's
You're
why
just
I
not
reach.
talking to the right people.
That's why I always a lot of time I post a story in hopes that a family member will comment. And that has
Right.
happened so many times where, they were like, okay, this is my loved one. A little part of the story is wrong. So I
Right.
had some where, they would get mad at me. I'm like, well, look, you're gonna get mad at me, then you might as well go on Google and every site has the same information.
Exactly.
And that's how a lot of these cases also have been mixed up too. The wrong information. A couple of cases that I
Exactly.
came across because I posted them, the family inboxed me and gave me the right information and say, here, this is what really happened. And it's like
Right.
during all these years, everybody believes the same story. But I understand what you're saying.
Exactly. So it's like a whole bunch. I done heard stories about what coulda, shoulda, woulda happened, but my whole purpose is, if the police are not, my whole purpose is my family and the police, because like I say, they know something. There's just no way that her sisters and them don't know nothing. They know something. Other people know, and the police are just not trying to get to the bottom of it, which is really hindering us and hindering me, and it's really ticking me off, to be honest. Like, I am so upset at the Minneapolis Police Department. Not only did my detective retire, I didn't even get a notice to say my email's been the same since 2017. I haven't changed it. No email saying I quit, this is the new person, yada yada yada. So when I get this new information, it's like, wow. I ended up inboxing the lady, and it says that she's from the juvenile unit, and I'm thinking, like, how is she an investigate? Like, what is really going on here? I just it's mind boggling.
Yeah.
So
It's like it's like you have to deal with a grain of you have to deal with them with a grain of salt because
yeah,
I don't know. And then a lot of times, like you said, these cold cases, they don't think that they can be solved. So
Exactly.
they won't. Honestly, tell you
Yeah,
the
so
truth, a lot of these days, social media is actually solving these cases.
exactly.
These Facebook groups are really, putting the information out there.
And that's so true. And that is exactly why
Yeah,
I'm kind of
we
glad
just
for the
had
technology.
a group that I know that I follow. I think it's Jane and John Doe, 1970s, 80s. They just helped solve a case. She posted an old case and a bust of what somebody would look like, like the a drawing. And
Hmm.
this girl said, "Oh, I think this could be my mom." And
Yeah.
from that, she took a DNA, and it turned out to be her mother. And two people
See,
were charged with the murder.
exactly. And that's exactly how it's getting solved.
If they're not charged, they
And
suspects in the murder. Yeah, so like that. But
yeah,
yeah, this was recent.
yeah, see, and that's what it be. It's just that one little thing that get it out there and make it known. You know what I'm saying? And um in Minnesota, this uh is called I can't think what it's called. It's about Black missing people. They did a story on her, and the guy, he reached out to me and he was like, as long, just like you, as long as I've lived here, I've never, what I'm saying, heard this case. And he said, and then he the one told me, he said, your mom's case is the longest unsolved case in Minnesota. I said, what? He said,
Wow.
yes.
37 years. I actually looked up. It's 37 years her mom's been missing. It'll be 38 years this year.
Yes. And
38
it's
years.
and
Just think
it's
about that.
crazy. And it's
38
crazy.
years that people have information, people know what happened to her. Like she said, clear
Yeah.
your conscience. Clear your conscience. If this is your
Right.
family, how you say it's your family, do the right thing.
Right. Because
Because blood is thick.
it's out there.
Blood is thicker. Blood is supposed to be thicker than water. But
Yeah,
these
it's
days, I'm not
supposed.
so sure about that anymore.
I'm telling you, you got to watch them more than you watch them. And all me and my brother and my sister want is closure. I mean, our lives have been rough. You know what I'm saying? It's been hard, and it's like somebody out there somewhere knows something, and all you need to do is call the Minneapolis Police Department. I'm about to give out the information. Minneapolis 4th Precinct. The number is 612-673-2941, and tell them that you're calling about the case of Joanne Relaford, case number 17099692. You don't have to leave your name. You don't, just let us know what you know or what you've heard, because it's
Right.
the person that knows is the person that told someone. Tell it. Y'all tell it. I'm about to tell it. That's all we ask. All
Yes,
I
give this
ask.
family some answers. Give this family some answers. Like I said, it's been too long. She, her brother and her sister,
Yeah,
they've had
my
to live basically their whole life without their mother. And my mother, was alive, but me and my brothers and sisters grew up in different households. So I
okay.
already know that side. I've been on that side of the fence. And I know how it feels to not grow up with your parents. But
Right.
to not physically see your parent in 37 years,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't.
hard.
It's hard for me now not seeing my mom because she passed away, you know, 26 years ago, whatever. But 37 years of not knowing, that's not what this is supposed to
Yeah.
be about.
Yes, it's
Please,
not.
if you know anything, please reach out to Minnie or the Minneapolis police. Get this family some answers. It's been too long. This is the longest active cold case in the history of Minneapolis. We're on the
Yes,
wrong side of history. Wrong side of history.
exactly. Exactly.
And
And it's like,
I pray by us doing this podcast, I pray that somebody out there sees this podcast. Somebody gives her the answers or give her family the answers. Anything that can help her out or help her family out. I never use the word closure. I'm gonna say answers, okay? Because there's
Exactly.
there's never no closure. Even after it's solved or whatever, there's still the aftermath, okay? The
Yeah.
aftermath is the part you have to deal with. So no closure, like answers. And many
Yes.
thank you for having me. I'm glad you came on here, and I'm glad you decided to talk
I
about your
thank
mom's
you for
case.
having me.
Is there anything else that you want to add, to the people tonight?
Just if anybody out there that was around 26th and DuPont that can remember anything back in October, November of 88, please reach out to the Minneapolis Police Department. I left the number. If you can reach out to me, you can reach me at Minnie Relaford on Facebook or Nicole Smith on TikTok. Um, I appreciate everyone who tuned in, listening, and continue to share my mom's story. And God got the last say so. And I
He sure
appreciate
does.
you.
And any other platforms out there that would like to have Minnie's mother story on there, please reach out. I know quite a few that cover cases, so please feel free to cover this case. Introduce this case to a new audience. We
Yes.
introduced it tonight to my audience, which is big. But just think about if we can, release it to other audiences. You know,
Right.
so
Oh, and I have one more thing.
go ahead.
I have set up a GoFundMe page to hire a private investigator to help with my mom's case. So um you can look on my page, it's up there. Please share. Anything is helpful. I'm just trying to get as many answers as I can get. So I appreciate everybody for tuning in and listening to my story.
Yes, Joanne Marie Rawford was 24 years old when she went missing from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Thank you for watching. It's the Klein Williams, and this is our daughter, Minnie Rawford. And hopefully we get some answers out of this podcast. Minnie, again, thank you so much for appearing, and I look forward to keeping in touch with you, and hopefully one day you'll be telling me that, you got some answers.
Yes, sir, Colin. I appreciate you so much. You are so awesome.
You too. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh. Have a blessed
Yeah,
day.
you too.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. I was supposed to be joined by the mother, Cassandra Hall, who you see on the screen. Today's her birthday. Today's her 49th birthday. She went missing on May 9th, 1994, 31 years ago. I think her mother might have got hung up or busy. I'm not sure. But I wanted to go ahead and talk about Cleandra anyway. Cleandra worked at a doctor's office ran by Dr. Amos. And she was last seen when she was dropped off at work on this night. She would call home around 8:30. No, I'm sorry, not tonight. I'm sorry. She would call home early in the day to see if anybody had called her, which her mother replied no. She was supposed to call her mother back around 8:30 that night, for a ride home, but she never called. A friend of hers that worked with her, Erica, said that Cassandra said that she would walk home, which is out of the ordinary. Even though she didn't live too far, she always got a ride home for her parents. So her mother waited up for her, and she never came home or nothing. And she's been missing for 31 years. So hopefully that she gets a chance to come on here and tell the story. I just wanted to come live and let everybody know because I know a lot of people are waiting for her to come on. So hopefully she gets a hold of me and we can see what's going on. But today is
the 49th birthday of Crescendia Denise Hall, who went missing 31 years ago from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, from the home of Dr. Larry Amos, who claims that she left at 8:30 p.m. that night and that she left with somebody. He also can't tell the police what the car looked like or who it was, which is conspicuous. There have been a lot of rumors as to where, Clecendra's body is. A lot of people say it's still on the property of Dr. Larry Amos. No one knows. Now, initially, they didn't really do a search for they didn't do a search of his property. It wasn't until 18 years later, in 2011, is when they decided to go back because they got rumors of a foul smell and some blood that they may have seen. So let me tell you what they did with this evidence. Now, they were supposed to store this evidence, you know how they probably do it. So one of the cops took the evidence home and left it in his trunk overnight. That's right. And he never took it to the station. And when he did, it sat on the shelf probably for like another month or two before anybody noticed it. So all that evidence was potentially like damaged or lost. No blood evidence was found in that house in 2011, 18 years later. Now here we are in 2025, which is 31 years, and there's still no answers as to what happened to Crescendia. She's 18 years old. She was set to be the valedictorian at her high school reception, and she just went missing. Now, the doctor, they asked him to take a lie detectors in the beginning. He said no. He refused. He has refused all these years. He has refused questions about Clecendia. He won't answer anything. He's adamant that she left his house 31 years ago, which I seriously doubt. But I will say this, though. If it wasn't him, it has to be somebody that's close to her. I don't think anybody could get close to her enough for her to still be missing. So it has to be somebody close to her. I don't think she ever left the doctor's office. I really don't. I don't think she left the doctor's office. I think something happened inside that doctor's office and he may have did something to her because it's very suspicious how him and his son left town the very next day. And then they come back when they find out that the police are looking around his house. It's so much with this case. This is probably one of the most craziest cases I think I've ever come across. And I've had Miss Hall, I think I've interviewed her twice on our YouTube channel. We did one back in 2023 when it was the 29th anniversary of her disappearance. So if you want to check that out, you can. It's on our YouTube channel along with other stories. But right now, we're on Crescendia Hall. And the pictures that you see in the background from our different missing person flyers, celebrations of her missing, like how long she's been missing, birthdays. This is Dr. Larry Amos right here. He still lives in that same house too. He's still alive. I see people talking about he's dead. No, he's not dead. He's still alive and he still resides in that same house. This is Crescendia with some of her nieces and nephews she never met. These are her parents right here. Detective, this is when they did the search warrant at Larry's house. Young Crescendia. She had her whole life ahead of her. 18 years old. I can't imagine being a parent missing their kids, this long, 31 years, and she still holds out hope that her daughter's still alive. I commend Miss Hall for being so strong, so strong. She knows the endless possibilities of Crescendia's case and how it could turn out, but she still somehow holds on to hope, and that right there tells you, like as a parent, because I would do the same. If it was my kid, I would go hard. I would be on the TVs every day. You would never like not see me. You'll see me every day. So, but this case is something that I'll never forget. I'll never forget. Is there any questions? Man, yeah, that's true. Oh, of course the doctor knows, of course. Yes, the doctor definitely knows. He just won't talk. The doctor will not talk at all.
And why he won't talk, I don't know. It's, you know, just do a lie detector test. You know, just do a test. I know they're really unlistenable in court, whatever, but the fact that he refused it and he didn't want to cooperate in the investigation, it just tells you a lot. And I also think that his wife may know some answers, but of course, with him under her 24/7, she's not gonna ever talk. So this may be one of them cases where we know we may never know. We may find out we may not. Who knows? But I know somebody out there knows what happened to her. You don't just go missing without somebody knowing. Somebody knows what happened to you. Young and beautiful. This is his house right here. Now this house has been remodeled at least 6 or 7 times. Now think about this. That house has been remodeled 6 or 7 times, right? This is before the police got a chance to, even go in there and search the first couple of times. So he could have did a lot. He could have got rid of a lot of evidence over the years by doing this remodeling work. Somebody said they smelled like something that smelled like death years ago. I just don't understand. Like, I guess the law works in mysterious ways because you really have to have evidence on what people do, and I guess they had no evidence. I'm pretty sure, just like us, police probably suspect the doctor too, and they probably suspect other people too. But one thing they never have done is they never released the suspect list, which I think they should have, because we probably could have narrowed it down. Because what if all these years that we've been pointing at the doctor and it hasn't been the doctor? That's just me hypothetically speaking. I'm not saying that the doctor didn't do it, because again, there's just been no evidence to support it. Yeah, one of the remodelers, right? One of the remodelers is the one who reported that foul smell. It's been a lot with this disappearance. And I also still feel to this day that Clecentra does not get any coverage on anywhere. And her face should be plastered everywhere. Back then, they labeled African Americans runaways, and the messed up thing about it is they told her mother that she had 24 hours. She had to wait for 24 hours to report her missing. Listen, that's not true anywhere. There's no law that says you have to wait 24 hours. That's just something that was made up. You are allowed to report a person missing ASAP. There's no law. So I don't know why people have believed that myth that there's a 24-hour rule, which is not. The YouTube name is Missing Black People the Forgotten. Yeah, I agree, Arctic. They did. I don't think they ever, and the thing is, they never cleared the doctor. But I also don't think they ever cleared other suspects either, because she also had a friend that took a lie detector's test too, and his test was inadmissible. So it wasn't like a clear cut. Oh, here we go. She's here. Here we are. Here we. Miss Hall's here, y'all. Let me get her in here. I think I see her in here. Hold on. She's in here. Hold on. Let me see if I can add her. Click back on the link, Miss Hall, so you can come back in. She's here, so she's gonna come in. Here she go. There she go. Hold on. Shit, all right. Hey, how you doing?
Fine, how are you?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hold on, she's getting it together. I see you. I think the connection is a little bit slow.
That's possible.
Okay. How you doing, Miss Hall?
I'm doing fine. I'm sorry. Sorry I'm tardy, but I've been sitting here in backstage for about 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I was trying to bring you on. I started talking about
a little bit of the case before you came on. So now that you're alive, everybody, this is Miss Laurel Hall Williams. This is the mother of Cleandra Hall. Today is Cleandra's 49th birthday. She went missing May 9th, 1994, 31 years ago in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Today, we're here to discuss her case with her mother, Miss Williams, I'm sorry, Miss Hall Williams. Miss Williams, will you please,
Miss Williams Hall.
Williams Hall, I'm sorry, Miss Williams
That's okay.
Hall. Okay. So, okay, we'll let you start at the top with Cleandra's case and where we're at now.
At the top with her case.
Yeah, okay, let's go to the day that she went, like we dropped her off for work and everything.
Okay, the day that I dropped her off was like any other day. I picked her up from school early because she was a senior, and so if you were a senior and you had a job, then you could get out of school early. And so, especially since it was 2 weeks before graduation, when I took her to her job, which was a home office, no one was at home, and so she came home, laid down on the couch, and went to sleep, took a nap. So a little before 5, the boss wife called and said that she was at home and I could drop Clea off. So I said, okay. And Clea got up off the couch, wiped the sleep out of her eyes, and got in the car. And we drove down, which is not even a mile from our house. And I watched her walk in to the house, and that was the last time that I saw her.
Now, she was supposed that. Okay, now question. Now, she called home in the middle of the night. Well, she called home that night and asked, did anybody call her, right?
Okay, she called home about 8 o'clock. I picked up the phone. My son and I both picked up the extensions. She said, anybody calling? My son said no. She said, okay, bye, and hung up. I didn't say anything because that was all of the conversation. And during that time, I think cell phones were just coming out. So people didn't really have individual cell phones unless you had money. And so she wasn't able to so we didn't have cell phones and stuff like that. So we only had the landlines, and that was the end of the conversation. And that wasn't unusual for her to call home and ask if somebody had called her.
Okay. And then you were expecting a call back from her, right? For you to pick her up, right?
One of us usually picked her up.
Okay.
And at the time when she called, I was laying on the bed reading. And so I expected her to call me. And when my husband came in, I guess it was about 12:45, and he came in and asked if Clea was still at work, and so I'm half asleep. So I hopped up and I go to the room looking, and I said, I guess so, because it was definitely unusual for her to be working at that time. She had stayed there till 10, but 12:45 would have been that would have been a no, especially it was on a school night. So I didn't even know the doctor's number. So I got on and looked in the phone book and found the number for the home office, and he answered the phone on the first ring. And I said, is Clea still there? And he's like, no, she left. And I'm like, well, how did she leave? Who did she leave with? And he said, her ride picked her up. She left about 8:30. And he said, hold on. And so he went away and then came back a few minutes later and said he had looked at her timesheet, and yeah, she had signed out at 8:30. But of course, he didn't know. That's the discrepancies in the story, because in one account, he doesn't know when she left. He just heard the garage door close and the door. And then another account, he says that she looked out the window 2 or 3 times like she always does. And then her ride picked her up. And then
Sure.
she left with a peach pop in her hand. But he
Okay.
doesn't know when she left exactly and who she left with.
Now, has she ever got a ride from work from anybody else besides you or your husband?
She has gotten a ride from and I know of at least one friend, and because he gives an account of that on one occasion where she and the friend are in the yard, and the friend has his vehicle backed into the yard, and so in the house he saw the reflection of the tail lights, and so he come out and knock on the window and said, can I help you? And so he says, Clea leaned over and said, it's me, Dr. Amos. And so when she came inside, he told her, you know, I don't allow courting on my property. And she said, oh, that's just a friend.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the one occasion. So I'm assuming that maybe there was more than one occasion that somebody picked her up. But this particular day, I assumed that I was picking her up.
Okay. And then after this, you continue to wait, and then you figure she goes to school the next morning, right?
Yes, when of course, you know, like any parent, I stayed up all night because I'm thinking, girl, you're gonna be in trouble. And
Right.
So when the kids got up to go to school the next morning, my middle son, I sent my middle son when he got up, and I was telling him Clear's not at home. And so he said, when I get to school, I'll check, because they had band together in the first period, because he was in 10th grade at the time and she was a senior. And
Okay.
so when he got to school, he went to the principal's office. Like, he probably stayed in there that day, and called me and said she didn't come to school, but the seniors are gone to one of the elementary schools to play as a, I guess, a
Okay.
senior project or whatever. And so he said she wasn't at school with the band, so maybe he just missed her, but he would call me at lunchtime. And so at lunchtime he called and he said she didn't go with them. And so at that point I was really concerned. So I called the police, and then I was told that I had to wait 24 hours in order to report. So the only time reference that I had was the time that I dropped her off at work. So at 5 o'clock, my husband and I got in the car. We went to the police station. Well, you know, at 5 o'clock, it was kind of dark, but the sergeant behind the desk came out, and he half-heartedly took our story because, well, everybody would say she's 18 and she can come and go as she pleases. But I'm thinking, okay, she's 18, but she doesn't have a driver's license because she left her purse. She just got up off the couch and got in the car. So she didn't take anything with her, no clothes, no money, no ID, nothing. And so we finally got a chance to fill out a report, but they still didn't even do anything at that point.
Wow. And now she was working with another friend there too, right? By the name of Erica Allen, right?
Okay. Now, there was on this show, Find Our Missing, that did Clear's story. And in that, they interviewed Erica, and Erica said that she was working with Clea, and she offered to give Clea a ride when she got ready to leave. But that's not true, because when Clea got the job, Erica and her sister were working for him, and Clea, they helped her get the job because Clea was replacing them. And so I'm not exactly sure why she said that she was there working that night with Clea, because she wasn't. She had
Okay.
Clea had almost worked for him a year, and he was cheap, and there's no way that he would have paid for her and Clea to be working at the same time.
Yeah, because I thought that was strange when I seen that in a couple of podcasts, and I seen it recently in the Black Girl Gone podcast,
where it says the friend said she offered her a ride. And I thought that was strange too, that she said that she offered her a ride and Cleo would say no if she left 5 minutes after her, because the account is that she left at 8:25 p.m. and Cleo left at 8:30 p.m.
Right. And no, there was nobody working there that particular day except for Clea. Although there was an older lady that, and I can't remember her name right this second, that worked kind of part-time as well. So he had, like, I want to say 2 part-time workers to equal a whole.
Okay. Cheap. Okay, cheap. Yeah, like you said, he's cheap. Okay, so from there, where did did the investigation go after, like, she's missing for a couple of days?
Well, actually, when she was missing for a couple of days, I contacted the news station because this is not right to me. And
Right.
and they're telling me she's 18. I'm like, okay, can we get the search dogs? And our Dr. Amos on Tuesday went out of town to take care of some daycare business just in a neighboring town. But on Wednesday or Thursday, he went out of state,
Okay.
supposedly to purchase some furniture for a tanning salon that he was trying to open. And I'm thinking, well, you could have wired that money. Why would you? He said they were going out of business and he needed to go and pay for the furniture, which didn't make sense to me. But the police seemed to be satisfied with that because they didn't even go over to his house to look they went over to the house to look in the office where she worked on that Friday. Yeah, on that Friday. And because he was gone and the wife let them in. And the detective went to the phone, hit the redial button, and whoever answered the phone, he said, "What residence is this?" And they said, "Smith." Well, even back then, you didn't just talk to anybody on the phone. And, why would it's not like he had caller ID or well, we didn't even have caller ID back then.
Right.
So it's not like he could see the other person on the end. So why would they tell him who they were? Although it turned out to be somebody that Dr. Amos knew, but they had given a false name.
And why is that? You think they gave a false name? They just was doing it, or?
Because they might, back then, the only people that called other than friends were bill collectors.
Oh, okay, I got you. Right, I got you.
They might have thought it was the bill collector or somebody because it was somebody they didn't know.
Okay.
Or they didn't recognize the voice. And I'm not even sure if he identified himself, but and he may possibly have, but they didn't give their correct name. And then after then they left. And that was as far as their search went. The office.
That's it, the office.
Mm-hmm.
And he also, from what I understand, he refused a polygraph test too, right?
Sometime during that time, they scheduled him for a polygraph, and he ended up calling them and telling them that he had a meeting, he wasn't going to make it. And then they attempted to schedule a second testing, and he lawyered up.
Lawyer, if you don't, my thing is, if you don't have anything to hide, just answer the question or take the polygraph. So that was a red flag right there. And so he has never actually participated in an investigation, honestly, right?
I think maybe originally we did a radio show. There was this guy that asked us to be on the radio, and we said yes. And so when we got there, he was there, and the guy had called him to be on the radio, And so after then, I guess people were accusing him of knowing what happened. And so we didn't hear, he didn't participate in any searches or anything like that. And I think we had a meeting with the police chief, maybe. I'm trying to remember. No, he wasn't there for that, but he did do the interview. And actually, he didn't even do his original statement until that Saturday when he came back from out of state.
Okay, and he also had a son. From what I understand, was it just him, or did him and his son go out of town?
As far as I know, it was just him.
Okay, because I know. I mean, I know people think they know everything, but I know a lot of times I see online it was like him. Somebody was pointing either to him or the son.
The son supposedly was involved in a in the statement with the friend that they used for the 2018 search to get search warrant.
Okay.
But his son didn't live with him. Actually, his son, he and his first wife had been divorced, and so the son didn't live with him. And I think at this particular time, from what I heard, he had come over asking for some money, and he and his friend, and he said, "I'm not going to just give you some money. You're going to have to do some work for it." And he had them filling in a hole or something in the backyard. That's the story that was going around.
Yeah, because you always see a lot of stuff on social media where people, people post and say things, and it's like, you never know. But so as the investigation continued to go, the case ended up going cold, right? And then we're gonna fast forward to like now it would take them 18 years for them to search his house, right?
18 years. Mm-hmm.
And that happened in 2011, right?
Was it 2011? It's somewhere. 2012.
Okay, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
And it took them 18 years. Now, what happens when they? Well, first of all, how did you find out?
Actually, I was at work and somebody called me and said, they're searching the old guy's house. Is how they said it. So I'm like, okay. I told them at work I gotta go because they're doing a search. So I left work and went down to the resident, and there were police cars, and we couldn't even stand. Actually, we stood back. I want to say the house is like in the middle of the block, so we stood on the corner up maybe about 20 or 30 feet away from where they were, because one, we didn't want to get in the way. And so we stood in that section. And then, of course, when people the words start getting around, and it's amazing how the word about them doing a search got around, but the word about her missing and can somebody come forward with any information seems to be eluding people. And so we stayed out there that whole day with them searching the property with the cadaver dogs finally. And the GSR, I think is what it's called, the ground searching device, whatever it is.
Yeah, I know what you talk about. I know what you talk about. Okay. And the evidence now, they brought evidence out, right?
They brought out 5 bags of what appeared to be evidence, and when they got ready to bring the bags out, they asked us to step back. We had to move way back, farther back, and they moved the crowd back, and so they brought out 5 bags of evidence that we learned that didn't make it to the crime scene van, but it made it into the back of a detective's car.
And it sat there in his car, parked outside the house all weekend, right?
Something happened, I think, with his wife, and so he put the stuff in his car. And so when everything was over, he drove his car home, parked it in the garage and, took off his service pistol, he later describes, and put it in the trunk and went in the house. And so the car just stayed in the garage all weekend. Nothing else was thought about as far as the evidence. The crime scene person didn't call him to say, what you do with my evidence or anything like that. And so on Monday, when he started to get ready for work, then he went to get his gun, and that's when he realized the bags were still in the car. So he takes them to the police department and logs them in, put them in whatever locker or whatever it is that they do, and went on to work. So after about a month, we're asking, we can't find anything. I know the crime lab is busy because they were supposedly sending it to the state crime lab. And so when we went to we started going to the city council meetings, asking the city council, who at the time was the boss of the police department, asking them to put some pressure on the police. I don't know what we wanted them to do, something. And one of the reporters for Channel 4 had just happened to be at one of the meetings where we were addressing the city council. And so when the meeting was over, I asked the chief at the time, it was Brenda Davis, have they gotten any response from the evidence or what? And so she said, well, we hadn't got anything, and we have a standing appointment with the crime lab every Wednesday for them to contact us with information, and they don't have anything. And so the reporter just happened to call the crime lab, and this was like 40 days. So he happened to call the crime lab asking if they had gotten any thing from the evidence that was submitted, and they said they didn't have anything. And so so they called Pine Bluff trying to figure out what was going on, and the stuff was still at the police station, the bags.
Wow. So the evidence basically just sat 40 more days and it's basically forgotten about.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
That's basically what it is. And we're just assuming that the chain of custody was secure, but we don't know, because even at this point, I don't even know what it is that they got from the house. I was concerned, but I wasn't concerned in that I wanted whatever they found, if that was going to be helpful to help them finding clear. I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize the case. And I think that's part of the problem, because we didn't know anything about the police. We didn't have any dealings with the police, maybe a couple of speeding tickets, maybe. But other than that, we didn't have any knowledge firsthand of the police other than what we've seen on television.
Okay, so I mean, so over the years, has the case been updated? I mean, have they ever released any suspect other than like Dr. Amos? Have they ever said he's like a suspect or no?
They said he was a person of interest.
Now, is he the only person of interest, or they won't release that?
There was one other friend that I think that they questioned at that time, and the difference in him and that friend is that the friend took the polygraph, and but he knew more about, I guess he knew more about how to avoid the police than the friend did. Although he eventually did say they needed to talk to his attorney after they had questioned him a couple of times.
I just still don't understand why you need to talk to the attorney if you have nothing to hide. I just never understood that.
I'm just thinking. Well, in our climate, you can only say so much, and then you're the suspect, even if you're trying to be the one to cooperate. So eventually they could have, and I'm not saying that he's innocent, but they could have eventually circumstantially made him the person,
Right, right.
just to take the public pressure off of them.
Yeah. Because I, you know, I always sit back and I think about this case. And yeah, I said it before you came on live. I said, I think that somebody, it has to be somebody close to her, you know, in order for her to go missing. I don't think that it was somebody that didn't know her. I think it's definitely somebody that she knew and somebody that she trusted.
That's what the police said, because the fact that somebody gave her a ride, and you know, we when they were younger, you know, they had those people missing in Atlanta. And so my husband and I were, according to Dr. Amos and probably some of her friends, we were strict. And so there was not a lot of things that they did that we didn't know about. I'm not saying that they didn't do things that we didn't know, but there wasn't a lot of things that we didn't know about, or that we didn't all participate.
Right. I understand. I totally that totally makes sense.
And so I don't know. So they're saying that it had to be somebody that she knew had to give her a ride, but they couldn't find anybody that said they had given her a ride. The neighbors didn't see anybody that day, they said. And you know, I've played the scenario over and over in my head, and the first few months at 5 p.m. I would go past the house just to see how dark it was. And it was the beginning of well, I guess it would be daylight saving time, because it was May 9th. And so at 5:30 or 8:30, I'm sorry, 8:30, it wasn't dark, too dark that you couldn't see cars.
Okay. I got you. I got you.
And so none of the neighbors said they saw a car.
But then 9 times out of 10, it probably was never a car.
Well,
Probably
it's
was never a
like
car.
again, you know, the things that are just circumstantial. Like he had this car. It was a burgundy town car, and he used to park that car on the outside of the garage so that his wife's car could be parked on the inside. But when Clear disappeared, he started parking that car on the inside of the garage, and eventually he got rid of that car. I'm not exactly sure what happened to it. Maybe the police know. They just didn't. And I guess during that time, there was some missing persons report, but there were none other than Clea that weren't accounted for.
Okay. Okay. So now we're approaching 31 years next month. Has there been any updates in her case at all?
If there has, I'm not aware of it. You know, we've had, let me see, this is 2025. I want to say we've had like 18 or 19 police chiefs since she disappeared.
Wow, that's a lot.
And so we would have to go through this same thing every time a new chief came, or sometimes there was one or two that were reappointed. And so I think with the last, I did visit with the last police chief who just got fired last week.
Oh wow, wow. So so another thing, I question out there in Arkansas, has her case been out there? Has it been probably been on the news a lot? Have you had people been talking about it? What can you say? How has her coverage been?
You know, we've had some local coverage, and you know, when something like if something comes up, and you know, I contact the newspaper or the television station, and then yes, you know, they cover it. Our case has so many. You know, at one point, I had met John Walsh They wanted to do her story on America's Most Wanted, but because there were so many questions, and the fact that at that time the police did not want to assist them with an investigation, so they couldn't do the story. Although after I met John, like at the end of America's Most Wanted, they would like sort of profile some people's picture at the end, and so he was able to do her picture in that manner. But our case has not really gone past Arkansas. Nancy Grace, I think, did a story on her case once, but and then of course, like I Find Our Missing on TV1, did the story, but we really haven't gained any national attention. And even during that time, Chandra Levy, the aide from Washington D.C., had come up missing, and I don't know if you remember all the attention that her case got because she came up missing.
Yes.
And so,
yes, and that's been happening for years.
yeah, so we're nobody famous. We're just an average family, and so an average Black family, and so it's hard for African Americans to get the kind of attention that our counterparts get.
That's so true, and that's the reason why I made this page, Missing Black People, because that happened so long, and my main focus is to put the focus on their cases, because I come across different cases, 35 years missing, 31 years missing, 41, and it's sad because a lot of these cases, some people are just hearing about the first time, or a lot of times they just see them on TV, or they see them on message boards, but to actually be involved in talking to you and like knowing the story, it's upsetting me for so long. So I just had to do something, and that was my way of giving back to all our missing. Put the focus on their cases.
I appreciate it because there are so many cases, and even here in Arkansas, there's a lot of missing cases. I want to say in our state, maybe there's I'm just going to say close to 3,000 missing children and adults. And I think it wasn't until she was 21 that they passed the law that people didn't have to wait until, no, they were just beginning to pass that law when she turned 18, but when she turned 21, they got the law passed that you didn't have to wait 24 hours. But then even like they had just started that this missing alert, and so I tried to get them to do that, our police, and they said no, because people would become numb to it. And then so it was just like everything that I would ask, they couldn't or wouldn't do. And they just told me, the captain of the detectives at the time just told me I watched too much television, and things don't happen like you see on television.
Well, he wouldn't say that if it was his daughter missing. These people, we got to think these people would have slept comfortably for the last 31 years. It's your daughter who's been missing, so you can't say you watch too much TV. That kind of appalls me when people make those type of statements.
Well, we don't have anything to reference to. All we have is the television shows, NCIS,
Right.
and stuff like that. So what we're seeing, they're solving the case in an hour. So why can't you solve almost 31 years, and you can't even tell me who she left with? I mean, what kind of timeline have y'all put together? Because again, she didn't have a cell phone, she didn't have a car, no ID or anything like that. So somewhere you ought to be able to trace her steps. She didn't just vanish.
No, she did, and I think at this point, though, I don't think they can probably solve it. Well, they probably would take cold case detectives to get on this case, or like you said, you're not famous. Somebody famous would have to look at the case, and that's possible. That's always possible because you never know who's watching these lives, who's looking. I see a lot of people in the comments now tagging different places to see if they'll cover this, which will be good because all publicity is good. when it comes to these missing persons cases.
It is because there are some cases that don't get any, maybe it's a blip on the news and that's about it.
That's
That's
true.
it.
That's
That's
true.
it. And
Because a lot of my cases, people or some people see for the first time. A couple people that just entered this chat just said this is the first time that they've seen it, and they're going to cover it. So that's good too. That they're going to cover the case. But yeah, I think it's very unfortunate when somebody's missing so long, and then you just find out that at the 31st year that they're missing. So that's
I'd
crazy
like,
itself.
I watch Good Morning, Good Morning America every morning, and I've seen them do stories on dogs, the pet of the day, or whatever it is, and I'd like to see those kind of shows do a missing segment every day. This person is missing. They've been missing for whatever number of years. Does anybody have any information? They're searching or whatever. That would be a avenue for some reporter at one of these shows to come up with their little not play of the day, missing of the day, or whatever, so that people's stories can get out.
That's my goal, to get to that point where I can do those segments every day. I want to go beyond that. Because the real celebrities in this is the missing people, the people whose cases have gone so long without being solved. Like you said, they can't even tell you who she got in the car with or where she went or anything. They really can't tell you anything.
Oh, what kind of car?
Yeah, what kind of car, right?
If that were the case, what kind of car?
Right. And then so long to do all these searches. 18 years is a long time.
Yeah, 18 years is a long time. And I think when they did the search, he kind of laughed and said, y'all should have did this 18 years ago, and just kind of laughed at one of the detectives. So, and then the fact that he didn't participate in any searches, paid people to take down our flyers. We would put up pink bows. He would take them down or pay people to take them down. It's just those kind of things. Now, for me, that would be circumstantial evidence enough for them to arrest me and hold me for whatever the amount of time they can hold somebody. But with him, they couldn't or wouldn't do that. And so, like right now at 31 years, you can't just arrest anybody circumstantially on evidence. You have to have concrete evidence at this point.
I know. I see that in a lot of these missing person cases where even the last person that's seen with them, nope, they got to have evidence that they actually did something to them. I just be like, wow. Because in a lot of these cases, that's usually what happened. The last person that's seen that person, usually 9 times out of 10, that did something to them.
They say that only happens on television. That's the story that they.
Yeah, okay.
That's the story that they gave me. That only happens on television, Miss Hall. Okay, so
yeah, okay.
okay, so
They say so. I know 3 cases of it happening in real life, so they can't tell me otherwise.
but it's funny because these television shows get the ideas. Although I know some of the writers are creative, but they get these shows from I don't know, cases that they've seen or somewhere these ideas come up for some of these cases. And I don't think that they're all made up the way the police tried to lead me to believe. But again, we didn't know anything. We live in our population was about 53,000 at that time, and I think we're just under 50 now. So we're not a large town. We don't have a DA or anything like that. So we have to depend on our police department. And even back then, just because I was reading and I started going to the law library, when I asked for a change of authority, and all I got was from the state police is that they're doing everything. We believe that they're doing everything that they can do. And so, no, we're not going to take that over.
Well, we can see 31 years that they haven't really been doing much, because they would at least been able to tell you something after all this time. Like, I just don't. Like you said, it's a small town, and but it still makes no excuse. Every case deserves the same attention. Every case. I mean, look, we had Gabby Petito.
Mhm.
A couple years back, her case got national attention. So
Mhm.
and I know now her parents advocate for different races because they realize how much attention that their daughter's case was getting. So they've been doing a lot behind the scenes to help African American families going forward, which is a good thing. I don't think it's too late, but I know a lot of cases could have benefited, from it back then.
Oh, just like, okay, just recently, the girl that went on spring break, she got a lot of attention
Yes,
with
definitely.
her story. And so I just feel like, of course, but that's me because I'm personally affected that everybody's story should get the same amount of attention. But
They should.
uh,
They
uh, uh,
should.
of, of course, at 31 years, um,
Yeah, it's
and
okay.
all we have is the local police, then we're not gonna get the same amount of attention because
Of
it's
course.
just it's just a cold case that doesn't have enough evidence to even do a Lifetime movie.
It has plenty of evidence though of a Lifetime movie. So I do have a question. Somebody asked. They asked how have you been able to survive all these years with this pain of your daughter missing?
If it wasn't for the fact that I have and my family have a strong belief in God, and the fact that he allows things to happen for whatever reason, that is the only thing that has, and the fact that if I give up or if I uh, have a nervous breakdown and end up in some mental institution, which at times I've felt like that, then who's going to continue to try to find my daughter?
Right, right. Because
And
I always
so,
wanted.
yeah, so I have to pray a lot. Pray that I've gotten a lot better. Pray that we don't go and blow up the man's house. And the only reason that we haven't is because
Mhm.
what if there were evidence in there even at this point? What if she was even in there at this point? Because you remember those um, people in Cleveland a few years ago that had been in that house not 10 miles from home, that had been in this house, and this man walking from McDonald's um, heard somebody in the house.
Yeah, Ariel Castro was the guy who kept them girls hostage, and he ended
Right,
up committing
just not far
suicide because
from
they
their
said
house.
not far from their house. He kidnapped one of his friends, best friends. Yeah, so I totally understand because that could happen because everybody would probably think that they were dead, and here it is. Like you said, the guy walking from McDonald's hears them screaming and frees them. So it could happen. It's so many different scenarios to what happened, but
So
so
it's a lot, and um, I know people that have had a missing child in these 31 years. I've met different people, and so um, they haven't been able to function. And even way back when, one of my church members said to me, "You must know where she is because you're not upset enough." How upset do I need to be for you?
and I think that's the wrong thing people say. People always want to see you emotionally. You don't have to be. You don't have to show emotion to be emotionally charged. And I think that's the wrong thing people be worrying about. Why are you worrying about how emotional I am when just know that I'm feeling some type of way. If I really show how I feel, then I probably wouldn't be able to function.
And they don't know that I might sleep 2 hours a night, or I might not even sleep at all. Like
Right.
last night, I didn't sleep. I didn't go to sleep at all. I took a nap. That's why I was late getting on here. So I laid down and took a nap, but I didn't go to sleep. But I didn't go to bed last night, and so
Okay.
they don't know. They just assume that when they look at me, that everything must be okay, and even the people around me just assume that everything is okay because uh, we're able to function, and through the grace of God, we're able to function.
Okay. So I want to ask you, I mean, is there anything else that you would like to add?
Other than the fact that somebody knows what happened to Clea. I don't know where they are. I'm not sure where that information lies. I don't know if they can start back from the beginning at this point, which was the last place that she was seen. But I just can't believe in my mind that this is all, and we're just waiting on somebody to come. I mean, we're just waiting on somebody to come forward with information. And May 9th will be 31 years. 31 years is a long time not to have a clue about what happened to somebody. I mean, we're still we know as much as we did. We know as much today as we did in 1994.
Wow. And that should not be like that. I'm pleased with anybody out there that knows. People, I know somebody knows. It could be somebody you know. If anybody talks about this case, anybody knows. You know, give this mother, give this family some kind of. I'm not gonna say closure, answers. You know, 31 years is like you said, it's a long time. And me being a parent, I got to commend you because I think I probably would have went crazy years ago. If anything,
I'm telling you, I'm telling you, it's been hard. I can't tell you how many times that we have got up in the middle of the night. I tell my husband, "Oh, I've had a dream, and I need to get up and go look." So we would get up and go in the middle of the night, or I would go just by his house just to see if I saw somebody moving at 3 o'clock in the morning. I've gotten better with that, and probably I guess if he wasn't able to go out of town and then out of state, which um, I don't know if that is something that people do in the middle of trying to investigate a case, um, and then where did they go when they were out of town? Where did they go? Who did they talk
right?
to? And how did they get there? Now I heard he flew to Dallas, and so my
Okay.
question was, did he fly? Did they subpoena the airlines to get the flight records? I mean, did they ask him for a copy of his ticket? I mean, what was done?
Right. Well,
There's,
like what happened? Yeah.
there's just too many unanswered questions for our case to be still unsolved.
Yeah, it has. It is a lot. Definitely is. It is a lot. It is a lot for this case to be solved. But I don't think it's not unsolvable. You know, I think, like you said, I think somebody knows what happened. Somebody knows what happened. And again,
It was somebody knows, because if you
yeah.
don't have a car, you don't have a phone,
Well,
you don't have any money, you don't have any ID, how can you get from point A to point B? And
give
even
us this
like
mother some. And,
we've tried to even think of all the possibilities. So, okay, what if a friend picked her up?
I want
Okay, where is that friend? And how come nobody has said anything
to.
all this time?
Right.
So anyway, I'm just praying that somebody will, even at this point, somebody will come forward. And on May 9th, I won't have to do a Facebook or YouTube live, because we would have found out what happened. Now, if we find out what happened, I will be telling everybody. And I've said that over the years, that no matter what the circumstance around her disappearance, even if it had been just a friend picked her up, and then she didn't want to come home, I would tell that.
Right.
Because I think the people that have been concerned had the right to know, just like we do, because some of them have become part of our family. So they need to know.
Yeah, that's true. They definitely need to know.
If people would start sharing, we've never had a story to go viral, and that is something that I would like to. That is something I would like to see done. Maybe if people shared and their friends shared, then maybe Tyler Perry can pick it up and do a story.
Yeah, and it's actually her video has gone viral. The video that we just did.
Okay.
Or the video the other day.
I've been sharing
Yeah,
it.
that video has gotten 62,000 views, and
Oh, cool. Our town is
yeah, it got
semi-rural, and so
62,000. I was happy for that too.
so we'll have to do another share, because it was a good video. I appreciate you doing it, and yeah, we'll have to do another round of sharing of that video, and I'm gonna
Yeah,
start sharing it with
Ash
like.
Mysteries is who
Oh, it's going in and out, and it's probably our internet connection, semi-rural Arkansas. It's probably our connection.
Oh, okay. Well, I have enjoyed having you being on here. I appreciate you coming through as always. There are some other creators that are in the comments that have seen your story, and they would love to cover your story. So I'm pretty sure that they'll be reaching out to you. And the more people we get to cover this case, the more the better.
I would be happy. Now, May 9th is coming up, so you're gonna just have to put me on your schedule for May 9th.
Okay. All right.
You just got to put me on your schedule for May 9th. Now, we usually release balloons, and I've had people saying over the years, well, don't release balloons because something about the birds that eat them, and something, or somebody will eat them. I don't know what they said, but over the 30 years, we've only had one balloon, and that probably maybe was 20 years ago. I mean, that might have been 2013 that somebody said they found a balloon and posted a picture on Facebook, because back then we just had pink balloons with a card attached to the end, and we figured out so we've got fancy over the past few years, and had printed balloons with her face on there, because it saves a lot of time on tying those cards on the end of the balloons. And so even with that, I don't know where the balloons float into the atmosphere, and nobody has called to say, or if they've contacted the police, we haven't heard to say they had some information, but we still release them. So on May 9th, we will release some more balloons until we can do something else. When you don't know what to do, you just do whatever you can do. And so that's just one of the things that my family and I
I totally understand that.
do. And so today on her birthday, so we released like 49 balloons. It's just hard for me to imagine that she has turned 49 when
And
she
it's
was
hard to believe that you have a
18.
49-year-old daughter.
Yeah. And so,
It is. A lot of people in the comments were saying that. They were like, she has a 49-year-old daughter? I said, yes, Miss Hall looks good.
oh, thank you. By the grace of God, by the grace of God. And so, um, if there's
Yes.
anybody that is in the audience, maybe you know somebody that works for ABC, NBC, Tyler Perry Studios, or something that can help us. Not even just us, but help people like us get their story out and ultimately get their stories solved.
Yes, yes, I agree. Yes, and anybody in the comments. Because like he said, not just her, other families too. They've been waiting for so long. This is just one of the stories. And these are real stories and real people. It's everyday life.
And I'm yes, I want my case to be solved. I definitely want my case solved, but I'm not selfish in that I don't want everybody's cases solved. Everybody
Uh,
wants to know what happened to their loved one,
yes, they
but
do.
I just
Yes,
want to
they
know
do.
what happened to mine.
Right. It's been too long. It's a long time.
It has been too long, and
19,
yeah, 31 years too
1994,
long.
I was 16 years old. I was 16 years old in 1994 when Cleo went missing.
Oh wow.
I'm now 47 years old this year. Yeah, she was 2 years ahead of me. Yeah, so I've seen the case years ago, but then I actually read about it more on social media when I started getting into missing persons, and then I kept, became intrigued. And then we had our first thing on YouTube back in 2023.
Mm.
So that was so I've enjoyed our conversation, and no matter how many times we got to do interviews to put her case out there, I'm all for it, and I'll talk to you 100 times if I have to.
I appreciate it. Now, when you were saying how old you were, my youngest my youngest son was 12 when Cleo disappeared, and um, he's 40 something. That's just crazy. He's 40 something, and she has nieces and one nephew that she has never met, and they just know of Auntie Cleo by what we've told them. So
Mm-hmm.
they've missed out on her as well. And my oldest grandchild has turned 25. On March 4th, she turned 25 years old and never has met Cleo.
Oh,
And
okay. So
so
you have so how many kids do you have? Okay.
I have 4. I think you showed one of the pictures when they were little. I have 3 sons, one older than her, and then I have 2 that younger than her. And
Oh,
so she
okay. I
was the
got you.
only girl.
Okay, I saw the picture. Shit. Only
Yeah,
girl.
so
Wow.
she was the only
Okay. And
girl.
she was the oldest,
Mhm.
right?
She was the second oldest.
Oh, okay.
She has an older brother.
How have her brothers? How have her brothers been? Like how have they felt since she's been gone? I know we don't really hear too many times about the brothers. We hear about the parents.
I was trying to get one of my sons to come on. I sent him the link. Um, my middle son that was closer in age to her, because at that time my older son was in college. He was a freshman in college, and so my younger one, they don't talk about it as much as they used to. They're I want to say they are kind of inward people. And so when this happened, my middle son just came in one night crying and just said that, and he was 16, and he just said the police aren't doing anything. And so that was like a couple of days after she had disappeared. So I know that it has bothered them because they were fairly close to their sister. And, even the police said, well, they would have if she had gone somewhere on her own, she probably would have at least contacted her brothers. But we didn't have any issues that I'm aware of. And so
Right.
at this point, there's no reason that she wouldn't have contacted her parents. But I don't know if any of her friends or classmates. As a matter of fact, Erica, like I said, helped her get the job. But I think I've talked to Erica once or twice in 31 years.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I that comment intrigued me when it said that she offered her a ride home, but she didn't. But she said no.
And see, I'm not even sure like where Erica is, at this point, because
She's in Arkansas.
Is she still in Arkansas?
She's still in Arkansas. Last I checked on her profile, she's still active and everything. She's still in Arkansas.
Okay.
So what? I mean, you said you talked to her twice. And how has her life turned out? Has her life been okay? And or I mean, that you know of?
I'm not even exactly sure. I know that Erica developed an illness and was using the last time I saw her, she was using a walker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but I know that like different people who have been investigating our story have tried to talk to Erica or her sister, because at one point both of them were working for him, and when Erica helped Clear get the job, they told us that, or told her, which she relayed to us, that they had found another job, and then they were trying to help him find a replacement, but they had not found another job. And when the police went to talk to them, because they were minors, because I think her sister was her younger sister, I think, was 16 or maybe almost 17 at the time. And so their parents did most of the talking. And I later found out that they belonged to the same, it was years, I want to say 20, that I found out that they were members of the same church.
Oh, and were they still going to the same church after Clear went missing?
They were. That's how I found out. I am a nurse, and somebody had contacted me about doing a health fair where I would come and do blood pressure and stuff like that. And so I'm like, sure, because I'm always willing to help out in the community. And so right before it was gonna happen, she said, oh, I need to tell you that Dr. Amos is a member of this church. So I was a little bit hesitant, but I went ahead and did it.
Okay.
And but before that, I had not heard anything about them being members of the same church.
So, and you, like, going back to, you said that they were looking for a replacement, so they never found another job. Do you think they knew something and just never said anything?
It makes me think that, because if you're saying you are leaving a job because you found another one, because of course, like I said, he was cheap, but you don't have a job a year later, that's something's not right with that.
No, it's not. It's not right at all. And I've always, like I said, that statement for the last couple of days, that statement has bothered me, and I almost, like, I really wanted to reach out to her to ask her to come on, but then I thought she probably would also ignore the what you call them. So, but I don't know.
I don't think at this point that I don't think at this point that, yeah, I don't think she would do an interview. If she does, I'd be surprised, because like I said,
she probably won't come out, right?
Somebody tried to do an interview with her, and she wouldn't. Which all of it is just strange because if somebody's child came up missing from my house, then I would probably be doing more than the family in trying to find out what happened, because I'm when somebody is here, they're my responsibility. And so he made the statement that he didn't have any more responsibility to her than he would any of his employees. And so you are partially responsible, because we trusted you to let her come and work for you. So yeah, where is that village mentality right there? I think we might be frozen. Hello? Hello?
If it was Erica or her sister, can you hear me now?
I can't hear.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Okay. You can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying that that whole thing with Erica, like for the last like 3 or 4 days, when I heard that on that podcast, it just bothered me. Like it just seemed real strange. I don't know why. It just I guess the thinking behind it.
It was, and of course, like we didn't know, and when Clear asked us about working for him, and excuse me, and my husband, had talked to a couple of people, and he hadn't heard anything. So we're thinking it's close by. You're only working a few hours, and not even every day. So and it wasn't going to interfere with church or school. So we let her work, and even when she disappeared, and he said that she had signed out her timesheet. He has yet to give us the money. He said he was waiting until he said he was waiting until she comes back.
Well, as an interest now, he owes you 31 years worth of money now.
If we couldn't get the 40 hours in 1994, we sure won't get any now.
Hold on. Can you hear me? Somebody just tried to call me. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. It's just the connection. It's kind of going in and out. But like I said, it could be us in our semi-rural area.
Yes. Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, I want to thank you so much for coming again and telling Clea's story. I'm pretty sure we'll be sitting down again in the near future. I'm glad a new audience got to hear her story, and maybe somebody will help you, your family, get to a higher platform, and put more focus on her story, because it's definitely. It's been so long. I mean, it's never too late for anything, and I just think it's been long enough. And I think it's time that your family finds some answers as to what happened to Clea. No family should go this long.
I appreciate it, and if there's somebody out there that has some information, DM me on Facebook. There's also, if you go to the Facebook page, there was a bus bench. I think it's gone now. That had the phone number to the police department. There's an anonymous tip line if somebody wants to call and let the police know that they have some information. people think that if they don't have the whole story, they can't tell it, but you just don't know what bit of your information is going to help solve this puzzle. And so if somebody will come forward with some information, we would appreciate it so that our family, my fear is that my husband and I, who are getting up in age, are going to leave this earth and not know what happened to our only daughter. And so we are begging and pleading with somebody to come forward with information.
Yes, please do. Like I said, it's been too long. 31 years. Just imagine your family going through this. No family should have to go through this. And I
That's
want to thank
right.
everybody for tuning into this live. And we're actually live on all three platforms. We're actually live
Great.
on Unsolved, Missing Black People, and on YouTube. This is what we were
Great.
trying to do last time. I was trying to get you to get in here, and we couldn't
Yeah.
quite do it. So yeah, this is the time we're on all three platforms. So I'm glad we're
Great.
able to do it this time.
Thank you. People would just share the
Well, thank you so much
information.
for coming.
Thank you so
Yes.
much for having me.
You have a good night, and again, and I'll be in contact with you.
All right. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you too. Okay, we are live. We're gonna wait for a couple people to come on, and then we're gonna go ahead and do this. Yeah, I've been doing these podcasts for probably a couple months now. Trying to help families with their loved ones cases, especially cases that seem like they haven't went anywhere.
Okay.
We had one viewer. Okay, come on, bring some more viewers on. Okay, we got four. Four is our audience to me. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're going to be discussing the case of Kelly Allen. Kelly Allen was 20 years old when she went missing from Berkeley, Missouri on March 7, 2007. And she hasn't been seen since. Tonight, we sit down with her sister, Brooke, to discuss Kelly's case. A lot of people haven't heard about this case, and some have, but tonight we're going to get an inside look at the case and see what happened with Kelly that day. I always like to talk to the families because, you read a lot about the case, but they don't never give you a lot of information. So, Brooke, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good.
Well, so, Brooke, please tell us about your sister Kelly, the circumstances surrounding her disappearance.
So Kelly came up missing March 7th of 2007. Um, she got into an argument with my mother. As far as from my mother's point of view, it's two sides to the story. From my mother's point of view, they got into an argument about her doing dishes, and she left and went to a friend's house. The friend name, I don't know if I can mention it. Can I?
You can, because it's all speculation, so you can.
Okay. She went to a friend house. That name is Brittany Johnson. She stayed out in Berkeley at Froston Airport Road. But that's what my mom said. When I got a call from my sister before she left the house, she said that her and my stepfather got into an argument, and he called her the B word, and she wasn't gonna deal with his disrespect anymore, and she was gonna leave. So I informed her like I can't leave work, but um, just stay there till I got home. Once I got home, she had already left the residence.
Okay. And after this, did she go missing after she left the house, or was it like a couple of days or a couple weeks after?
Well, she didn't go missing right after she left the house. She actually had an interview on March the 6th, the day prior to her actually coming up missing, um, at a telemarketing place somewhere out in off of Sappleton Road, like Crestwood area. And the people actually scheduled her to come back for a second interview. Um, And when the follow-up for the second interview, when they called the young lady house that she was residing in, Brittany Johnson, that's when she told them she was missing and that she didn't know where Kelly was.
So she didn't say anything until these people called for the second interview.
Correct. When they called
So
for the second interview, she had already informed them that she came home and my sister wasn't there at her residence anymore. That she was gonna call the police. This was before she even reached out to my mother or anybody in our family.
and that was gonna be my next question. I was gonna ask you, did she reach out to y'all? So y'all didn't know either.
No,
at
we
the
didn't
time.
know. No.
Wow. Okay. And so she could have probably went missing. So she probably could have been missing like probably a week or so or two before then, right?
To our understanding, it could very well have so been possible.
Okay. And so what was her story? Because I mean I read online that she said the friend said that she came home and she wasn't there. So that was her only story.
Her only story was that, yes, she came home from work after talking to my sister on prior occasions during the course of the day of the 7th. That my sister told her one of her boyfriends came by the house and he woke her up out of her sleep. That she said that was between like 8 and 9 o'clock p.m. And by the time she made it home, like 11:30 p.m., my sister was not there. She was no sign of her was there.
Now, did you guys have any prior knowledge of any boyfriends or boyfriend that she may have had? And what area with this? Is this still Berkeley where she's at the friend's house?
Yeah, she's still in Berkeley at a friend's house. Yeah, she was going with a guy named Dwayne. It was Dwayne Jackson or Johnson. He went by Weezy. We knew of him as her being her boyfriend. And
Okay.
also, the young lady said that he had been spending time over there at her house with my sister while she was out in Berkeley.
So is that true? Like was he actually over there, or did he ever answer any questions?
We after she told us that my sister was missing and we started getting flyers, started printing out flyers, which we didn't do until probably like March the 13th. Because we were still giving hope like she gonna come home,
Right.
Started putting out flyers on the 13th of March. Yes, he came by my mother's house. He did have a gun on him. So thinking back over the years, we don't know if that was a scare tactic for her or for us. He did come over though. He did come over to
With a
my
gun
house.
on him?
Yeah, he had a gun on him.
Now had he always carried a gun, or is this the first time you see him with a gun on his head?
I personally did never even meet this young man until that day. I have never met him.
So did the police ever reach out to him and talk to him, and did he give them a story?
As far as I could tell, for one, let me say this. We spent the first 72 hours in Berkeley thinking that we needed to report her missing in Berkeley because that's where she was at. And we didn't find out until the 72 hours mark that we had to report her missing in the city. So we did a lot of footwork out in Berkeley for 3 days after we reported her missing, and we didn't even need to be out there. We should have been in the city.
Wow. And nobody said anything at all. This whole
No,
72 hours.
no, they mentioned the young lady, Brittany Johnson, her boyfriend, his name was Omar, something about he had a Mickey Mouse, and then they did on the guy Dwayne, my sister's boyfriend, be on the lookout. This is all hearsay. We never was there present to know if they actually interviewed these people, but they did say they did. They interviewed all three.
Yeah, a lot of times when they say they do it, sometimes they be lying. So like you said, you never know. And see,
Yeah,
that's the part I don't. That's the part I don't like, because a lot of times they don't let the family member know that they interviewed this person. I think they should, so that way the family don't be sitting back wondering, what's going on.
yeah.
Because from me reading about the case, I had always wondered who the person whose house she was at. So I'm glad you cleared that up. So after he, after they supposed to interview him, then where did the case pick up at?
So once we realized that we had to report her missing in the city, we had Detective Stratford that was on the case. He was a Caucasian man. He gave us more insight than the actual detective that actually eventually taken over her case, which was Detective Griffin. Um, We just had a bunch of runaround. They told us that she was 20. Maybe she ran out with a drug dealer and he was taking care of her for the weekend. Her case to me was never taken serious. Never from the beginning.
That's a lot with a lot of Afro American women, men, and children. They always want to label us runaways, and a lot of times
Yeah,
we didn't go anywhere at all. That's the part I
right.
hate about being labeled that. So they're saying all this crazy stuff, and I don't know. That's just it's it's unbelievable. Some of the stuff that I hear.
Yeah. And also she had a tax return that she was looking forward to in 2007. She filed with Jackson Hewitt Tax Service. They had showed us footage of her being there 2 days prior to her becoming up missing. So to me, that was a red flag in itself. If she was looking for a tax return, why would she just disappear?
So she never got the tax return at all.
No, we have a tax return put into a savings account where only she could touch it.
So question. So did she go to Jackson Hewitt alone?
Not the footage that we seen the 2 times she was by herself, like I guess checking to see if the check was there. We seen that she was by herself, but prior to, I can't say who she was with and who she wasn't.
Right. And that is strange to be looking for a tax check and then just go missing. So
Yeah,
something somewhere definitely happened. Just like nobody's not saying anything.
yeah.
Okay, so after you guys view this footage and you know that she went to Jackson Hewitt, then what comes after?
Um, the check comes to my mom's house. They kind of gave us some hope that maybe they told her that they mailed it and she would come home. Um, we grabbed her stuff from the girl's house, all her belongings. I think we did that March. I'm doubling back. I apologize. We
It's
did
okay.
that
No, you double back. You're good.
March the 8th. We doubled back. We went back to the girl house because she actually had footage of her dancing and playing with her daughter a day before all this happened. So she was in good spirits, doing just being herself. Um, so we went and got her belongings, and when went to get her belongings from the young lady's house, she had the guy there that she told us she didn't go with anymore. His name was Omar. He was there, and from the video, her house was like young 20-year-old. Her house was a little messy, but when we
Right.
got there, it was sparkling clean, like
Oh wow.
sparkling clean. The floors in itself was one of the first giveaways. I'm a little high headed, so my mom was like, "Chill out, let's just get our stuff." I'm like, "Why your house so clean?" It rubbed me wrong. And the whole time her boyfriend was standing in front of the bathroom door, and I that still haunts me to this day. If I'd just pushed him to the side to see, because he act like as if he was hiding something. The way he was standing and blocking the bathroom door. But we got her belongings from the young lady's house, and my mom went through her clothes every day, every day. Me and her both was looking at all her clothes. We could tell what was missing, what she had on when she left. Um, and then I want to say 2 weeks, 3 weeks after her tax return came to my mama's house, a little skirt was like just took it off, like she had came in the house and took it off and
Uh huh.
changed clothes. But we don't have any proof that she actually did that. It just was one item that we knew was missing and it popped up,
Oh, so one. Hold on. So go back. So one. You said one item that was missing, which was a skirt.
which was the little skirt that she used to wear all the time, like a little tennis skirt, yellow, white, and
Okay.
gray,
And where did it pop up at?
at my mother's house.
Did it pop up inside the house, or was it
It
left
was
outside?
inside. It was inside the house, inside her bedroom, right in front of her closet, like as if she took that off and put on something else.
And this is after she went missing. Wow.
This is after she was missing, maybe 2 weeks after.
Hmm. I don't see her bringing that back like that, and not saying anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what have us stuck right there because it was like, yeah.
Right. So after all this, so like you said, the police was basically giving you a runaround. So did they ever do any searches for her, or anything like that? Did they tell you about any searches at the girl's house? So no,
Yes, they did. They did a search. It's been oh my God. So I'm not sure. We don't have any validation if they actually did a search. They said that they went into her house and they used the light to make sure nothing like blood or anything was um in a unit. But that's all what they're telling us. We wasn't out there. We don't know if they actually did it or not.
and you know what? Come to think of it, I would, if I was you, I would definitely check into that anyway, because a lot of times when they do raids and stuff like that on somebody's house, or they spray the loon and all that, they make
Mhm.
that stuff public.
Okay.
Even if it's years later, they make it public. Or as I know most of the time they do, but yeah, that sounds strange because, like you said, you was there and it looked like he was hiding something, preferably.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kelly didn't have any kids, right?
No, she don't have any children.
And she's a nursing student, right? How long has she been a nursing student for? Is that something she
Uh,
just started?
she had just started doing the nursing, in the nursing field
Okay,
prior to her,
so
maybe 6 months prior to her coming up missing. She was working at a nursing home out in Eureka, Missouri, I believe. I'm not sure the name of it. And
okay,
they let her go. She was
o-
kind of upset about that.
okay. So going back to Brittany, now was her and Kelly like good friends, like best friends? Like how did they meet, or she didn't know her too long?
They known each other quite a while. I wouldn't say Brittany was a good friend. I mean, the best friend of hers. I would say she was
Uh,
more of a partier with her. The party girl. She go
okay,
out.
right, okay, totally understandable, totally understandable. So tell me about after the first year goes by and she's missing. Is there any movement in the case at all?
We have no new leads since we reported her missing in March 7th, 2007. There's been no new leads. I take that back. It was this was probably in 08. They called us, and for one, the city police sent got an anonymous tip that somebody had just laid a fresh thing of cement down in this yard in Berkeley. There was a grandmama's. I don't even want to get a misconstrued because I don't remember. It was a
Okay,
grandmother for one of the people that was involved in the case. That she just
okay,
got some fresh cement laid down, and they said there was a body under there. So they did come and swab me, my mother, and my brother's mouth, and it turned up to be an animal bone.
oh wow, okay,
Yeah. So nothing since then.
nothing since then. And it's just like, and it's like she just dropped off the face of the earth.
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm going back and I'm thinking about you. You said she was on the video with Brittany's daughter dancing the day prior, and then
Yeah.
she goes missing.
Then they're very
Yeah,
next.
yeah, very, very, very totally strange.
Yeah.
Your mother, I I know it's been hard on her, all these years. How does she, cope with this even to this day? Because I know it's been about 15 years, right, since she was missing.
Yeah. Almost 16 years. Uh,
Almost 16. Okay.
my mother, she just over 16. My mother just that she keeps me going because her faith in God. She just keeping faith that no news is good news. Even after all these years, we had a private eye that we hired to look into the case. He basically just took our money and reported everything off of the police report. So just she just keeping her faith in God that she gonna come home to us one day.
Right, right. That's the way I like to think too. I like to always think that they're
Yeah,
out there somewhere and they're going to make their way home.
yeah.
So, is there any like other like details that you could think of that also like raise red flags for you?
I'm start with my stepfather. I don't know. Me and him never really had a good relationship, but he's the only one who wasn't questioned. My father, me and Kelly's father, he's no longer with us. He died in 2018. Um, he was questioned by the police. TV1 did a reenactment of her story called Finding Our Missing. I don't even know if they aired anymore. But even on the reenactment, it shows what my sister told me. It was her and my stepfather arguing versus her and my mother. So I still have a little speculation about him as well. Him and my mother's no longer together, but he did a lot of suspicious stuff that just kind of made me raise an eyebrow in him. For instance, we had a young lady called and said she knew where she was. This was probably 5 days into her being missing, and he deletes the number off of the phone, so we couldn't call the girl back. He has did a lot of things too that just, in this case, we just don't know.
Right. Yeah. There's so much shady stuff going on. It's like, who do you put the finger at?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm hearing. I'm really glad that you came on here to one get your sister's story out and talk about it, and so more people can can learn her story. Like I said, I've come across her story so many times, and I've always been intrigued. I'm intrigued by a lot of these cases, because
Yeah.
I want to help. I always want to help, with these cases. So yeah, so the stepfather show. So basically, it ain't no short list of who's who in this case.
No, it's not.
What's Kelly like?
Kelly was a free spirit, the life of the party. When you see her, she always smiling. If you ain't smiling, she gonna give you a reason to smile. Um, she just was vibrant, a free spirit, just loving, just it's hard. It's hard because I'm the oldest of the three of us, but me and her always had a real special and close bond, and it's been a daily struggle. I'm a mom now, and I just can't imagine her not being here to see my three boys, and then my brother has two kids. It's so much that she missed that I know that if she was able and willing to, she wouldn't have missed in our lives.
Right, right. Totally, totally agree. I agree with you on that too.
Mhm. Yeah.
So, so do you think like going forward that your sister's case could be solved?
I hope them my prayers and every night is that God got her wherever she may be. But on top of that, he the only one that knows the answer to what happened to her. And then if she's not here with us no more, we would just give us a sense of clarity so that we can move on. But after so long, my faith just goes stronger. She out here somewhere. It's just she can't get to us for whatever that may be.
Right. And as of today, where does the case stand? Is it closed, open? I mean,
They told us it was a closed case in 2012. That it was a cold case, and the only way that some new eyes would get on it is if a new detective decide he wanted to just open the case. And however, the police protocol, I'm not really aware, but that's what we were told in 2012. Her case was no longer active. It was a cold case.
so you haven't heard anything from the police since 2012?
No.
I would I would start calling them and getting on their nerves and bugging them and see what you can stir up, because you never
Okay.
know. Like I've been seeing a lot of cases that have been solved after 15, 20, 30 years. That's why I never give up hope. And I always encourage the family members to never give up hope. Even if you feel like you want to give up, just keep on going because your sister Kelly will want you to give up.
Right.
She wants you to help bring her home, at all costs. So I think that with every case, I think that eventually every case will end up being solved some kind of way. If it's not by the police, it'll be by the family.
Yeah.
And I think social media is a good thing for these cases.
Almost definitely. Yes.
Yeah. So, is there anything else you want to add, to your sister's story?
No, just if anybody see, just look at the flyer. I mean, it's been a long time, but her facial features ain't changed. Just
Yeah, she's beautiful too.
Thank you.
It's really beautiful. Yes.
Thank
Yeah, I'll be
you.
uploading this. I'll be uploading this to YouTube too. We're live streaming out on YouTube and both of the Facebook pages. So we had a lot of viewers so far. So they're watching, and people are they know who your sister are, and more people know because I'm gonna post it everywhere. I'm gonna do everything I can to help you. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. If I can do anything of my service to help you, I'm definitely here for you.
I definitely appreciate you.
All right. Thank you so much. And this has been Mr. Blackmore Live. Brooke, thank you so much for coming on here and sharing Kelly's story.
Thank you.
Okay, you have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
She's a wild card in the shadows where the secrets guard. True crime tales, she's the light, searching for lost souls in the night. Going through the screen, she's on a mission, hunting for truth, igniting ignition. The whispers of the missing, she heeds their call. With a sharp tongue, she'll expose it all. Going through the screen, she's on a mission, hunting for truth, igniting ignition. The whispers of the missing, she heeds their call. With a sharp tongue, she'll expose it all. Speak up for those who can't be found. Doodlebug.
Hi, guys. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm going to bring up Klein. He's our special guest this evening. Hey, Klein.
Hey, how you doing, Doodle? How's
I'm doing
everything?
good. So I found our friend Arctic Fox had actually went over Sierra, so I thought we would go ahead and play that too. And
Yes.
Fox, and Arctic, you are more than welcome to come up if you want to. I sent you the link. I know we're playing your stuff, so you probably have some insight that'll make it easier for Klein also to kind of put the story out. So Klein, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and I will play Arctic's.
Yes, go
Sound
ahead.
good?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, let's do that.
What is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are diving into yet another cold case and shining the light on it. Today's case dates back to 2002 when a young lady named Sahara Thomas would disappear out of Atlantic City, New Jersey. And her family has never given up hope. Now, at the time that she went missing, Sierra was only 19 years old, and she would be 41 years old today in 2024. This is a very, very sad case, guys, and unfortunately, there's just not a ton of information on it. So, Sahara Thomas was known as Sweetie, and she vanished on the 21st of November, 2002, after after her sister drove her to visit her daughter's father near the 800 block of North Maryland Avenue in Atlantic City, New Jersey. She was just 19 years old at the time of her disappearance and had her whole life ahead of her. She had told her sister that she would call when she was ready to leave, but her sister never received the call, and her sister reportedly stayed in the area for over an hour waiting on Sierra to call her. Reportedly, Sierra's boyfriend, whose name I'm going to just keep anonymous for the time being for his privacy, met up with her on the day of her disappearance. Now, he has always maintained that he does not know where she went after their encounter, and he has stated that she was accompanied by an adult male friend. She only had $33 in cash in her pocket at the time of her disappearance, and so she wouldn't have really been able to travel all that far without help from somebody. After she failed to show up to her job at a popular hotel and casino, Caesars, located at 2100 Pacific Avenue in Atlantic City, Suspicions grew even further. Sierra was also enrolled in a course to obtain her high school diploma, which she also ceased to attend upon her disappearance. When she went missing, Sierra was wearing blue sweatpants, a dark colored shirt, a scarf, and a black guest jacket. If alive today, she would be 41 years old. She did leave children behind, and she has a family that loves her and misses her dearly. It has now been over 20 years since she disappeared, and her family and friends are desperately seeking answers and closure as to what happened to their missing loved one. If you do have any information on Sierra or her whereabouts, you're asked to get in contact with the Atlantic City Police Department at 609-318-4450 and mention their case number 02-158598. Ask for Detective Charles Stewart when contacting, and you can also contact the FBI at 800-634-4097. Guys, this young lady has been missing for far too long. She's been missing for 22 years at this point. And unfortunately, like I said, it's one of those cases that really never garnered a lot of media coverage, and the case has gone cold. We need to shine a light on it. So do me a huge favor and smash that like button. Let's get Sierra's face out there all over social media. Let's generate some interest in her case and get her name into the YouTube algorithm. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel yet, consider clicking that subscribe button. It does help the channel out. And if you ring that notification bell, you'll always be alerted whenever I post another missing persons video. The most important thing that I need for everyone to do right now, though, is to simply click that share button. Share this to your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram, wherever you have social media. It only takes a moment of your time to do, and it can make all the difference in the world in whether we're able to find answers for Sierra's family and friends or not. As always, guys, I do want to thank you so much for tuning in and watching. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Y'all be kind to one another out there, and I'll see you soon in the next one.
All right. What'd you think about that, Klein?
I thought that was awesome. I think he
Yeah.
he did an awesome job covering covering her case.
Yeah, he does a lot of stuff like that. So yeah, so I did ask him, I did send him the link. I didn't think he would mind since he did go through all the trouble to do that. And he is really, really good about this. He does a lot of the cold cases. I'm not sure that he'll come up, but Arctic, you're more than welcome to. But do you want me to play the little podcast first, Klein, or would you rather just go ahead and try to tell them from your side since because you're like hands on here?
Okay, I'll tell him from this side.
Okay.
So basically, what Arctic was saying in the video of how she went to her youngest child's father. His name is Robert. Everybody knows this. She went to his house that night to see him, right? And her sister Stephanie said, let me know when you're ready. So she goes and does what she's doing. She paying her bills and all that. And like I said, she's waiting for that call for Sierra to call her and say, okay, I'm ready. She never called her. So she went back to the house, Robert's house, where he stayed with his mother at the time on the back block of Maryland Avenue. And she said, hey, where's Sierra? He said, oh, she was out there walking away with a guy. And Stephanie thought that was strange because why would she be out there with another guy when she came to see you? And from there, I think that was like on a Friday. So by that Monday, when she didn't show up at work or anything like that, that's when the alarm started setting in. And then that's when I think she was reportedly missing. And like Arthur says, it's a heartbreaking case. She's been missing for 22 years. This case never got any attention at all, even though everybody sort of knows who has a hand in it and they know who she was last seen with. It hasn't gotten any attention at all. Like nobody has touched the case. And I find it kind of strange because this is one of the cases that could have been open and shut had it been properly investigated, but it just wasn't really investigated. So if you look into like the searching on YouTube or search engines, there's not really a lot of information on Sierra's case, but over the last few years, since I've been posting, and other people have been posting it too, more and more people have known who she is, and a lot of her friends who were sharing the story didn't know that was her mother till recently, and they were like astonished, like, "Oh my God, I've really been, covering your mom's case for all these years. I didn't know this was her." So it's like I said again, it's unfortunate because she left behind two children, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. The 4-year-old's name is Sinai, and the 1-year-old name is Mayana. Now, after she goes missing, her sister Stephanie is on this crusade, to try to find her. She posted missing person flyers. She's posted something about his house too. Him and his mother are taking these flyers down.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not a red
why?
flag.
Yes,
Right,
big
right.
red flag, and they call the cops on us and say, hey, they're harassing us, and so they tell Stephanie, you can't be hanging flyers on their door and stuff like that. So years later, he stayed in Atlantic City for like I'm gonna say 5 or 6 years more, and then he moved with her youngest daughter Mayana to Las Vegas, where I'm pretty sure he still resides. But yeah, he's the only person that's been an interest in the case. And when the police did question him, at first he acted like he wanted to cooperate, but then he refused to. He lawyered up and stuff like that, and he wouldn't take a polygraph.
He
So
wouldn't take a polygraph and
no,
oh, wow.
and
Like,
he
that's
lawyered up.
not a huge red flag, right?
Yes, this is a huge flag, and I really feel for the daughter because all these years, both the daughters, all these years, not knowing, who their mom is. The oldest one remembers her, a little bit, even though she was 4, but it really bothered her that she never got the relationship or got to know who her mother was.
Of course,
She,
and then not even get justice on top of
yes,
that. That's gotta be overwhelming, really.
and like I said before we started talking, I hadn't never heard anything about the case either. I hadn't heard anything. I found the case, on Facebook like everybody else when I first started doing these cases, and I just got like very interested. I'm like, let me see if I can reach out to the family, and I reached out to them from that day. I keep in contact with them. I let them know when I'm doing new things, new podcasts, and new videos. They always give me their blessings. They thank me for continuing to keep on with the case. I told them I'll never stop. I keep until we
And
find
see,
out.
that's exactly how I am too, because we put our hearts in this, and Fox is the same way. Like, we put our hearts in this because there's so many that don't get coverage, and it's just not right. I mean, justice should be for everyone, not for just certain people. And we see that so much. It has to stop.
Right, and
Exactly.
also years later, after she went missing, this is when the rumors start coming out. Now, supposedly somebody said that they heard them arguing in the house and they heard a thud, like a gunshot. And somebody also
Oh,
said
okay.
it was different things, like different rumors coming out, like they carried her somewhere. And I know he lived closer to the water, but I don't think he would do that out there. The risk of getting caught at where he stayed at, but like yeah, somebody said it that he killed her in the house. But 22 years and still no body. Nobody has ever been found. And I don't
Right.
honestly I don't think anybody even really searched for her. They probably just like, okay, well, we'll search, but I don't think there was really a search for her, like no dogs or anything like that that ever, come
See,
out of
that's
it.
so heartbreaking. I mean, come on. That, ugh, mm,
And
it's just not right.
this guy, he has women to this day literally scared of him. You hear me? Because he was something.
Gotcha, gotcha. So
Yes,
what
yes.
kind of neighborhood is this? Because, like, I'm in the St. Louis area. So for me, I mean, it's common for us to hear gunshots. Is it
hmm
somewhere like someone knew that it was close and in that house, or could it just be gunshots in the area?
Well, see, that's kind of hard to say because I think, like I said, they didn't say anything till years later, and when they started saying stuff about years later, they said they heard the thud, and the person who heard it, of course, they're not going to repeat it to the police. I don't. That's another thing I understand too. When people they have information, because I believe in my heart that somebody out there has the information of what happened to her. They just haven't come forward.
Well, sometimes they don't come forward because it's not safe for them either. And
Right.
especially that's why I ask about the neighborhood because
Well, it's an urban
from my
neighborhood.
past work, I saw so many that just couldn't. They wanted to tell the truth. They did. They wanted to do the right thing, but they knew that they had a family to protect and they couldn't.
That's true. That's true. That that is true. But I just think that he knows exactly what happened to her, what he did with her. I just hope one day that people's conscience would get to them, and then they would come out and say something because, like I said again, these kids they're grown now, but they're still searching for a mother that they never had a relationship with.
Right.
Her
Their
mother,
mama
Exactly.
deserves justice,
and her mother's still alive too. I've spoken to her mother several times. She's still alive too. So they've never given up hope. They never given up hope, and I'm pretty
Thank
sure they're
God.
listening
That's
because
great.
I sent them the link. I sent the sister and the daughter the link earlier,
Oh,
so
good, good,
yeah, they're
good.
either probably listening or they might end up tapping in and joining in. But
Sure. Yeah.
um,
Yeah. That would be great.
yeah, Sierra's case. I just hope that what comes out of this is that more people know about her case and somebody over there in Atlantic City, New Jersey, decides, they hear this or somebody tells them about this case and they decide, hey, we need to take a second look at this case because sometimes all it does is a second look is all it takes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I can't count the number of cases that once detectives that are new to the case get a fresh set of eyes on the case. It makes all the difference in the world in making that case progress further and getting some justice done. So hopefully, between new eyes on the case and possibly someone, even if it's just one person that sees this, the right person sees it, they step forward with some information, and this family can finally get some justice.
Right? I wouldn't have it any other way, and I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have it any other way either.
Yeah, and they definitely deserve it. I mean, I meet so many families that are just, that they just don't understand what is it about their family that's not as important as the next family that gets all the coverage. And I don't have words for them. It's like I what do you tell a family like that except for I don't know, but I'm here for you. I mean, that's about all we can do. And this right here, bring attention, show their faces, share, share, share.
Yes, and like you always say, never give up because I have encounters, some family that just don't want to. They don't think anything will ever come out of it, so they do give up. But like you said, I always encourage everybody to keep on holding on, keep that faith
Yeah,
because you never know that one day you may get that phone call that said, "Hey, we found your loved
yeah.
one. We may not have found them the way you wanted them, but we found them, or their
And
DNA matched up."
yep, and I think a lot of times when they quit, it's not that they want to. I think it's just they have to for their own mentality try to get some kind of closure. So I think that's why they kind of back off. But they want the justice, but they know for their own mentality and their own mental health, maybe they have to have that closure until it's confirmed. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I know the mental strain it takes on us covering these cases every day. Could you imagine if it was your own loved one that you were fighting for day in and day out for 30, 40 years? I
Oh
mean,
God,
I can't even begin to imagine.
I'll try to put my shoes. Yeah, you can try to put yourself in those shoes, but you can't. You can't because it's a
right,
total
right.
it's a total difference because this case, honestly, Sierra's case is like really personal to me. I took this case on like it was, like she's one of my family members. So it
Sure,
really,
we
there
do.
was
I
there,
do. Yeah,
there
we
was,
do that too. We connect with our people, our missing people, because we want to humanize them. We want to be them. We want to try to figure it out.
and there have days. I've had my days where I was like, really sad about the case, and I'm just like, darn, I wish I really could do something. And I'm like, well, you're making a difference. You're getting her photo out there, you're getting her videos out there, you're getting her name out there. So you're doing something. So it makes me feel a little bit better. But you
Right,
know.
right.
It just people don't understand sometimes when we're right like Arcus said when we're writing these stories the mental strain sometimes we literally have to take breaks because these cases get to us.
Oh, you bet. Yes. And sometimes it hits you so hard you don't you think you don't need a break until it hits you and you realize, wow, I've got to step back a minute. I really
Hmm.
Yes, because the mind can only hold so much before it just bursts.
definitely, definitely. Okay, do you want me to play this Spanish podcast there, Klein? Because
Oh
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
you guys
yeah.
did a really good job.
Okay, yeah, you can play that.
Okay, all right.
This is around the first time. This is when I first started doing podcasts.
Well, I'm sure it went smoother than mine. My first live stream, I didn't even add myself to the stream, so I sat there talking to myself for over 2 hours
Oh
without
wow.
realizing that I hadn't added myself to the stream.
Sometimes it happens. Doodle okay there?
Working on something on her end.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. I just had to make sure we ain't lose her. Okay.
Did you guys not hear? Is it not sharing? I think it wasn't sharing. Is it not
No,
sharing up there?
nothing was sharing. No.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, guys. Oh, guys, I don't know if you guys can hear it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong for the sound, but I'm not sure.
I can't hear it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the sound. I have it all the way up, but it's just not wanting to play. Well, I'm going to try anyway. We'll try to figure it out. Okay, guys, let me know if you hear this. I'm going to try to press play and hopefully it'll work. If not, I'm not sure what's going on with my with what's going on with that or why it's not playing. Can you hear any sound?
Barely.
Okay. Nope, it's as loud as I can get it too. Hmm. Is that any better?
Not really.
Well, Clyde, I don't think I might be able to get that play. It's not. I mean,
Hey,
I can play it, but you can't hear it.
that's okay. That's okay. We know.
I
That's
did
okay.
try though. I
That's
do have it
okay.
on my phone. I wonder if I could just play it through my microphone. You think that would work?
I don't know. You can try if you want.
Yeah, I could try. I mean, you guys did so well. I would hate for that to just go to waste because you guys worked so hard. Let me see if I can't go back and get that to play. Maybe it'll go play through that. I'm so sorry, guys. I guess we'll learn as we go.
Hey, listen, it's okay, because at the end of the day, the broadcast is still about Sierra,
It is. And as long
Yeah,
as we keep her face out there and we can share and share, we'll do the best we can. We'll get better as
exactly.
we go, I'm sure. And if we don't, we'll just say we will.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
All right, guys, we're going to start it this way. Hopefully, this will go better. We'll see how
Okay.
this goes.
All
All
right.
right, here we go.
Let's go. What's the name?
Hello, how are you?
How you doing?
Okay.
Okay, welcome to our Strange Disappearances podcast. Today, I have a couple special guests. Right now, we're joined by Zanaya. Zanaya's mother's been missing from Atlantic City, Jersey. Says, when did your mom go missing?
I'm sorry.
When did your mom go missing?
She went missing November 21st, 2010.
Okay, so I'm reading that. November 21st, 2002. It says her sister drove her to visit. I'm sorry. Well, let me first. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm Clyde Williams, and this is our Strange Disappearance podcast. And today we're going to be discussing the strange disappearance of Sierra Sahara Thomas, who's been missing since November 21st, 2002. I came across this case a couple days ago when Nia, who's on the phone now, sent me her mom's case through my inbox, and I was blown away because I had never heard of this before. And this is the first time I've heard of this case, and I was instantly like intrigued, like what happened. So I'm reading here. It says her sister drove her to visit one of her who was she going to visit, her boyfriend, or was it one of the kids' father?
It was the same person at the time. Her daughter, my little sister's dad.
Oh, y'all had the same dad?
No.
Okay. She called. She said she had called with. She basically said she's gonna call your aunt. Her sister said she waited in the car for an hour, and she went nearby to pay some bills. She said, she never called her, and she never been heard from again. And she was carrying $33 in cash at the time of her disappearance. Her boyfriend was the last person to see her. Now, okay, so what happened? What happened after her sister didn't? She didn't call or anything. Like, where'd you go from there? Oh, I'm sorry, Stephanie. Oh, hey, Stephanie, how you doing? How you doing? I'm sorry. Listen, I didn't even look at the screen that you had popped in.
No, I didn't know if I could.
So we were at the part where it said that you had dropped her off. So what happened after you dropped her off? I'm like, okay.
After I dropped her off, I sat there and I waited for a while. They were standing outside in front of his door talking.
Okay.
So while I was sitting there waiting, I get out the car and I walk up to his door where they were, and I told her to call me when she's ready to leave from there, and I would come back and pick her up.
Okay.
I went home after I paid my bills. I went home and I was waiting for her phone call, and she never called. And this was like going on like maybe 3-4 hours. So I went to the house to see if she went home. Two of her friends were there at her house, and I asked them, did she ever come back? And they was like, no. So when I went back around there, well, I didn't even go back around to his house. I called him on the phone, and he kept saying she left. So hours went by, I called back, and I just kept calling her house and his house, and nobody ever seen her, no more that day. And I'm like, well, if she only lives across the highway, all she had to do was walk from back Maryland back over to Carver Hall where she lived. And I'm like, well, I called him back and I asked him, I said, well, where did she go when she left your house? At first he tried to tell me that she got on a jitney and was coming to my house. And I'm like, she wouldn't have got on a jitney because I know for a fact that he heard me tell her when she was done to call me so I could come back and pick her up. So I knew she wouldn't have caught a jitney because at the time I lived way uptown in the inlet. And she could have just walked back home.
Now, what's a jitney?
A jitney?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the little green and white little short.
He's not from here, Auntie. He's not from here. So jitney is a transit. It's like a transit.
Oh, okay. Keep on. Okay, you carry on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they ride up and down Pacific Avenue, basically.
Okay.
So I said that she wouldn't have caught a jitney because I had a car and I told her I was going to come back and get her.
Right.
So when I called back again, his story changed. Now she was in the parking lot with 5 guys, he said, talking to them in the back of his parking lot, he claimed. So I'm sitting there saying, nah, I know that couldn't have been true because he was kind of a jealous type. He didn't even like her speaking to other people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so then the next day, a couple of days just went by. She still never came home, and the girls are like, no, it was like 4 days went by. So I told him, I said, listen, I'm going to the police station. I'm calling the cops. So he started telling me, I want to go with you. So I'm like, okay. So now I'm calling him and I'm like, I'm ready to go. Now he's like ditching my phone calls or, playing phone tag with me. He doesn't want to answer the phone. Just a whole lot of stuff. So just went to the police station by myself. I reported her missing. Then I had to tell my family, this is crazy. They ended up giving us this detective who he was just lazy and didn't want to do his job. They always say, oh, we can't go by hearsay, but you have, people telling information. He's not doing nothing. So now I'm like, well, can, y'all.
Hello?
Aunt Stephanie.
She might have cut out real quick. Okay, she'll probably come back in. Darn, this is crazy. This story, like your mom's story is just unbelievable. So he was the last person that seen her, right?
Yes, sir.
And so did the police ever question him or anything?
No.
And they
that's for my aunt to answer because I was only 4.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, they went to his house. And him and his mom, I don't know what they told them, but they claim that she just left their house. Her youngest, she has another daughter, and her youngest daughter, she is the father he's the father to her youngest daughter.
Okay.
So somehow they ended up keeping the baby. My mom couldn't even get like custody or nothing. Like we don't even know how they got custody. We don't know none of that. Like that was just crazy.
You know, I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of times with the father, all he got to do is say, "Boom, I'm the father," and then they just they don't do no background nothing. They just get a child to person, which I think is crazy.
Yeah. Yep. And then we you know, they didn't even, the police was so trifling that, you know, my thing was I worked in the casino for 15 years.
Okay.
In security. And you know, every day we have what they call bolos of missing people. You know, so I had to actually make up my own with her picture on it, all her information and stuff. And I went to Kinko's, and when I gave the lady the flyer, they made almost 500 flyers for me for free. Because they felt so bad, you know, that we didn't have no kind of closure, no kind of information or anything. And they were like, well, usually the cops make these up. I said, yeah, we have lazy ones that didn't want to do their job. This guy didn't do anything. So I had to draw these up myself and put them out. So when we started hanging them up, we had put them all back Maryland.
Okay.
Him and his mom went outside and tore them all down. And then she called the cops on me because she said I put one on a pole in front of their door. She said that I was harassing her. So I'm thinking, and when the cop called me and told me that she made a call to them and said that I was harassing her. So I asked the cop, I said, now, you want to tell me that doesn't sound strange to you? I'm looking for my sister, my sibling, and because I put a flyer in front of her door where my niece is staying in their house, I'm harassing them. That makes sense to you? So basically, they don't care if my sister is found or not.
Exactly.
So they know something because they were there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That just didn't make sense to me.
Mm. So, I mean, so now,
Shoot, what is it, like 20? Nadia, how old are you?
It's 19 years.
Yeah. Yep.
who
else is talking?
New Jersey, 2002. She was missing. Yeah, around the same time. So how's the investigation been? Like, it been like nothing. Is it open?
They don't do anything now. It's just like it's just dead and gone. Now
No.
they did put her in the state database.
Okay.
So she is in on that.
Now, is her DNA in the system or no?
Oh my God, I can't. It may be.
Okay.
Because I know they took DNA from my mother and myself. So it may be in there.
So there have been no signs of her, no sightings, nothing?
No. Never. Since that day.
Wow. Because, you know, like, it's crazy because people be knowing things and they don't say anything. Like, you know, it's not right when these people are missing for 19, 20, something, 30 years. You feel me? Like,
Right.
It's definitely not. So,
And then that was the whole thing. Like, you know, I think that some people knew and didn't want to talk because they were his friends and not hers. And, you know, it's just crazy.
So that's crazy. Did you guys ever do a search party?
No, not really. The only thing we really could do is just question people in the area, stuff like that. And you know, at one time, like I basically the people that we were talking to, basically all of them had like the same story.
Okay.
You know, where they was telling, you know, a few of them had like the same story that supposedly they heard a gunshot in his house and all that. When they went, the police went in there. By the time they decided to go in there and check, it was years later. So they claim it wasn't no evidence of her being.
I didn't know that machine either. What machine?
Yeah, yeah. So
So have you thought about like jump start calling and check with the detective? I mean, like, have you done that?
no, actually, the detective that was lastly on the case, he retired and some new guy took over. He's never contacted us or anything.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I would back them and you know, because I can really spread this. I can spread this on any platform. I spread this. I like this thousand people probably this morning already alone. Because I'm like, I've heard the stories, but to go from there and then he says he don't know where and something's up. I don't know.
Yeah, that was my thing. Like I said the same exact thing.
It is,
but even the detective that lastly was on the case, he retired. So he said to us, he said, I believe that his mother knows something, and I believe he definitely knows what happened to her. They just couldn't prove it, and they said when they did question him, the first thing he did was ask for a lawyer. So I said to him, I said, now, if that was the very first thing he said out of his mouth when y'all questioned him, there is no doubt in my mind he did something to her. And now he's going to get away with it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I had to leave to come back because I was like saying stuff. I didn't know if you guys could hear me.
Yeah, I'm here. So how have you been, Jamal?
It's been a crazy, hectic journey. You know, it's definitely been crazy. As far as like what you asked, have we looked or tried? As far as me, I'm only 24 now, so it wasn't much I could do. I was only 4 when my mom was missing. But I do like, look on databases online. Like I try to see if her name pop up on anything or stuff like that. But it's not too much I can do because I don't know really where to start. That's why I actually reached out to you because I was like, when my grandma tagged me, and I'm like, oh, that's something I can reach out that make it get me somewhere. Like I do definitely.
Hello. A little bit. Right back in. Can y'all hear me? A little pop right.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. All right, okay.
I hear y'all.
Your mother and father alive at the time that she was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so her mother and father was alive.
Naya's.
No, mother and father.
Oh, my mom. Yeah, my mom was.
How?
Well, I'm gonna tell you now. My mom can't even talk about it. Like she just had to put it in God's hands because that's what we all had to do.
Right.
No closure, know nothing. So, and we walk around here, and and I believe people here in this city know. I think they know. They just never going to talk about it.
Until something happens to somebody,
Actually, until it happens to somebody in their family,
they'll talk.
They're not going to talk about it. And I used to say it all the time. I'm 56. So I walk around here and I just think that, I always say, like one time I did a Facebook post and I told them, whenever I post about my sister, I always say, may God have mercy on the souls who knew and didn't open their mouth and say anything. Because you will never understand what our family is going through until it happens to somebody in your family.
It's true. It's true. This podcast, I started this other song for brother got killed, and while other brother got killed, so this is how I felt good. I'm having a new flyer made for her. We got it about an hour or so. Somebody doing it for me right now as we speak.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Stephanie, tell us what kind of person your sister was.
Oh, she was a sweetheart. My sister was quiet, bother anybody. Like she worked. She had her own apartment. She took care of both of her kids. She was a very good mom. We were real close because big age difference, and I practically helped raise my sister. So we was tight as two buttons in a little t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? We were real close. So I took her everywhere she needed to go. She never had to want for a ride or anything because I was always made myself available to take her food shopping. We always had morning breakfast every morning. Like after I would drop my kids off to school, she'd call me, "You on your way? I cooked the breakfast." So like, I'm on my way. I'm coming. I'll be there in a minute. Yeah.
Daughter, do you talk to?
Yes, we keep in touch with her.
Okay. Whole thing.
Well, she was only one.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so she really doesn't have too much recollection, but we do talk about my sister from time to time. Like we always showed her pictures, so she always knew about her.
Okay.
I don't know. We don't know like what that side of the family has told her, and it's so sensitive to us that we try not to bring it up. Like we just don't talk to her about it because we don't know what they told her. And
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and leave it at that. I know that she had dropped down, Klein, and I'm
Yeah.
sure she dropped down because I'm sure that was painful to hear.
Right.
So if she wants to come back up now that it's over with, you're more than welcome. I apologize. I had just noticed when you had dropped off, but I didn't want to interrupt the podcast. But please, if I'm sure that was painful for her, and I feel terrible for that. But if she would like to come back, she's more than welcome to.
Yeah, I just sent her a message while we was doing that and told her to pop, pop back in. But no, actually you're okay because I'm actually glad that people got to hear that from, their own words, especially the sister, okay?
Yeah.
Because that's the one that actually dropped her all, and now we're here 22 years later, and it's we're still at a standstill.
Right,
Like,
right. So do we have any theories? Like, what do you think, Arctic? I mean, you do this so much every day, all day. I mean, what do you think? He might be busy. He multitasks a lot.
I mean, I'm with the family. That guy is the most likely suspect, in my opinion. I mean, that's where she was last seen, was at that house. That's where they have people that supposedly heard these gunshots and everything is close to that house. So that's how they've not ever been able to charge him. Of course, it doesn't sound like much of an investigation was ever really done to begin with. So
Right, right. And do we think that that they did not do a search party because of the area? Maybe were they not trained, or do you think these officers just thought maybe she ran off and would just come back and then just didn't care? Because I see that so much. It's heartbreaking.
My theory is that they thought that she probably ran off, and being a family that, of course, they never been through this before, so
Right.
they probably didn't know what to do, and they probably didn't have the resources at the time to, get her flyer out there. Like the sister said, she had to go to Kinko's and get some flyers made, and they ended up giving her more. So that's probably like the only resource she had to, to
Yeah, and
pass
you
it
know
out.
how sad that is because we see that a lot. Like in our chat right now is Barb, and Barb is fighting for justice for her son. And do you know she prints off all her flyers, does everything? They never once
Wow.
offered to do that for her. So that's what I mean. We've got to get better as a community, as humans, to help people. Just because we don't know them doesn't mean that we can't help them and try to save a life here. I mean,
exactly,
and if we can't
exactly.
and if we can't save a life, let's help a family get some closure. And these people deserve to come home. If not in the best way, at least they get closure in a proper way.
Well,
Yeah.
and at bare minimum, these law enforcement agencies should be telling people about the resources like MPIA, the Aware Foundation, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that are out there to help get these spaces circulated. I mean, that's the least they can do if they're not going to help with the cost of some flyers or anything like that, because there's so many resources that are available to families that they just don't know anything about because law enforcement never tells them.
Right, right. Thank you for coming back. I'm sorry that you dropped down. I know it had to be hard for you, but I'm so glad that you came back.
Did she unmute her mic?
Of course.
Okay,
Hi, how are
hey.
you?
Oh, I apologize. I know that had to be hard.
It's okay.
So this is Sierra's oldest daughter, Sanaya.
Okay.
She was 4
All
years
right.
old.
Oh, she was only 4. Okay.
Yes. So this is Doodle. This is her platform right now. So Doodle, you go ahead and ask her. What you think you need to ask.
Okay. Well, at first, I want to welcome you up here. Do you have anything that you want to add on since we did the podcast and all that? I tried to make it a little easier so you guys didn't have to explain it and relive it every single podcast or show.
Of course.
But feel free to say whatever you need to, and I'll mute so you can have the floor.
No, it's okay. Like I told him before, I was only 4, so I really don't know much, and I was shielded from a lot till I was older. So I just, know what I feel in my heart. I always like to tell him I want to thank him for the podcast and bringing my mom's case back to light. He's always been like a helping hand to me when I felt like our back was against the wall. Just like my aunt said, like when the police didn't help us and things like that, he's really been like an angel, and he's always been there. He don't give up on me. Even times when I'm like weak and I feel like I can't do it myself, he's always in my corner. But as much about the case that I could say, I know there's a lot of things that were said that's on other people's end that's not true and they don't want to help us. I really don't have a lot to say. I just know everything that I was told. Some things is true, some things was lies. So I just listen to my family and I just want justice for my mom.
Of course, of course. And you know what? You deserve that. And your whole family deserves closure. You guys have to heal at some point. And until we can get her home, I'm sure it's hard for you to get that closure ever. There's always that missing piece.
Yes, ma'am. I just be like, I got the what if thoughts, So it's just like we do want closure, even if it's something that I don't want to face or hear or come to the conclusion that it is what it is and it's not. I really just would like to know
So you
something.
can, yeah, so you can properly heal because all this time I just don't feel like you have been able to properly grieve or heal or any of it. And if she is fine, then thank the Lord she's home. But if not, then at least you can have something to make yourself have a little bit of closure and make it proper, a proper place.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know. I wish that we could do like more DNA things and stuff
Well,
like that to
she's a
figure
NamUs.
out.
Did you give your DNA? Like, if she should be a NamUs, right, Klein?
Yeah, she should be a name if she's not.
Okay.
But that's another thing I asked before. I think I asked her out did she have DNA. Um, I think y'all should do it again because I'm not sure
Yeah.
back then if they did. Because back then they were sloppy with it, so that DNA could have easily been discarded or anything because, like you said, they didn't care about the case. So now I'm also curious to see what kind of case file they have on her, if they have one at all.
Right,
Exactly.
because now, they have all this new technology. Look what they're doing now. So you never know. I mean, really, I would try that. I would definitely be pushing that.
Yes, yes, I think that would be the next step too. So we'll somehow get together and do that. Maybe I'll get some help offline and we can set that up and we can do that because
Yeah, yeah.
that's a key key component in everything.
Of course. I'm always down for whatever you want me to do.
Right, right,
Oh.
and you basically you've always been like patient too. Like I'm not really patient, but you've been like I'm glad you've never given up. I'm telling you, I always tell you that no matter you may not hear from me for a little bit, but your mom was always on my mind, always.
Well, Klein, I respected you yesterday, but I respect you more today because after this, it's like you have been their angel, and I mean, we as a community have
He
to
has
thank you for
honestly
being a good
been.
person. That's great. That's amazing. We need more good people, definitely in this world.
Absolutely.
Klein, do you have anything else you want to add? I don't want to end this without you guys feeling like you've said everything that you need to. So feel free to say whatever it is you need to do, whatever you need to say.
Just say her name loudly,
Mhm.
like, share, share her story everywhere. Let's get something said. Let's get something. Let's listen. If we got to call Atlanta City Police Department. Get her case back rolling. I hope somebody here sees this and gets this ball rolling because it's been too long and we need to definitely bring her home.
That's right, definitely. And I mean, put yourself in this lady's position. She's missing, and her family her family's begging for anyone to just listen, to share anything that can bring their mom home. It may not be the best outcome, but they still need that closure. So please share those flyers. Like, subscribe, not just on my side. Please go over on Klein's, any site. Anybody that's trying to do this for the right reason, hit that like, share that flyer because you never know. You may actually be that one that can help a family get some closure. Arctic,
Yeah.
do you have
And
anything
if
to
you're
add?
not the one, then the right person may see this because you shared it out. That's what
Absolutely.
there's strength in numbers. All we can do is talk in front of a screen. It's you people that come to our chats, the members of our channels and everything that are the real heroes that share this out, that get it in front of as many eyes as possible. So,
Absolutely. Without them, we wouldn't even, we'd be up here talking to one another, getting nowhere. So without you guys, we couldn't do it for sure.
Exactly.
All right, Klein,
And
is there anything else?
yes, I'm not gonna stop until we
Oh,
bring her home.
great, great.
There's no other objective just to bring her home. And
That's good to hear.
I'm
That's
gonna
good. And
be I'm
I wish you all the very best. I do think that this will eventually come to a head, and I hope that you guys get the justice that you you deserve. Definitely. All
yeah.
right, guys. Well, I want to thank everyone in chat. Do we have any questions in chat? Because I don't want to end this. There might be some good questions here. I can't always catch up with them.
Okay.
I don't see any. Guys, do you have any questions you'd like to ask them? A voice for the lost says that is it Senia? Is that it? I don't want to pronounce it wrong.
It's okay. It's Sanaya.
Tonight.
Sanaya, that's even prettier. I really butchered that.
Thank you.
Sanaya has always been so strong through all of this time. Oh,
Hmm.
yep,
I'm
yep. So
looking at the chat comments. Thank you guys.
yep, and anything that's bad in any of these chats, and Klein, I think will be the same way. Is we just won't have it. If there's any disrespect in there, we'll boot them. We won't fool with them because we're here for the people, for justice. We got to bring these people home. So
And
please
as far
absolutely.
as
feel free anytime. And Klein, I'm sure Arctic would love to have you up there. And there's several other people. I'm not the only one. There's so many that
Yes.
will hear your voice. I promise.
Yes, get her, yeah, we're gonna get her face out there,
Yes,
even more people,
definitely.
I think when we first started, I want to add this when we first started,
Mhm.
her picture wasn't circulated like that. You feel me? You probably see I forget. I think I probably saw it once. Once we started posting this flyer, this picture has been everywhere. Even I tell you earlier, some of her friends didn't know that this was her mom, whose story that they were following. Am I right, Sanaya?
Yes, some people didn't
Oh,
even know that's my mom.
how
Yes.
sad is
So
that, right? Oh my
yeah. So
goodness.
now the story is getting out there more. I want to do. I want to do even more. Because
Sure.
you always feel like you can do more. So
Yep.
going
Yep.
forward,
And
we're gonna do just that.
yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, guys. Well, I will end this. I will play this weird little outro. I'm new to this, so if we mess it
Okay.
up,
All right.
it could
Sanaya,
Also,
it
thanks for
thank you,
coming on.
Doodlebug, and thank you, Arctic Fox. Also, thank you so much.
you're
Yep.
welcome, honey. You're
Well,
welcome
thank
up
you
on
for
Mark
being
whenever.
here.
Anytime. You're more than welcome anytime. Okay, I'll play this and hope it isn't a train wreck. But thank you guys so much, and I hope you guys have a wonderful evening.
Okay, you too.
Does anyone out there even hear the cry? Does anyone out there even notice that we die? I'm just a voice in the wind, but I keep on screaming 'cause someone's missing. I won't stop dreaming. Maybe it's just a whisper, a faint voice in the storm, but I'll be the beacon, the light that warms. I'll walk the streets, I'll pound the pavement until we find them missing and stitch the world back in. Does anyone out there even hear the cry? Does anyone out there even notice that they die? I'm just a voice in the wind.
This was an awesome show. I really enjoyed myself.
Thank you. I'm so glad that we that we got to do that because I
I,
think we made a little progress.
hey, Dodo, I think we're making a great team already.
Yep, yep. And I think it's because we care so much.
Yes, we
It's
do.
caring. It's a caring thing, and you have to be in this for the right reasons.
You do. And I want to let everybody know that, believe it or not, me and Doodle put this show together in 10 minutes. Probably less than that.
I know, and I'm new to this, so I
And
know I
listen,
really boogered some of the stuff up. But hey,
listen,
we
it's
did it.
okay.
So
It's okay. Lisa was
yeah,
like,
we'll
oh my
learn.
God.
We'll learn as we go. But
We
everyone have a
sure will.
wonderful night. Thank you
Yep.
so much, and let's bring these people home. They deserve
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Good
Good
night,
night. Yep.
guys. Good
Okay.
night. Thank you, Klein. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Does anyone out there even hear the cry? Does anyone out there even notice that they die? I'm just a voice in the wind, but I keep on screaming 'cause someone's missing. I won't stop dreaming. Maybe it's just a whisper, a faint voice in the storm, but I'll be the beacon, the light that warms. I'll walk the streets, I'll pound the pavement until we find them missing and stitch the world back in. Does anyone out there even hear the cry? Does anyone out there even notice that they die? I'm just a voice in the wind.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here to talk to Mr. Risa, right?
Yes.
Okay. 25 years ago, Mr. Risa and family was at a bowling alley. What was this bowling alley called?
New Frontier Lanes.
New Frontier Lanes, and what was supposed to be a good time turned out to be a personal tragedy. Her daughter, Tegan Lewis, would go missing on January 23rd,
January 23rd, 1999.
1999 in Tacoma, Washington. Miss Teresa is here to tell Tika's story. So Miss Teresa, take us back to the day that take us back when you went to the bowling alley, when your family first went to the bowling alley and the events that unfolded.
So, me and my boyfriend at the time went with some family members to New Frontier Bowling Alley. It was Colorama night, which they had colored balls, colored pins, and if you hit one of those pins, you win money. And I had prior went there a week before and took my twins there, and there was nobody there.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, okay, it's not going to be crowded. It's going to be a good time. I'm not going to have no worries whatsoever. Well, I was wrong. The bowling alley was packed. There was at least 350 people there that night.
That's okay. That's
And I had my 2-year-old at the time, and I had a 10-month-old, which she was in her car seat. And there was other kids around there. If they wanted any kids, you know, they had a chance to get any kids, but mine was the one that was taken that night.
wow. So now, after she went missing, like how was the investigation? How did that go with when she went missing?
They've messed up on my daughter's case since day one.
Okay.
That night they had an off-duty officer there, fully clothed, doing security, had his motorcycle there. And for being an off-duty officer and fully clothed and you're doing security, you should be watching the bowling alley. You should be walking around, you know, making sure everything's okay. That's not what happened. So when my daughter came up missing, I searched the area where we were before I even attempted to go to the other side of the bowling alley, where my sister-in-law's sister was in the bathroom. And I asked her, "Is Tika in here?" And she's like, "No, why?" And I was like, "She's nowhere around." So I went up to the officer and I told him, "My daughter's gone. I done and searched everywhere. My family searched the bowling alley. She's nowhere in sight." So he's questioning me, and he tells the people in the audience, you know, "Look under your seats, make sure there's not a baby sleeping." She's not going to go nowhere and sleep unless she's in her mama's arms. And that's how she was. So I'm going to say the first call went out 20 minutes later.
Okay.
And then I'm going to say maybe 10 to 20 minutes later, that's when officers came for backup. And there was a lady sitting above us, and she was there with 5 black guys, and she was a white lady. And she was asking people to hold their babies. She asked my brother, and my brother told her no, but then said, "Okay, you can hold my son, but I'm going to stand right here with you." She said, "Okay." She tried to take my 10-month-old, and I said, "What are you doing? You're not going to hold my baby. I'm not doing that."
Right.
And so when my daughter came up missing, 4 of the black guys were gone, and she was there with her boyfriend and her. And somehow she got a hold of my 10-month-old, took her to her car. And if it wasn't for my sister-in-law, I would have had 2 kids missing.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. This is the sad part. I went up to her and I told her, "That's my daughter." And she said, "That's not your daughter." And I said, "If you don't give me my baby, I'm going to get the police involved." I had to get the police involved. The police arrested her. Okay. She tried to commit suicide in the cop car. So they took her to Puget Sound Hospital, which is a mental hospital back in Washington. They let her go the next day. They didn't get her for attempted abduction. They didn't get her for nothing. Nothing at all.
Now that's strange right there by itself, because she definitely should have been charged and even looked at further.
Thank you. I've been saying this for years and years and years. 24 years later, they found this woman. She's in the mental hospital and she's mentally gone. So they can't question her. they can't give her no polygraph because she's that far gone.
Wow. That's a big
Yeah.
ball. That's a huge ball drop right there. I agree with you. That's a big, huge drop. So now, all these people in here, you mean to tell me nobody sees nobody walk out with your daughter?
They had a gentleman that came up that called the tip line the day after my daughter came up missing and said, "Hey, I've seen a guy walk out with your daughter. I mean, with Tika, but I thought it was her dad because he was white and she's a mixed baby. So I just thought nothing of it. But he did, went to the police. This was 20 years later. When my mom passed away in 2018, I had a meeting with the chief of police and I told everybody in the room, if you go back in Tika's files, guaranteed you're going to find a tip that says who took my daughter. And lo and behold, they went back and that's how they found this witness. And my detective at the time called him in for questioning and got what he saw. But it took him 20 years. Why didn't you listen to this boy when my daughter came up missing? Because he was 15 years old and they thought he was playing games.
That right there is crazy by itself too. Like, I think they just didn't want to do the work. That's what it sounds like to me, because 15 is old enough to know if he saw something or if he didn't see anything, So that's another strange twist to the case. So
yeah,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
TPD has messed up in my daughter's case since day one. I argue with them all the time. I'm waiting on a response because I'm having a meeting with the chief of police and the police, her detectives, and the assistant chief.
Mm-hmm.
And I have questions on why you will not let my detectives go to Florida to check out my ex's family.
Right.
They denied my detectives to go there. And I want to know why.
I definitely want to know. I definitely would want to know too. Definitely.
Oh yeah. Like I said, TPD has messed up since day one. I believe if they would have listened to me and my family, they would have found out what happened to my daughter.
I believe so too. It's a lot of cases like your daughter where I've seen where they messed up from day one. Honestly, if I could have solved those cases, a lot of these cases back then, but they just a lot of cases they tend to, mainly African American, they tend to neglect those cases. It still goes on, but I agree with you. This case definitely probably would have been solved if they would have took that information seriously. And like you said, this lady, 20 years later, and her memory's gone. That's like a heartbreak, by itself. To all these years to find this person and then find out they can't talk. That's just unacceptable. Period. That's sloppy police work all the way around.
Yeah, I just did a podcast and with my detective, and I found out some information by listening to the podcast, which they should have told me this information before this podcast even came out. But I guess a gentleman called in, or his mom called in and said that he knew what happened to Tika. So my detectives went out there and talked to this man. Then they went back a second time and the guy passed away.
What?
Exactly.
It's like, this is like really hard to believe. Like, darn, all these. So let me ask you a question. I mean, I know I don't want to ask you how you feeling, but I know it's taking a mental toll on you over the years. Missing your child. I'm a parent myself. And I know for a fact that we don't have our children for for our children to be murdered. We don't have our children for something to happen, and we definitely don't have our children for our children to come up missing, and never be found, So as a parent, I definitely, my heart breaks for you.
Yeah. I have 5 other kids, and when this came up, I became the strictest parent out there.
Okay.
And my kids are all grown. My youngest is 22. My oldest are about to turn 34. And I still worry about my kids. I worry about my grandkids now because nowadays it's a sick world out here.
It is. It definitely is. I have 2 daughters and a son, so I'm strict too. I worry about them all the time. Even when they go to school, I worry about them. Because there's so much like it's an evil world out here.
It is.
World out here.
It is.
So who was all with you the night that Tika went missing?
My brother. I had 2 of my brothers.
Okay.
2 sister-in-laws. One of my sister-in-law's family.
Okay.
There was a not. I think he was like, I want to say 9 or 7 at the time. There was a couple younger kids there, and then there was I believe she was 3 or 4-year-old, and she was going up to everybody and wanting them to hold her. Now, if they wanted any child, they could have took her, but they didn't. They took my baby. And where my daughter was sitting, one of the boys were sitting right next to her and said he didn't see anything. But I think what it is he's seen something or heard something and he's scared.
Yeah, that could be it too. And it's like all this evidence and all these things that happen. It doesn't seem like it's a coincidence, I don't know, just baffled by them not fully investigating this case. Like you told me 5 different things along that they should have dug deep into. I mean, like a person in the comments said, the missing people are neglected for so long that decades passed and then people died, and it's very unfortunate and it's awful,
It is. I wish that I watch a lot of YouTube and a lot of the missing children cases. I wish they did that when my daughter came up missing. I wish she was plastered everywhere, but I had to do it on my own. We tried to get my daughter's story on at the 10 o'clock news, no, the 11 o'clock news back home, and they said no. We had to wait till the next morning to do it. And it's like, come on, you could have had my daughter's picture out there, but they didn't want to do that. They said no. My brother, he came from work. He was working at the casino up in Auburn, and he flew down there. And he walked up in the bowling alley. Let me tell you, the cops did not close this bowling alley down when my daughter came up missing. When there's a crime scene, they make everybody stay there until they take their names down, name and number. That's not what happened at when my daughter came up missing. There was people coming in and there was people going out. They didn't get everybody. Yes.
Wow. So basically, the crime scene was never secured, and if there was DNA, almost 1,000 people have it inside the bowling alley. So you been telling me they kept on going as business and they didn't shut this bowling alley down for this investigation at all?
Nope. So they didn't even do fingerprinting. They didn't do none of that. Nothing at all.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Really crazy. I don't know. It's crazy. Like I said, I've seen and heard so many stories like this. I mean, I just hope that it gets better going forward. 'Cause, I mean, every child, matters. I don't think it should matter towards the race or how old they are. I think every child should be plastered everywhere because I honestly just found out about your daughter's story probably about a year or 2 years ago, and that makes me mad when I come across a lot of these stories and I'm just finding out because I try to make a difference, as much as I can, and I try to get people to see these stories and see that these are real people. This can happen to any
Right.
of us. Ain't none of us safe from this. None of us are.
It's
Um,
not, our
I-
babies are not safe. I'm telling you. They, this, and I've been saying this since my daughter came up missing. They need to have a one strike, you're out rule here in the United States with these sex offenders. If you harm a child or any person, this one strike, you're out. Our babies are coming up missing and raped and killed because of these sick people out here. And I have 3 granddaughters right now, and I worry about them as they get older. My youngest granddaughter's 2 years old, my oldest are 7, and I worry about them because there's so many sick people out there. And it could be your neighbor. It could be the person that your mom dates if you and the mom is not together. It could be that person.
That's true. That's a true sentiment, and that's happening. All over America, like in different states. I'm seeing
Yeah.
so many cases like that. Again, it's unfortunate, but it's like I don't want to say a norm, but it is like a norm. Like you wake up every day and you're reading something. The news is depressing. You don't want to read the news. But I agree about the whole one strike you're out with the kids. Too many kids have came up missing. Too many kids have been murdered. Too many
Oh
kids
yeah.
that haven't been found.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm a mom and I'm not giving up. Okay. We have cases in Washington the parents have given up. I'm not doing it. I'm pushing to find my daughter. I will do what it takes to find my daughter. I live in Virginia now, but you better believe I'm on that phone calling my detectives. What's going on? And if they don't give me no answers, okay, I need a meeting with the chief of police
Right.
because they can solve, they could have been and solved my daughter's case. If they would have listened to me and my family, they could have been and solved it. I tell them all the time, all I want to know is what happened to my daughter. If she's not here no more, I want to know that. If she is here, bring her home to me. Because she has sisters that miss her. She has nieces and nephews that she's never met. And it's time to bring her home. And I push this every year. I have a candlelight vigil every year for her. Every year. I fly back home to do it.
Wow.
Because I'm not giving up. I won't give up.
And I love to hear that. You hear me? I love to hear that. That's so beautiful because like you say, there are people that give up. They like, some people I've talked to, they give up. No, we don't want to. And then, I have some people like that have been missing for 30 and 40 years and their determination is there and inspiring, to help them out. I mean, you want to help all missing out, whatever. But like I said, again, I love when people do not give up and they want to know, no matter how long it takes, I definitely, I think one day that you'll definitely find some answers in your daughter's case.
Exactly. My inspiration is the Carlina White story.
Yes.
And I watch that show all the time. If she can be found, my daughter can be found.
You sure can.
And she's my inspiration. And I've told the National Center, if I have a chance to meet her, I want to meet her because she's my inspiration. That's why I've never given up. Not only because of her, is because my daughter deserves to be found. Regardless, she's not here. or if she is here, she deserves to be found regardless.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Um, so I know that you've been like I know you're stressed and other things didn't came upon you. How do you stay like how have you able to stay sane all these years?
Believe me, it's I don't.
Okay.
You know, people come to me and they say I'm a strong woman. I might look like I'm strong, but deep down inside, I'm broken. Okay. I suffer from PTSD because of this. You know, I have anxiety, I have depression, I have all that. And people don't understand. This is very serious. When you have a child that comes up missing and you don't know the answers, people say, yeah, you're strong. I'm not strong. I look strong, but deep down inside, I'm not. I'm not. But I kept myself for my babies, my daughters growing up, and now my grandkids, because I don't want them to see grandma gave up or mom gave up. No, neither one. I'm not giving up until I find out what happened to my daughter. And if, you know, if it's 50 years, I have my girls to keep pushing to find out what happened to their sister. If something ever happened to me, they will take over and find out what happened. Knowing they got kids of their own, but they will do it because I want to know. I can't give up.
Right. And they have us here too because we're definitely in this fight too. To help bring missing kids home.
I
Uh,
have my daughter was a Pooh Bear fanatic, and I gave her a Pooh Bear, her very first Pooh Bear, for Christmas when she was her first year. And the night that she usually takes it everywhere with her, but that night she said she was going to be a big girl and leave it at home and put her Pooh Bear to sleep in her receiving blanket. That was her security. I still have that. I have it and it's on my shelf. And I told my daughter that was 10 months at the time, anything happened to me, that goes to her, and then it will go down to my granddaughter, her daughter.
right.
I have 2.5 years of memories with her, but it's a lifetime to me, because she was a mama's girl. She didn't go to nobody. There was like maybe a handful of people that she would let hold her. And that was me, her grandma, my niece, and my daughters. And that was it. She wouldn't let nobody hold her. Her uncles, her grandpa, nobody. Nobody could hold her but me, her grandma, my niece, and her sisters. That was it.
Right.
And I have 2.5 years of pictures and the things that she had, and that's all I have. And I keep her Pooh Bear close to me. And the pictures I have of her, that I had them all blown up to a bigger size when she turned 16. We had a big sweet 16 party. 18, 21. We had the biggest 21st birthday for her, and we partied like she was there.
Right. And a celebration.
It was huge. It was huge. And there wasn't, well, the people that didn't drink, but everybody was drunk because they did it for her.
Right. Right. So, like going forward with her case, besides wanting to show, what we like to see. Like me, I would like to see it everywhere. You know, I like to see it across every podcast, every news station, Dateline. You know, this case, I like to see it plastered everywhere. What about you? What do you think?
I want it everywhere. You know, I want to go on the morning show. I want to do I want my daughter's story out there. I want it out there. I want people, you know, podcast, YouTube, everything, you know, I want it out there. I want people to know this mother's not giving up on her baby. That was my everything. Yeah, I had 4 other daughters, but she was my world. You know, she was born on the 4th of July. She was a mama's girl. I couldn't leave the house without her. If I went to the store, I had to take her with me because she wasn't staying home. She's like, nope,
Right.
I'm going with mommy. And she was at my hip. So I don't know how this person or people got away with my daughter because I know my baby would have screamed. But with 350 people in that bowling alley and it was loud, nobody would hear it. Nobody.
Mm, it's crazy. And
It is.
and it's sometimes, like you said, it's sometimes only a split second. Something takes a split second, and
Right. And if that officer was doing his job as a security officer, that would have never happened. But if you look on the articles, there was more incidents that happened in that bowling.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the sexual assault that happened there. That right there. Now you're right because it was 4 instances there. It was a sexual assault. It was somebody got robbed there, and
There was
it was something else.
they had attempted they had attempted essay in there. And you know, they had one that happened, and they had another one that happened two weeks prior to my daughter's disappearance. And then that day of my daughter's disappearance at the park down the way, they had an attempted abduction there too.
Now
These parents did not call the police on this stuff until after.
I saw that. Now that right there alone, that should never have happened. That person should have called police. I don't care, regardless. Okay, you don't do that because then you allow you allow for them to go to do that for somebody else. That's why I say when people say, "Oh no, we can't tell no snitching." Listen, when it comes to anything, you know, children, anything, tell what you saw. Tell what you saw because you could have saved a life by telling the police about this incident. And he had the guy. I heard he had the guy, and he let the guy go.
Yeah.
Like, really? No, that guy would have been beat down, and then he would have been called away to the police.
Oh yeah, you know, like my family says, you know, if we ever find out what happened to my daughter or who did it to my daughter, you know, give us 5 minutes in that courthouse with, you know, don't even check us. But we don't even have to go that far because we know a lot of people in the, you know, prison, in the jail cell. So this person, if the person ever goes to jail and a person finds out that it was connected to my daughter's case, they're not even going to make it to court. And everybody knows that, you know, because my daughter's case is a high case in Washington. Everybody knows about it. Everybody. You know, if you don't know, then you weren't there when it happened or you're new to the state. That's the only way you won't know about my daughter's case in Washington because I keep it out in the media when I can. You know, every year I do a media story, but I want it out there more. I want people to spread her case and get it everywhere. You know, she's been in People's Magazine. I was on the Montel Williams show, Oprah, Maury. You know, I've been done all that, but I want it to go further because she deserves it.
Yes, she
Prime TV,
does.
she needs to be on the morning show, everything. Because I'm not giving up. This mother's not giving up. I won't give up, because there's no evidence of foul play in my daughter's case. Nothing was found in my daughter's, her purse, her shoes, her clothing, none of that was found. Nothing. So that person who took my daughter knew what they were doing. They knew. And there's a lot of missing things that the police said they did and come to find out they didn't do it.
Oh,
And I'm just learning this stuff.
Oh, you just learned this. Wow. After all these years, you're just learning that. Well, I mean, I know you probably knew that they made mistakes, but you didn't know the extent until this year, right? What you're saying?
Exactly. So years ago, they said they investigated my ex's family. They didn't do that. They didn't.
Oh.
You guys should have been and done that. But you guys didn't do it. And I'm just learning this year. 25 years.
25 years later.
And you guys said you checked this family out. You guys didn't. And I've been told you guys 2 weeks before my daughter disappeared, the guy that I was dating, his mom asked me for my daughter. And I said, why would I give you my daughter? She said, oh, you have a baby. Yeah, I have a baby and 3 other kids besides her. Why would I give you my daughter? I don't think so. And 2 weeks, and then my daughter comes up missing. They said they checked his family. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. And mind you, the officer that was there that night is the assistant chief of police now. Wow. And I have not seen my daughter's police report. Have not seen it. They won't let me see it. They won't.
Is that because it's evidence or that's just protocol?
They say it's protocol, but how is it protocol when you can go look up anybody's case? You can go look up anybody's case at the courthouse, but they won't let me see mine.
You sure can. Yes, you can.
They won't let me see mine.
There's so many twists and turns in this case, I really do hope that this case is solved and soon. So many twists.
Oh, yeah.
So many twists and turns.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And, the assistant chief, she's on a different side than my daughter. She's the one that went to LSU and did my daughter's, had them do my daughter's picture.
Okay.
Not the one from the National Center. LSU usually doesn't do baby pictures, but she explained to them about my daughter's case, and they said, we will do her picture.
Oh, okay. That's who did the picture. So National. Okay, so National Missing Person. Okay, so I'm glad you cleared that up because I was under the impression that the National Missing Exploited Children did the recreation. So you said LSU did that.
Okay. The one that's pulling up right now, the National Center did that one. LSU did that one right there.
Okay, the younger one. Okay, that one there. That one's accurate. Okay, I thought that was a good one too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That was a good sketch too. So when I first
and they did it by ceramic. They how they, how do you put it? They use a ceramic to make the person. Let's say that an unidentified missing person, they'll use a sculpture. That's what they did with my daughter. They used that, and they took pictures of my 10-month-old. Well, she's 27, 26 now. And they
Okay.
used her hair, you know, because they look alike. So they used her to get Tika like that, to do her like that. And that's the first picture out of all these years that was an accurate picture of my daughter, is that one.
So and how many years did it take them to do the recreation for you, the first one? Like
So
when did
they
that the first
usually
when did they do that one? I'm sorry.
every 2 years they'll do a updated picture, but this was done in, let's see, this is 24 and 2022 is the first time they got it right. So 23 years later, they got my daughter's picture right. She looks more like an adult than what
That's
the
crazy by
national
itself
center.
too.
Yeah.
Okay, so she looks more like okay.
Yeah, the
Wow,
national center, they
that's
do an amazing job, but sometimes they don't get the picture right. And LSU on point. When I seen that picture, I cried when they showed me it. I cried and cried because they got it right.
right. No, I just like I said, going forward, I hope that you get some answers in your daughter's case, and I really, really do, appreciate you coming on here and telling us the story because a lot of times when you read online about these cases, you only hear part of the stories. And my thing is, I always want to go to the source, to the family, so I can get the complete story because a lot of times the news articles they leave stuff out, they don't put everything in there.
Oh yeah.
So
They do.
this right here, this podcast, it told me, and I'm pretty sure it told like plenty of people, other people, what actually happened. And I actually, I feel you. And also too, there's a bigger platform called the Vanish. Submit to them. They're even bigger.
Okay.
They're even bigger than us. I think they have like thousands more than us. Because I'm broadcasting from 3 different places now: the Missing Black People page, the Unsolved page, and YouTube.
Okay.
So a lot of people are saying this, but a friend of mine just told me to tell you to the Vanish.
Okay. Yeah, I
Okay.
just had some other people come to me a couple of days ago. They came to me and they want to do a podcast. So well, one of them, since National Children's Day is tomorrow, I've been out of state. I
Okay.
was with my grandkids and I just got back Monday. So I was supposed to write a story about my daughter, but I was out of town. So
Okay.
she's going to do something else for me, but she's going to get my daughter's picture out there because, she wants to air her for National Children's Day. So
That's good. That's good.
yeah.
I'm so happy for that. Again, I appreciate you for coming tonight. Thank you so much. I will definitely, stay in touch with you. And if you need anything, just reach out to us, and we're gonna help you as much as we can.
All right. I appreciate it. Like I say, I want my daughter's story out there. Push her picture, push her story, because she deserves to be found. And I'm not giving up.
She's not giving up. She's not getting up
I'm
on
not.
her daughter. I'm so glad. I want to hear more stories where parents or loved ones are not giving up on their loved ones. Because where there's a will, there's a way. Everything that's done in the dark comes to the light, and God said, "Bring all His children home," and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to bring them all home. Thank you
And
so
if
much.
you have a missing child, don't ever give up because they deserve to be found. My daughter deserves to be found. And that's why I will never give up until I get answers because she deserves it and I deserve it.
Yes, she does. Okay.
Thank you so much for preparing. You have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And thanks for everybody that's watching. This mom will not give up. And if anybody out there knows anything, just go back in time and just it might have been something you might have missed, something you might have saw, a little bit. If you were young at the time and you're older now, do the right thing. Come forward. Give this mom and her family some closure. It's been 25 years. 25 years. Too long. This has been the Tika Lewis story told by her mother. Thank you so much for appearing again, Teresa, and have a good night.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you too. Okay, we are live now. I'm gonna wait for a couple people to come on, and then I'll introduce everything, and then we can go from there. Like I said, I've been doing these for a while. Really been doing a podcast for the last 2-3 years. We found a couple people on our site. We found about at least I say 20 or 30, and we have solved some cases. So, that's why I say it's always a good idea to do podcasts because you never know who's listening, who's watching, who may have saw something.
Exactly.
Right. Every little bit helps. I mean, the police are one aspect of helping out, but podcasts and other media streams are also a definite help.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. Okay, we got 3 people so far, so I'm gonna go ahead and start this off. Good evening, Mr. Black People family. I'm here. I'm sorry. William Brown III. This is William Brown III. His mother, Mamie Brown, went missing on March 13th, 1998, from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Now, William. So, from what I read, is that your mother was dropped off at a friend's house, right?
Yes. Our cousin uptown on 6th Street, off of 6th Street, lived up there, and Dad took her up there to drop her off. He was gonna go get his haircut.
Okay.
So, at that time he, was off work that Friday, I believe it was, and he took her up there and dropped her off.
Okay. Now, you said this was a cousin of yours?
Yes, our cousin Ada.
Okay, and
Ada.
she said that made me walk to the pharmacy, right?
It was a corner store. She had my dad, like I said, dropped her off, and she went inside, and he was going to go get his haircut and then come back to pick her up after he was done. So she went inside, and she told my cousin that she was going, or she didn't have any cigarettes, that she was going to go to the corner store and get some cigarettes, and then she'd be right back.
Okay. And she never came back?
Never came back.
Now, were there any searches performed for Mamie at the time?
When my dad came back, he went looking for her, driving around looking for her, but without any luck.
Right.
So later on, we kind of he kind of waited to see if she would show up. And I guess after a little while, when she didn't, we notified the police.
Okay. And how many years has it been now since she's been missing?
Oh my goodness. Well over to what?
20-something.
20 years.
Yeah, I was thinking between 20 and 22 years, and that has not been nothing in these 20-something years.
They've come back. I mean, we've had several people come back and said they've had sightings of her, but nothing has ever, really has panned out to be true.
Okay, right.
The police have done searches. They've done newscasts on TV, as far as, missing persons.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody had any information to call or, send in information, like I said, there's people that said they've sighted her or thought they have seen her, but nothing has ever panned out to the sightings.
Okay, now question. Your mother was 68 years old when she went missing, right?
Yes.
Now was she now was she in good health? Her mind was good and everything.
She was in good health, but she was at the time. I want to say that she was not really stable as far as her mind wise. She
Okay.
had trying to stop drinking. She was trying to recover.
Okay.
So she was also like, I guess, at the point of having a nervous breakdown at that time. So therefore, she was not really in stable condition, I guess.
Okay, so do you think it's possible she might have lost her way going to the store and just got lost?
It's possible, but there's also other speculations that we believe that a friend of hers that used to live in Oberlin, I don't know if this is something that was planned out,
Mm-hmm.
but that her friend came and picked her up from uptown, while she was going to the store and helped her, took her to Philadelphia where she used to live and had her stay there, until I guess whatever means she could find to like live elsewhere.
Okay. And that person was he ever questioned or was she ever questioned?
Yes, she was questioned by the Philadelphia police as well as the um, detectives here,
Okay.
but nothing.
Nothing concrete.
She denied everything investigation done.
So she denied everything, said Mamie never came up there. Now, do you guys believe that to be true or not?
I find it hard to believe. I don't know. Like I said, we've asked the question too, and then she always denied that. She helped my mom out in that aspect. So it's hard to say. I'm not sure, if she
Right.
did actually help her or not.
Okay, and you have other siblings too, right?
Yes, I have one brother that's younger than me and two older sisters.
Right, and I know anybody, anytime somebody goes missing, it has a profound effect on them. I know it had an effect on you guys. The fact that your mother was missing. How have you guys dealt with it? Like all these years.
We've as the years. I mean, at first it was hard for us to, fathom that, our mother was missing, that she, left, and there's been no trace of her. But I guess over the years we've stood together and tried to, keep going, pushing on. But we've always, in the back of our mind, wondered, what happened to her. As far as some kind of closure is if she was living still or if she was deceased. Like where was she?
Right. Now is your DNA on file?
I believe it is. I was prior military, so I'm sure it is.
Okay, because if I was you, I would check again because sometimes the police, I mean, they mean well, but sometimes they may have missteps. I would just make sure that your DNA is not in there. If not, I would make sure that it gets put in there because if she was found and they ran the DNA, then it might be a hit. She might come up.
Right. Okay.
But I've seen that so many times where sometimes they've been missing for a loved one and then like they didn't find them and then later on they might have found out because sometimes I'm telling you sometimes it's crazy to me, like sometimes people are found and they won't put two and two together until somebody like one of us comes across it and inquires, because I've been doing a lot of off-site work myself because I've been checking through Harrisburg, checking through Jane Doe's, any little thing that helps, anything that little helps, I always check out just to see if something comes. So this is, 20 something years is a long time to go, one, missing your mother, and two, not know what happened. That's the worst part. I think that's the worst aspect of these missing person cases, the not knowing. That's, the not knowing. So, so like within the last couple of years, what have you guys done any searches, or have you went and put up flyers? Have you went back to that neighborhood?
No, we have not. But my sister was telling me that the lady that worked for the state police, she still keeps in touch with her and calls occasionally to find out if we've had any new information or new leads that may help them in investigation. But to this day, we still have no leads or any more information that could help possibly to find her.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I see. I'm looking at the pictures. I see she looks like she's happy though. You got a lot of family around her, and stuff like that.
Yeah, we've always had good times, and then we've always been known to the neighborhood. When anybody like wanted to have a good time, they could come to our house, and we would enjoy ourselves.
Right. So my also question is, right, where your father dropped her off at. So nobody saw anything, saw her, anything like that, go to the store, anything like that?
No, like I said, the only thing that was possibly said that somebody had said that they saw her getting into a car. But as far as anybody who was description of who was driving the car or anything like that, I don't think there was a positive ID made, or as far as the vehicle either. But it was just hearsay that somebody said they saw. But I don't think anything panned out from that.
Now, do you think that the person that's denying seeing her, do you think she actually could have saw her?
It's hard to say, but yeah, I think that they could have seen her. I mean, if she was, I want to say she was well known.
Okay.
But in that area, we didn't like the only thing. Like I said, we would go up there and visit my cousin from time to time, but we would not, be going any other place to walk in or anything like that to where people would recognize her.
Yeah, because I'm like kind of also wondering like why did they actually let her walk to the store, or is that something she wanted to do?
Right. But like I was saying, yeah, she was out of cigarettes or whatever, and that's what told, that she was going to go to the store and get herself a pack of cigarettes and come back, but she never did come back.
Yeah, I don't know, it's just strange to me. I mean, I know it's probably strange to you too for her to go to the store and never come back. But I also had a friend of mine's grandfather who went to the store and never came back. They ended up finding him years later. But it's just the whole, and I mean, I know because she went missing in Harrisburg, PA, right?
Yes.
And you guys are from Susquehanna, PA?
We're from Harrisburg as well, just Susquehanna Township.
Oh, Susquehanna Township. Okay, so you guys are from Harrisburg. So you grew up there. You grew up there, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I find strange, because normally when you live in a neighborhood where everybody knows you, like where I live in Delaware, everybody knows my family, so they would see something, they would have known something or say something. Now, question: is that a busy neighborhood, or is it predominantly kind of like the suburbs?
It's a busy neighborhood. It's a main street, 6th Street. It's where my cousin lived off of that.
Okay.
It's definitely busy area. Cars continuously up and down that area. During that time, I guess back in the day when she went missing, like in the evenings, people frequented the stores and bars and stuff in that area.
Okay. I know. I mean, I know it has to be tough. I know it has to be tough. I know it's never an easy thing, especially when it comes to a parent. How have you guys held up? All these years.
after we've come together pretty good. We're
Okay.
a strong unit as far as me and my brothers and sisters. We try to come together and stay together, and we often talk about, you know, our mom, dad, excuse me, you know, how much fun we used to have and everything when we used to get together. But we try to stay strong together, you know,
Now,
during these
father
times.
still living, or did he pass?
He passed.
And I mean, it's kind of like he was looking for his wife this whole time. So did that take a toll on him?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, because usually when that happens, it's a broken heart that
Right.
they're missing. Because they've been together for all these years, and for her to go missing.
Right.
So yeah,
So
I
it definitely took a toll on him afterwards. You know, he was worried all the time and just, you know, couldn't get, you know, crying and stuff like that, you know, but there's nothing really, you know, what can you do except for, you know, try to pray and hope that she's found or come back home, or, you know, if the police, you know, get any information or leads, but none of that has occurred yet.
Right. So what would you like to happen going forward, brothers?
I mean, I would like to, if there's anybody that out there that has any information, or if they know of anything that the happenings to my mom, as far as where she may have ended up, is she still alive, or even if she isn't, if she's, you know, deceased, where is she? You know,
Right.
so we can have some kind of closure to, you know, this case.
Now, who is this right here in the picture I'm looking at now?
Oh, that's my younger brother, David, and that's my mom.
Oh, okay. Yes, she took some nice pictures. She definitely took some nice pictures.
Right.
And I would imagine she had a lot of grandchildren, right?
Yes, she has
Okay.
3.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I like with every case. I hope that you guys get some kind of closure, or at least find. I'm gonna say at least find out, because obviously there's really never really closure in these type of things. Usually closure when you find them, alive and stuff like that. So,
Right.
but I know you guys want to know what happened, and I'm praying. I pray for all the families that their loved ones come home, because that's not a good feeling to know that your loved one is out there somewhere and you don't know where they are.
Right. Never is. No. I
Right.
think that, you know, not just for my family or my mom, but all those that are missing, that, you know, there's some kind of closure, that, you know, they can have some kind of peace as to
Right.
know, you know, if their loved one is found.
Right. Is there anything else? I mean, like, what else would you like for us to know? Like, what about the community that's out there?
Yeah, I like I said, I just want to know if anybody has any information, but that's about it. I mean, I don't have anything else that I can add to it.
Okay. Well, all right. Just want to say, in closing, like, I'm gonna do everything I can to help you guys. Once I start a case for somebody, I don't stop. I don't care how long it takes. I'm there. I'll do legwork. Whatever you need, reach out to me. I'm always here. I'm always available. Even for a conversation, or you need me to check something out, I'm there. I'll help you guys out 100%. And just in closing, like what I mean, I don't think I can really do is give my prayers, 'cause I really
Right.
don't. I don't know what to say to a family that's missing a loved one, or.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's all we can do is pray, and I appreciate your prayers.
Yeah.
And if, like I said, anybody has any information, I'm sure they still have the site up where they can contact the Pennsylvania State Police or Susquehanna Township Police.
Right, and
any more information.
I posted her on both my pages too. I just did a recent article like 2 days ago.
Okay.
So that article's up on Unsolved and Missing Black People. But I want to thank y'all so much for coming on. And from here on out, I just hope that somebody remembers something and that they know what happened, and we can give y'all some answers as to what happened.
Okay. So yeah, and then if she is out there and if she's able to contact us, please contact us, Mom. We love you, and we, just want you to know that we love you.
Yes, this is the son of Mamie Brown, missing from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, since March 13th, 1998. So I want to thank you for coming on, and like I said, if there's anything else that you may need, just let me know. Reach out, and I'll take care of it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
You too. You have a good night, and I'll be in touch.
Okay, thank you. You as well.
You too. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Hey, have a good night, Tracy. That's good. Viewers on, we got two. Hey, Free, how you doing? For those who just joining us, we're going to be showcasing Aisha Nicole Jackson. This is from El Dorado, Arkansas, since October 31st, 2020. Her height is 5'2", weight 115 pounds, hair black, eyes brown. Since Aisha was last seen on October 31st, 2020, she has not been seen or heard from since. Aisha has pierced ears, a deep nose piercing, and a belly button piercing. She has a tattoo on her torso of vines and one on her chest of her heart with dozens of ribbons. Aisha was last seen wearing black patterned pantyhose, a black tulle short skirt, and a white t-shirt with dye splotches. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Now, how do you
I'm
pronounce your
fine.
name?
My name is Jacquez Jackson.
Okay, Jackie Jack. Okay, and what is your relation to Aisha?
That's my sister.
Okay, that's your sister. Okay, now let's go. Let's get right into it. Tell us what happened the day that she went missing.
Ooh, I'm gonna just try to like skip straight to the parts. Um,
Okay.
my mother. I was with my mother and my stepdad. My mother. Her door was open, and I knew that Aisha not just gonna leave her door open, and she's not gonna just leave her pets run around like that. Her house was ramshacked, so it was kind of a blur at the time. I didn't really want to think nothing was bad, but in my mind, and like in the back of my mind, I, was thinking it, but I didn't want to really just think too much at the time. You know what I'm saying? I said like 5 seconds later, took him in. That's my uncle. His wife had pulled up, and she was going on and on. And the first thing that she would say was, my baby, my baby. You know how, being over dramatic about something. Now, I'm not being like rude about it, but it was like, okay, it's that story gets so long and it gets so deep.
Right.
When I tell you it's so many rumors going on, but if you just piece it together and you sit down and you think about it, like from the very, very, very beginning. First of all, Aisha is not that, she don't weigh that much.
Right.
So when it was said that she was going up there to move furniture, what are you moving furniture? I mean, what are you going to move? A mop and a broom? You don't need a girl to move furniture.
Right.
When you have a lot of boy cousins and a lot of nephews and a lot of people that you know that's men that can move furniture. Mind you, you're taking 2 women and yourself to move furniture. You don't need 2 women, and you don't need. I mean, you got to make it make sense. It's a
Right.
lot. I mean, I can go on and on. Like you have to just sit down, and you have to just really just piece it together. What threw me off was it was 2 different sides, and you can see it like the 2 red flags. One person said they went to Walmart and then dropped off, and then another person said, well, they walked up the stairs. It's okay. Which one is it? You walked up the stairs, or you went to Walmart? So which one is it? It gets very confusing, and it'll throw you off. And they'll try you. They will try to throw you off, but they ain't gonna throw me off. They can't throw me off. You can't throw me off.
Right. So now this uncle was the last one that seen her, right? And
Right.
I seen the car that he was supposed to be moving furniture in. That doesn't look like a car that you're going to move furniture in.
No, it does not. A lot of people get it. A lot of people get it misconstrued as if she left on Halloween night. No, that was the last night that she was seen.
Okay.
It's this man that it's this man that's been going live here lately, and it's almost like if he knows something, but he trying to give my uncle enough time to just go ahead and say what you got to say about it before before this really comes to light. But I do feel like that he knows something because he went live, I say 2 days ago, and he said the same thing that he said 3 days ago. So I feel like he knows something, and on that too, because he keeps saying the same thing. Go down here and ask this person. I seen your sister last, so like, I mean, it gives that he knows something. It's a lot of people that be around me that know something. And that I made a post about that like not too long ago. Don't be around me and my mother if you know something, because then I'll feel like you playing in my face. I don't like my face to be played
Exactly.
in.
And people will do that. People will be people. It's like people will kill you and be around your family, mourn you and everything, and the whole time, your family don't know.
Right, but if you
That's
look at the readings that was done, all of the readings, it gave like key points. Like it would say that, let me see, it'll say it was somebody, it'll say this happened to her, but it was somebody who did the person who did this to her was like a father figure, somebody that she looked up to. Every last reading that was done, all of them said the same thing. It was like it was a father figure to her, or somebody she looked up to, an authority figure to her. And you know what? When the first reading had first came out, I never knew what that meant until, you know, I never knew what that meant until like I just went back and just thought about it and thought about it. And my mama explained that to me, stuff like that. That's what a father figure, or an authority figure, like somebody my sister looked up to, and that was somebody that she looked up to, because he stepped in when our father wasn't there.
Okay. Right. Okay. Now she was dating that guy. She was also dating a guy too, right? Briefly.
Say that again.
I said she was also dating. She had like a boyfriend briefly.
I mean, yeah, she had somebody that she would talk to. Don't
Okay.
get me wrong. I don't put nothing past that person either
Okay.
at all. I don't put nothing past him either. But at the same time, I mean, it leads up to one person.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
what gets me. This is what gets me. When it first came out, I called him. I called my uncle and I said, well, it was getting to the point where it wasn't just on the streets, it was at my school too. So I have to go to school and I have to listen to this. Oh, your uncle has something to do with it. Da, 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 da. And that's I called him. I said, well, do me this favor. Since you love me the way you say you love me, go and clear your name. He immediately went off. Instead of you saying, okay, well, nephew, I'll do it for you. I can understand the hurt. Okay, why would my nephew call me with something like that? But I even broke it down to him and said, listen, I don't even think, I'm telling him, okay, well, uncle, I don't think you would do something like that, but to clear your name up out in the streets, because it's going to get harder and harder and harder. You want to make it harder for yourself. Before I could even get anything else out, he went off on me. So that let me know, okay, you look guilty because why you went off on me.
Right.
And then, it's that. And then with my grandmother, it makes me feel like she's weird as well. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna speak on it. It made me feel like she's weird too, but at the same time, she's gonna protect her son by any means necessary. So I'm gonna protect my sister by any means necessary. Let me tell you, it has been so much stuff in this case for a whole 2 years now, and it's I feel like it's no justice. It's no justice being served. I mean, how long do my mother have to sit and be sick and sick and sick and sick and sick and sick until she die? They want my mama to die. That's all they want. But I made a promise to my mama that I'm not gonna let this take her out of here. Period. She's not gonna leave this earth without knowing where her daughter is, and I meant that.
Right. And I'm glad that you are there for her, because I can't, I've talked to a lot of moms over the years, and it touched me. I know how hard it can be for these, not knowing where your daughter is, not where, if she could be out there, where she, so I definitely can understand that. So I hope that we can help bring some resolution to this case, and that somebody knows something. Maybe somebody, like you said, that guy that keeps going live, maybe his so it'll be a breakthrough on his end, and we get this thing taken care of and find out what really happened to Aisha.
Yeah, we have to get it out, and then it puts me at odds with the police station as well, because it's like they want to sweep it under the rug, and I'm just gonna say it like that. I don't know who's over her case anymore or anything. I don't get the police station. I just don't. I tried to call. I stayed calling Detective Hartwell. Stayed calling him. Stayed calling him. Now it gets to a point where I feel like he doesn't even change his number. But that's fine. Let me say this: I'm not going to ever get off of nobody's neck until my sister is brought home
Oh,
to
you
her
ain't
family.
supposed to. You ain't supposed to. Keep going. Yeah, stay on your necks.
I'm not going to ever stop until she come home. Let me tell you, they want me to be quiet. They want me to shut up. If they could, they'd hit me in the head with a bottle, make me shut up. But they can't do that. I can't let nobody get that close to me to do that.
Right.
So.
Yes. Darn. So. But yeah, I could just imagine. Like I said, I've done a lot of cases, and a couple of days ago when Free sent me the flyer, that was the first time I've heard about the case. And that makes me mad too, because a lot of times and all over, Black women, children, men, they don't get no kind of recognition. So this is where I come in. I don't mind being a voice of the voiceless. That's me, the voice of the voiceless. No, like I say, anybody needs help, getting it out there, I'm there. I'm telling you, I'm there every step of the way. I'm every step of the way. So I definitely appreciate you coming on here and explaining her story, and hopefully, like I said, we can get a resolution soon. What you got anything else you would like to say?
If you got any question, I can only answer them.
So, do you think this case is closer to getting solved? Honestly.
Most definitely,
Okay.
I truly do. I truly think it's getting. I do, because I say last week, somebody had made a post and was talking about the videos that the man had did on TikTok.
Okay.
And when she made the post, I reshared it. I wasn't trying to get nothing started at that time. I was just trying to see what was gonna happen. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I shared it and I tagged the person in. I said, I feel like you know something. Well, that person had texted me, this and that. Then that person had got on my under my post, and then it went from there. And it was so much stuff that was coming out. Come to find out, he done raped this person's daughter. On top of that, and on top of that, and then in my head, I'm just like, okay, he done did this, and he still ain't been arrested. But there's so much stuff I can say on that one as well. But I mean, hey, it made me, in kind of a sense, it made me feel like the police is down here, they're cricket. But only thing, let me tell you, only thing my mama taught me to do, she taught me how to pray. And prayer done got me through a lot. Let me tell you, prayer done got me through a lot. It done got me through a lot. I know sometime I may get on here and I may be a little hot here, but let me tell you something, prayer has got me through a lot.
And that's
Prayer has kept me from putting my hands on a lot of people. I'm gonna be 100 with you. Prayer has kept me from a lot of things. So if I know he can keep me from losing my father and losing a lot of words of people, I know he can keep me through this right here. So it's gonna be forever justice for Aisha. So
definitely. Only thing I want to just say in closing, because I don't have any more questions. You explained everything. I just want to say, everybody, please share this video. Let's get this video everywhere. If you haven't heard of Aisha Jackson, you know about her now. We need to get this video everywhere. I mean, share it everywhere. Share it in every state. I don't care where it is. Somebody knows something. What do you want to say in closing?
let me say this before we close. If you have a sister or a brother and y'all have a tendency to argue and fight, and y'all say things that you really truly don't mean, like after everything is over with, try to go back and try to fix it. Try to go back and talk it out with your siblings, or it might be your mom, but try to talk it out with them, because when you lose somebody that close to you, at the time you're irritated, and at the time you're mad. So whatever you say to your sibling, you don't even know you're saying it. But when they're gone, it's nothing else that you can low key do about it, because it doesn't happen. So you have to tread wisely when you saying like mean stuff. Like if you arguing, okay, you can argue. Go back and try to fix the problem, because when it's gone, it's gone. When they're gone, they're gone. When it happens, it happens. It took so long for me and my dad to reconnect, but when we connected, it's like God took him away from me. So then that happened. So, and me and my sister had reconnected. So when me and my sister reconnected, this happened. So try to cherish your sister, try to cherish your mama, try to cherish your daddy, because when they're gone, they're gone. And it hurts. I'm trying to keep myself together from crying right now, because it hurts. It honestly hurts. They took one of my best friends. They took something from me. And I can't, if I feel like I can't get that back, but at the end of the day, God got me. But
Yes, he does.
That's all I got to say.
Okay. All right, Jack Reeves. I want to thank you so much for coming on. Everybody, please share this video, and everyone have a good night. All right, Jack Reeves, I'll be texting you and reaching out to you, sir. Thank you so much for coming on.
All righty, have a blessed day.
Okay. These podcasts for about a good 4 or 5 months, because I've been wanting to get the stories of the family. Like I said, I like to get the stories of the families, because a lot of time when you read stuff online, a lot of it is misinterpreted, or somebody saying this or somebody saying that. So what better way?
Yeah.
So what better way to get it from the family themselves, you know? So we're gonna wait for a couple more people to come on. We're live now. Wait for a couple people to drop in on us.
I had never heard of the podcast before this happened with Marissa.
Okay. Yeah, you know what's crazy? I've been doing this Mr. Perfect thing for almost 10 years. And the last year is when I really got
into the podcast because I wanted to do more. I want to do more than just posting people's names.
Yeah.
Okay, we got 2 people. So good evening, good afternoon. Sorry, if you're watching, discuss the case of Marissa K. Carmichael, who was 25 years old, and she went missing on January 14th, 2024, from Greensboro, North Carolina. She went missing under some suspicious circumstances. And here today, we're here to talk to Sarah Carmichael, the mother of Marissa. Sarah, how you doing today?
I'm okay.
I've been reading a lot about your daughter's case online, and I've been very invested in it. But I think it's been like a lot of different stories online. So can you tell us exactly what happened with Marissa and the circumstances that led to her disappearance?
Well, she was supposed to work third shift that night. Her friend, I use the term loosely, kept telling her, let's go to the club. So she finally went. Her and her friend left. And so she was going to get another ride. Somebody else pulled up to the club that she had only met once. They had a disagreement. He asked her to go into the Exxon. This is after they left the club. Then they sat at an Airbnb for an hour and a half or so. They go right around the block to the Exxon. He asked her to go in the store and buy something. She, isn't expecting it. She leaves with her phone, all her contacts. She threw her purse out, but kept her phone. And as soon as she's making that 911 call, the third person comes into the picture, which he had been in the picture all night. He had been following her from location to location that night. And you could hear in the background at the end of the 911 call where he's saying, do you need a ride? And she says, my house. And she got in the car with him. It's on the Exxon video. And that's it. She reached out from his phone to a few people. And me at about 5 a.m, I didn't hear my phone. And she reached out to her dad. He answered the phone, took the phone upstairs to the friend that left here with her to the club. They had a 2-minute conversation. She hung up the phone, went back to sleep. Later, I was told that phone call was her letting her friend know for the second time that night that she needed help getting home.
So the friend was
And that was it.
So this friend that she went to, so the friend that she went to the club with is the one who took the calls.
Yes.
And she didn't like.
She took a call from Marissa right before 4:47 a.m. From the phone of the man who she was getting a ride with that had been following her around that night, and stated she needed help. She needed her phone. Could her friend contact the guy who took her phone? Needed her contact to get home. Her friend, within 5 minutes, was still in Greensboro. I've got the screenshots from the Uber rides. So she left from Greensboro back here at 4:47 in the morning and left Marissa behind.
Wow. Another question I have.
Came and got
Another question.
Yeah.
Were there 2 911 calls made or one?
There was only one from Marissa. There was one right before she went to the Exxon. Another lady was calling saying there was things going in that Airbnb. There was a lot of drugs. There was young girls. There were men with guns. And when the police showed up, everybody scattered. And that's when they pulled off and went to the Exxon.
Okay, so back to this friend that she went out with. So what's the deal with her? And you said this is the one her friend that took. This is the one that actually got her to go to the club, right?
Yeah, and then left her. And she was so clingy with Marissa. She wouldn't have left her. That makes no sense. When she woke up later that day, and I woke up about 1 o'clock or so, I said, "Where's Marissa? Did she work a double?" "Oh no, she didn't go to work. We went out to the club." And this girl has been living with us for almost a year. We took care of her. Marissa helped her get a job. She moved out that day. She said, "I'm gonna go find Marissa." Moved out, left all her belongings, never came back. Now
So
she is hiding, she says, because she's scared.
So you mean to tell me the same day that your daughter goes missing, she takes the phone calls first, then she says she's going to look for her, moves out, and leaves all her things there?
Yes, sir.
If that ain't cause for suspicion right there, I mean, what are the police saying about that? Because that right there is strange by itself.
I have sent the detective so many screenshots, and he'll ask questions about them, and then he just doesn't say much. I've got screenshots where she's telling me and my other daughter, keep my name out of this. I don't want to be involved. I don't want to be in danger. I said, what do you mean Marissa's in danger? You need to say something. She said, I know what I'm talking about. Deleted messages. When I went through Marissa's messenger trying to look for clues, every message was there, months and months. Hers and her friends' messages have been deleted, and the detective was able to recover and get the messages between the two of them that night.
Okay, and also these guys. Now these guys. I know you said one guy was following her, right? And that's the one she got in the car with. What has
Yes,
been his story?
he had been calling her work, looking for her. She didn't know him personally, but he has a habit of going to 24-hour establishments, and she worked third shift at Waffle House, and hence being at the Exxon right when she needed help. The detective has now said it's a person of interest. I've helped him uncover some things, so hopefully it's on the right path.
Right, and it's crazy because we always hear about in these cases a person of interest or the last person that saw them. I don't know. I think they need to kind of like change that law with that, because a lot of times when that person is the last one to see them, they really are the last person to see them. But I guess the police mind thinking, okay, well, they left together, but we haven't seen them together afterwards. But so far from what I'm hearing, this is a strange case. This is one of the strangest I think I've heard in a long time. And this girl, who is this girl? I mean, she said okay. How did she meet this girl? That's what I want to know.
She met her through another girl, and at the time she was pregnant, and it was in the winter, and she was sleeping in her car. So Marissa invited her to stay with us and helped her get a job and things like that. I mean,
So
I can say her name. I can say her name. I have no problem saying any of these people's names.
right, because this is I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this is your platform, speaking how you want to speak.
I'm feeling like it was some more of a setup.
That's what it seems like to me too. It's like this girl been in your house for a whole year. She moves out the same day your daughter goes missing, and then she leaves. Says she gonna go. It's like a setup to me too. Of course, I'm not the police with her, but from what I'm hearing, and you said your daughter wasn't gonna go to the club, and she actually talked her into going to the club.
Yeah. And this girl is so clingy. If Marissa worked third shift and Janaja did not have to work third shift, she would sit there all night and just watch Marissa work. Marissa had put a password on her phone, even though she was single, because Janaja kept going through her phone.
Okay, so this, like I said, back to this girl, like. So what is like? Does she have a background? Does she have a record or anything like that?
Nothing serious. I honestly, I thought she was a sweet girl, maybe, a little less, common sense or logical sense than most people, but I don't think she's done anything major other than maybe some traffic. And what gets me is I wouldn't think maybe nothing, but she knows the guy who tricked Marissa into getting out of the car. And the guy that tricked Marissa into getting out of the car knows Sean, the third guy that she disappeared, and he lied to me. I had his number for Marissa trying to call. So I immediately went to my calls and I started calling and messaging him. And what he told me where Marissa went was completely different than what he told the detective. And his timeline, he said she was in the car 30 minutes, but there's calls coming from her from his phone. She got in his car at 3:40, and she's making calls at 5:30. He's in his car way longer than 30 minutes.
Right. And so the first guy gets to the Exxon, leaves her there. Then this other guy said he mysteriously pulls up and then takes her. But this right here, this definitely giving me them type of vibes.
Yeah. And the people at the Airbnb put him there as well, not going inside. And that's strange because Marissa didn't go inside, and the second guy, Jersey, didn't go inside. So Sean was there at the Airbnb just sitting in his car.
So he didn't go in at all.
No.
Wow. And have all three of these people been?
Yes, they are.
They have been questioned by the police.
They are, and they're continuing to be.
Okay, so at least there's some movement in the case. So it is an active investigation there. I've seen people online doing searches for your daughter too. There are a lot of people that have been willing to help. I told you I have several people, inbox me and they say that they want to help because I understand Melissa has 5 kids, right?
Yes.
And how are her kids doing?
They are they're devastated. Her 40-year-old daughter, who's her baby, she just keeps asking me, Nana, where's mommy? And the way my oldest granddaughter sees it as somebody bad took mommy and they don't want to let her go. They're all in counseling.
Right.
They're taking it. The girls are really taking it hard.
Yeah. I always I got a special place in my heart for the children always, I always think about them in situations like these, and I hope that is I hope that the guilt is eating their mind up where they'll come forward and say something because it's obvious that they know something.
Yeah. There's definitely quite a few people I believe that know.
Okay, and you also had a couple of searches to yourself, right?
Yeah, we did me and just like a small group of friends, we did many, I can't even count, but then there were a few that I had organized to try to get more resources.
I think you should organize.
Because of people being threatened, some people don't want to come out and search. There's interference in this with me finding her.
So somebody that threatening some of the volunteers.
Yeah. Some people don't want to.
Like, what about her? Like her friends? Like her friends helping any of them or no?
No.
Yeah,
not at all.
Right, but in these type of situations, it's best when the family take control. And I like how you've been staying on it. You haven't been letting up. You've been questioning. That's how you got to do with them. Like you really gotta. I mean, even if you gotta call yourself bugging them, this is your child. You gotta say on them. Hey, my daughter's out here. She's still missing. Because like I said, from what I've seen them doing some searches too, but it's just like there's nothing that has came up, and it's just
that's a fear that it goes cold, and I stay in touch with the detective constantly. I recently requested to get my DNA in the NamUs database in case anything. Yeah, I'm learning as I go. I don't let up. I got 5 babies that are depending on me to find their mom, so I'm not letting up at all.
Okay, is she in NamUs yet?
She is, yes.
Okay, she is in there now. Okay, all right. Because I know a couple people that know how to do that. I actually put a couple people in NamUs myself. So
she's been in there for 3 months. I got it done a few weeks ago.
And how long has she been missing now?
Since January the 14th. So right over 6 months.
Right over.
I really thought she would be found by now.
Yeah, me too. Because when I first saw the case, I'm like, I said this would probably be quick, solved quickly. But then, like, as the days and the weeks started, going on, I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
So that's why I continue, to post it, and I've been sharing it everywhere. It's crazy to me. Sometimes I'm a loss for words in these interviews because
I look for resource, every venue, and when the news people, I did an interview last week for our local news, but when they stopped coming, I started doing podcasts, YouTube, TikTok, just, trying to get as many people to hear her name. Trying to get in touch with Nancy Grace. She's a shark. She might find some information, get somebody to talk, anything to keep her name, because people may be able to move on with their life. I cannot move on with my life.
of course, as a parent, because I'm a parent too. As a parent, you're not going to move on with your life because your child is still out there, and you're searching for answers. You're searching for answers that nobody is seeming to try to give you. So you got to stay out there. You don't have a choice.
And for justice.